Hey, everybody, and welcome to Tide Guy. This is going to be technically my second live show. I did one last night just as a test, and this is kind of going to be another test to make sure my StreamYard and that is all hooked up and doing well. I look forward to answering anybody's questions. I see Will has made it. How are we doing tonight, Will? I will put the StreamYard into the chat if somebody wants to come on and talk. That should be it right there. I know a few more will be popping on here in a bit. Yeah, I cannot wait for Saturday for the season to start. It seems like every year this season takes longer and longer to get here. I'm really excited about the Nebraska game. I do think Nebraska has to win. Going 3-9 last year, they got to win this one, or Scott Frost is really going to be on the hot seat. And I do think Nebraska could be back, but I guess we'll know right away when they play Northwestern. A couple other games. I hope that Oregon puts up a good fight against Georgia. I don't see him beating Georgia, but I'd like to see him do well. The other person I'd like to see do well would be Miami. I think this will be a building year. I think Mario Cristobal will have them back. I think they'll go 9-3. So I think the foundation will be laid this year. I know there's a lot of talk. Oklahoma down a little bit. I think Venables with that schedule, I think they'll be all right. I don't know that they can win the Big 12, but I think they'll go 9-3 also. So there's a lot of coaches new to a lot of places, and I know that'll, make a difference. The first year there is always kind of hard because it's not their players. So they're trying to build their system with some players that might not fit. So Venables for sure. He's a great defensive coach, but Oklahoma wasn't known for defense. So I think it's going to be a year or two for him to get the speed, the size. I don't think Oklahoma has the speed and the size right now. How we doing? Jordan Bowman just came in here. Wet Blankets here. Jordan Russell's here. Tim Prangley's here. Nice to see you guys. But it is time for, some of the blue bloods to get back. I do think, a few of them have been down a while. It was kind of nice to see Michigan make the playoffs last year. They've been down quite a bit. Jim Harbaugh, when he first got to Michigan, he had that one good year, and then he just kind of skated. And last year they kind of give him an ultimatum, and he bounced back and got him to the playoffs. I don't think he has the team this year to make the playoffs, unfortunately. But I do think another, 9-3, 10-2 season isn't out of hand for Michigan. I do think Ohio State just runs completely away with the Big Ten, unfortunately. Let me see. We got Tim. Let me add Tim to this. How we doing, Tim?
What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Doing great. Just trying to get all the kinks out of my first real broadcast so I can start doing these regularly.
Yeah, they're fun. When we do them for free all the time, we might as well put them on your channel, right?
Heck yeah, might as well. So are you excited about the season coming up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? This is the first season I've been excited for since probably 2017. Yeah, I'm really excited. What do you think? We've been kicking around so many in this community. We've been talking so much college football. I don't think I've talked this much West Virginia and Clemson and all these teams that, I read about, but don't really talk and discuss about. So, yeah, it's going to be great. I'm invested in a lot of these teams this year that I haven't been in the past. So, yeah, it'll be fun.
Now, 2 months ago, did you think you'd be talking to a Bama fan regularly?
Oh, hell yeah. I love Bama. I do. I really do. Again, you guys are one of the few programs that has a winning record against USC, Notre Dame, Alabama. I mean, I'm trying to think of teams that played us more than 5 times that have a winning record against us. You guys are 2-6 or 2-7. I can't remember.
Yeah, we're 6-2 against you guys. You
So,
guys stomped us pretty hard in 1970.
But you get the thing is we haven't played you guys when we were good since the 1970s. So,
no, and unfortunately, you guys were supposed to be good. What was it? 2015 we played you guys?
2016.
2016, you guys were ranked 5th. And unfortunately, your quarterback, the line wasn't ready for our defense. And
everything, Jeff, everything wasn't ready. You watch that game. That team looked shell shocked from the. Well, actually, no, they moved the ball. Didn't they move the ball? Am I right? They moved the ball the first.
Yeah, the first series, you guys, it looked like it was going to be a game. But I think we rattled your quarterback too much.
Yeah,
I think it was too big of a scene for him to be. Wasn't that his first start?
Yeah, he was sitting behind Kessler for about a couple of years, and he was a hot shot out of Washington. He was a 5-star Gatorade Player of the Year. I mean, I thought we really had, because we were on a pretty good run of quarterbacks, and I thought he was the next one. And yeah, there was work clicking, and then that pick 6 or that interception deep in USC's territory. When that happened, I said, "Well, that's a wrap, folks," because I knew watching that just kind of disintegrated from there. So yeah.
And I think that game really kind of hurt your season. I think it took the air out of his sails, and he just wasn't the same quarterback that you guys expected him to be until closer to the end of the year.
Well, you know what happened, Jeff? We switched up. See, a lot of fans were pissed off because this is before Sam Darnold. This is a guy named Max Brown from I think Seattle, up in Seattle. He was a recruit from Washington, and some people in camp were saying that, because again, just the old saying, who is the favorite player of the team? It's the backup quarterback, right? And so Sam Darnold was a backup quarterback and everyone's darling, but this guy Max Brown had been in the program for 3 years. I think he was like a redshirt sophomore, and he went out there and he was not ready for prime time. And then they turned around, they lost a couple more games, and then they got on a roll. That team ended up 3rd in the nation, and they beat a really good Penn State team in the Rose Bowl. But yeah, it was a shaky start. I mean, again, I think we were just talking about this last night. Will, was it you? We were talking about how they came out of that meme is just classic now. And the funny thing is, if you look and you see those guys all on the ground like there's some weird whatever the hell that shit was. You look who's over their right hand shoulder. That's right. That's good old Clay Helton sitting there watching his team act like a bunch of fools. Now, I got a question for you, Jeff. When on earth do you think Nick Saban's going to let his kids come out of a tunnel like that? Right? So that really told you all we needed to know. The next year we had it handed to us pretty good by Notre Dame, who really just mopped the floor with USC on both sides of the line. That's probably the best offensive line I've seen from Notre Dame, and I don't know, possibly even my whole lifetime, and they just ran right through USC. So we started seeing that, hey, maybe this Clay Helton guy, even after that big fish the 2016 season, we started thinking to ourselves, maybe this Clay Helton guy is not the promised savior. So.
Well, and you don't want to play Nick Saban the first game when he's got 3 weeks to scheme against you.
Yeah, no,
it's unfair. Saban will scheme for 3 weeks against your team, and it's kind of hard to beat Saban with that many weeks of practice.
Well, no, we had Pete Carroll. He was the same way.
Yeah.
You meet Pete Carroll in a bowl game or the first Ohio State one year, I think it was 2008, came to the Coliseum, and I think we won like 38-3, and it could have been more. So yeah, you give a good coach, or especially a great coach, a whole summer to scheme against you, and you're going to be in trouble. Yeah.
Hey, Will, how we doing tonight?
Doing good. Excited for the season. I haven't been this excited for the season since, I can't remember a time I've been more excited.
I got a bunch of family members who are Notre Dame fans.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a cousin. You might have heard of him. His name's Don Grimm. He was number 36. He played inside linebacker on the championship team in '88.
Nice.
His brother, you guys probably all knew, was Russ Grimm. He was a member of the Hogs, the Washington Redskins, the Hogs.
Yeah, so I'm from the DC area, so that name definitely rings a bell.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Joey, how are you tonight?
Good, Jeff. How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Appreciate you having me in.
Mm-hmm.
I just came in to say hi, but then I listened to Tim talk about his JUCO USC team, and so it's pretty cool. But we got that troll. We need to bring that troll in here so that Jeff can make some money.
I got to get more members first. I got to hit 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get you there really quick.
Yeah,
like
we'll
I said,
get you really quick,
I wanted
man.
to do this show just to kind of get the nerves off and, get it running right. And I'll start doing live shows regularly and start doing videos again. I've got 3 or 4 ideas. I'm going to do a video about New Year's Six Bowls and what certain teams' records are in them.
I might not go to that then. I don't know. If talking about New Year's Six Bowls, I don't know if I want to go.
Now, how long did Notre Dame go without bowl? Because they went in the teens and the 20s, and then they stopped going to bowls until what, the 70s?
Late 70s.
Yeah, Cotton Bowl, after the 1969 season, I think, with Joe Theismann was the first time in a long time.
Yeah, because I know they had quit going to bowls. And that's why, I did a thing on all the bowls and that. Notre Dame didn't have that many bowls, but they took, 35, 40 years off.
Mm-hmm.
And they were pretty big. They went to quite a few Rose Bowls, and they were in dominant bowls.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're going to be good this year?
I think so. I think the 4 should be 10-2. I think, and I think there's a chance we can go 11-1. I think there's a chance that we can knock out Clemson, beat Clemson or Ohio State. I think it's slimmer for Ohio State with the injuries that we have now, but if we're healthy for Clemson, I feel like we have a good shot. Our O-line got to step up, but I feel like we have our old O-line coach back that was coaching the best Kelly lines, so I think we have a great chance.
High stand, right?
Harry Heastand, yeah.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think he's as important to Notre Dame as Brian Hartline is to Ohio State. He's just so important to.
Oh, I'd rather have elite offensive tackles than elite wide receivers any day of the week, man. So I think he's probably more useful.
Now, are you worried, Will, with the Big Ten talking about maybe going to a 10-game schedule eventually? And because Notre Dame usually tries to play 3 Big Ten schools, and now you threw UCLA in there, so there's 4 teams, that they normally play. And if the Big Ten only goes to 2 non-conference games, will that free up, the 4 teams to play Notre Dame, do you think?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we'll do 3. I think we'll do Michigan State, Michigan, and Purdue, I think. It's what I've been hearing. Is that what the Big Ten is going to do, make a deal with Notre Dame.
But what about USC when they get there?
Well, yeah, USC probably as well. Well, we might not play all 4 teams each year then, but I know they're doing something with 3 teams.
Well, I know you guys like Stanford and USC, and the reason you do that is every year you're in California. Mm-hmm. So you play UC or you play USC at home this year, you play whatever, but you're always in California for recruiting, which is a great strategy. Mm-hmm. And I'd hate to see Notre Dame USC go away, because that game, a lot of people might not know how much that has impacted college football as far as standings throughout history.
Yeah, especially with when Era and McKay were both there.
Oh yeah, those were some good years back then.
Not a lot of wins for the Irish, but important games.
Yeah, the Irish won what? Irish won in 71, USC won in 72 and 74.
I know we won in 65, 66, and 73.
And 77.
And 77, but that was with Dan Devine, not Era.
Oh, got you. Yeah, that's a cool stat about Notre Dame I like, that you guys won in 66, 77, and 88. That's what 99 you guys are supposed to do, and you didn't happen. But
Yeah, Bob Davies, no Lou Holtz.
See, now I'm a little mad at Notre Dame getting that 1966 championship when Alabama was the only undefeated team that year.
Well, the reason that they did that wasn't it because Alabama didn't have any African-American players? Wasn't that the reason that most people thought that Alabama didn't win the title that year because of that?
Well, that was part of it, but part of it was Notre Dame and Michigan State actually played to a 3-3 tie, I believe.
Yeah.
And so they gave it to Notre Dame. I just wish back then they had the playoffs because honestly, if you look at the 60s and 70s, those would have been some great playoffs.
Yeah.
Today,
that 1973 Bama Notre Dame game's a classic.
Oh, yeah.
The 74 Notre Dame USC game wasn't too shabby either in my book.
Yeah.
See, and the one I like is the 71 Alabama going to the wishbone, and USC wasn't ready for it at home.
Mm.
We snuck that in on you. For 3 weeks, we closed practice and held all around our practice field. They put bed sheets up so nobody could see the practice and know that we were going to the wishbone. And so we showed up there in Southern Cal, and they had no idea. They thought we were going to run, the same offense we did the year before. And I think that's the biggest reason why we won. We surprised you.
Yeah, I hope we can go back to the good old days of Bear Bryant and John McKay type. I mean, you guys have been enjoying it with Saban, but I'm hoping that we can get back to maybe Saban hang around long enough that we can get a team together that might be worthy of that kind of conversation. Who knows? I think Saban's around. What do you think, Ty Guy? How long is Saban going to be there?
3 years.
Okay, we might not be back then. Never mind. But it would have been a nice thought.
I realistically put him at 3 years, which to me is too short because I think in 2010 we cloned him. So we need his clone to have about 9 more years so we can get him to coach.
So he signed a new contract today, though, right?
Yeah, till 2030.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think he's kind of like Bear Bryant. I think he's scared to retire. He has nothing else to do. I mean, nothing else means as much to him as being on a team. And so for him to retire, I don't think he's going to just sit around the house and fish.
Yeah, no. Coaches like that, they retire for 1 year and they want to get back in. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I just worry when he retires. The good news is the next coach is going to have an awesome team because he's going to recruit great. But what coach wants that job? Who wants to go in and replace Nick Saban? I mean, that was the problem with Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant retired. You don't want to follow that guy.
Nope.
I always forget his name. There's a coach that's famous that followed at UCLA, followed John Wooden. And I think the guy won like the league and he lost like 2 games or 3 games, 2 straight years, and they fired him because he wasn't winning national championships. I mean, that's just what it's going to be like for whoever decides they're going to go to Alabama.
Do you think there's any chance Dabo takes it?
Here's the problem with Dabo. I love Dabo. And one, does Dabo leave Clemson? He's built a dynasty there. Why is he going to leave Clemson to go to Alabama and have all this stress? I mean, if he don't win another championship for 3 or 4 years at Clemson, but he goes 10-2 every year or 9-3, Clemson's happy. If he goes to Alabama and we finish 9-3 3 years in a row and we're not in the SEC championship or this and that, he's going to be gone. Plus, the problem I have with Dabo is Dabo's a nice guy. And if you look at Alabama's history, nice guys don't do well at Alabama. We need hard asses like Bear Bryant, Stallings, Saban. Those are the ones that win championships for us.
Could you imagine if I'm sorry, Jeff, I was going to say, could you imagine if Alabama, when Saban retires, they go after like Kirby Smart and get him? The rivalry that would be there between Georgia and.
No, I'm thinking. I think he's gonna be Aranda. And if that's the case, I think we're all going to be in trouble because it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
What do you say, Tater Man? What do you think about Dabo heading over to Alabama?
Well, if I had a nickel for every time someone's asked me that, well, I'd probably have like 50 cents, but still, I've been asked it a lot. But so I don't think Dabo's leaving Clemson. I know he's been asked in the past, and he said, would you ever consider taking it? And he said, never say never. But I don't know. I think he'd consider it. I don't think he would just like they call him and be like, he'd be like, oh no, nope, I'm not interested, and hang up and do something like that. I do think he would consider whatever offer is on the table. But ultimately, I mean, you've already said it. It doesn't make much sense, to leave Clemson at this point. I mean, he seems he acts. I mean, he has the vibe that he's a Clemson lifer. That as long as he'll be at Clemson, as long as they'll have him, and I don't think Clemson is interested in getting rid of him, barring some off the field stuff or just absolutely horrible implosion, and we go 4-8 every year. So I don't know. I think Dabo would be on the short list. I think Bama would maybe send some feelers out, see if he's interested. I don't know if they would send him a full blown offer. They gauge his interest and then go from there. But I don't even know if he'd be the first person they ask.
He's a Bama man, though, right?
I think,
yeah. He played on the '92 championship team.
Yeah.
I feel like Mel Tucker
he's got so many
I
morals.
feel like he's kind of a hard ass and a good coach.
He's just got his morals are so high. I mean, Dabo's a good guy. He goes to church in that community, and he's a real religious man, and and he's so devout in his beliefs. I'm not using the transfer portal, and he tries not to, things like that. That when he says something, he kind of means it, and he said pretty much he'd like to stay at Clemson. So I don't know if he would leave or not, to be honest.
I think the only way he would leave is, let's say Saban retires in 2023, 2024. And for 5 or 6 years, Alabama is just down, or maybe even 7 years, and Bama's down. And they gave him a call and said, look, we need you to bring Bama back. I think that might get him a little bit,
Yeah.
But I know he's not dumb enough to follow Saban. He's not going to jump ship right away. Something big's going to happen.
He'd like to go somewhere. If he were to leave, he'd like to go somewhere where there's work to do. If Bama was down, and he's like, I got to build this back. That's the kind of stuff that excites him. That's when he was appointed the full-time job at Clemson. That was what he set out to do. He started laying the groundwork immediately. That's just kind of what he's a program builder. I don't know if he's interested in taking over a machine that's already running really well. So
plus, Alabama already offered him a job before he became the head coach.
Yeah,
they offered him a lot more money, in fact, and Dabo said no, because Dabo knew that he was being groomed to be the coach.
Yeah. Tommy Bowden, it was basically told him, it was like, if I'm not here, you're the guy I'm going to tell them should get the job. And that's what happened when Bowden lost to Wake. After he lost to Wake Forest, well, we got blown out by Bama. We lost 3 games in the first half of the year. And our athletic director at the time, it was kind of Bowden wasn't fired, but it was kind of a mutual kind of it's kind of run its course here. And Bowden was like, Terry Don Phillips is the name of the athletic director, by the way. He said to TDP, he was like, I want Dabo's the guy. You should hire him. And the rest was history. He got the interim job. He beat South Carolina. And that's where we are today. And in regards to the Saban getting that. I think Nick Saban offered Dabo like it was like at least a few $100,000 in a pay raise. I think he wanted him to be the passing game coordinator or something like that, and recruiting or something like that.
I heard he
And
offered him $950,000, and he was making about $500,000 at the time.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was a significant pay raise.
Yep.
But I don't blame him for staying where he is. I think if he would have came to Bama, I don't see him getting a head coaching job right away. And I don't know that he would have been, Clemson's coach. So it's kind of funny how one little thing can change.
Yep.
I always laugh. Rich Rodriguez, he laughed. He screwed over Alabama, told them, "Oh, we're coming to Alabama," and then goes to Michigan.
Yep.
Thank God, because if he wouldn't have went to Michigan, we would have had him. What would have Saban done? Where would Saban been today?
Yeah.
Here's a reminder.
Yeah, with Clemson, Dabo, it was a lot like USC and John McKay. John McKay struggled mightily his first couple of years, and if I remember right, wasn't Dabo a little bit of hot water when he first got there?
Well, he went to his first full year. He went to the ACC championship game, and so there was a lot of. But in 2010, we went 6-7, lost in the Meineke Car Care Bowl to South Florida, and that was not a very good year. And so a lot of the fan base was there was a huge chunk of the fan base that was out on him after that season. But Terry Don Phillips was like, he basically called Dabo into his office. Dabo went into his office thinking he was about to get fired, and he sat him down and said, "I believe in you. If you don't work out, we can help each other pack our bags when we get fired." So. And so he fired Billy Napier as offensive coordinator that season, hired Chad Morris, and then in 2011, Clemson had his first 10-win season in 20 years, won the ACC for the first time in 20-something years. It wasn't perfect, obviously the Orange Bowl is what everybody remembers against West Virginia, but that was still a market improvement, and it was a sign that things were trending in the right direction. So we get rid of Kevin Steele, hire Brent Venables from Oklahoma, and it just kind of, that's when we got rolling from there. But yeah, it was a rocky start in Dabo's first few years. People were still kind of hesitant because it was already he was graded like a D- higher by ESPN when it happened, when he got the full-time job. He says he still has I think he has like a screenshot of it in his office somewhere. He's like, and he goes and says, I was a D- higher, and so which is totally something Dabo would do. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think what would have happened had Terry Don Phillips said, "You're done," and fired him that day, because things would have looked different. I have no idea where Clemson would have gone from there. Probably don't get Taj Boyd. Well, Taj Boyd was already on the roster, but he probably wouldn't have had the career he did, and Clemson wouldn't have gotten rolling.
So Jordan, when
that Orange Bowl
Dabo
game
retired,
turned your team around.
Yeah, in retrospect, it was probably one of the best things that could have happened. I mean, I don't want to say best thing, because that game still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I wanted to win that game, but because it wasn't just the West Virginia game that got Steele fired, it was a lot of things. But it did kind of jumpstart the program. It's like, well, we're not there yet. It was kind of a reminder that it's still building. And so and Dabo made the changes that needed to be made on that staff, and ever since then, Clemson's defense has been one of the best, pretty much year in and year out.
Right.
Do you think Kevin Steele will do well in Miami?
I think so. I think Kevin Steele was not a bad defensive coordinator. He's one of the best in the game. I think he's grown a lot since he was at Clemson. I don't think I think he's improved a lot. And there's certain things about his scheme where if he doesn't have a good front four, his defenses kind of suffer, which is kind of what happened in 20. Like his 2010 defense was actually pretty good. Our offense wasn't great that year. But 2011, we gave up like 40 plus to Maryland and Wake Forest, and it was not a great Clemson defense, and so it was like
The problem is he needs his men. He has a certain style, and he needs his players to run it.
Yeah.
And I think that Miami will be okay until they have to play Houston. That's what I think. I think Miami will be fine unless they have to play Houston, because for some reason, it wasn't that we had more talent than Clemson did in 2012. It was just the system. For some reason, Kevin Steele couldn't figure out the system that Dana Holgorsen was running on him, and he couldn't stop it.
Yeah, we didn't get much pressure on Geno Smith that day either, and it was. I mean, that was a masterful play calling on West Virginia's end, but we had because it wasn't just Steele's fault. The defense just was not ready for that game in general. But Steele is a good defensive coordinator. I think he's experienced. I don't know if he's very interested in recruiting, but that's why Mario has that staff, that huge staff of guys to recruit for him. So I think Steele is just there. He's there to coach ball, and Miami has some talent on that defensive line, so I think they'll be fine.
And Mario can recruit. I mean,
Mario. Yeah,
I think he's a really good recruiter. Now, my question, Jordan, is when Dabo retires, what Bama player are you going to go after next? Because he's won 3 championships, and each time it's been a Bama player.
Yeah.
It was Dan Ford in what, 81?
81, yeah. Danny Ford.
Now you got Dabo, so you got to hire another Bama player to get you back to championship.
Frank. I mean, a lot of our best coaches were Bama. I mean, Frank Howard was too. He didn't win a championship, but he's our winningest. He has the most wins in Clemson history. Dabo, I think Dabo will pass him in 2 years probably, unless he goes like 15-0 this year. I think. Well, I think he'll tie. I think he'll tie Howard if he goes 15-0, which I don't expect to happen. But but within 2 years, Dabo will be number 1. But I don't know. Something tells me that with the way that the way Dabo has structured the program, it would not surprise me if we hired someone from within. The one Alabama guy we have, well, I'm trying to think who do we have? Lemansky Hall, but he's not. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's a candidate.
No, he's not ready to move up that.
No. We Todd Bates was at Clemson. He's now at Oklahoma. I don't think he would have been a candidate. So I don't really know, to be honest. Because I don't think we're going to make an outside hire. I think it's going to be somebody. It'll probably be somebody on the staff, but they might not even be on the staff right now.
And one thing I thought was interesting, Joey brought up, and people laugh, Kirby Smart. If Kirby Smart got the offer, what does he do? Does he stay at Georgia?
Oh,
is that his alma mater? Or does he come back to Alabama, which is his home state?
Oh, if he gets the Alabama, yeah, I think he'd consider it, but I don't know. If Kirby has that thing rolling, it's kind of like a Dabo at Clemson type of thing. It's like, the Kirby's made his money, and he has that rapport with the fan base. They love him. It's his alma mater. This is probably his dream job. I mean, I don't know why you would leave that necessarily. Especially since
he's not going to get fired anytime soon. I mean, he has nothing to worry about.
Yeah,
now,
he's
the coach that bugged me was Mario Cristobal. Yeah. I wanted him to stay at Oregon until Saban retired, because I thought Mario would have been a good candidate to come into Alabama. I really am high on Mario. I really like the guy. But now that he's at Miami, his alma mater, I don't see him leaving anytime soon.
Yeah. Unless things don't work out, and then who knows? But then if things don't work out, Miami is even on the list at that point.
Yeah, that's true because I mean, in Oregon, he wasn't really that great. I mean, he had some recruits, but he didn't have that 12-0 season. You know, so if he goes down to Miami, and then let's be honest, the ACC, you know, you got Clemson, and then usually one or two other teams. So if he can't win 9-10 games a year down there regularly, there's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, the standard at Miami should be they should. I mean, especially in the division they're in. I mean, the Coastal's not great. Miami is with Virginia Tech, figuring things out. There's not really another premier brand on that side of the division. I mean, North Carolina they're trying to get there, but Miami should be better. It had the best program on that side of the conference, and so I'm not going to write Mario. I said earlier on Pete's stream, I'm not going to write Mario off if he doesn't have a great season this year. But the expectation should be in the near future that they're regularly competing for ACC championships, winning them, and then possibly a playoff berth. Well, we'll see. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but
hey, Tide Guy, can you put you can't put the chat in the. Are you able to do that or no? You not do that yet?
No, I haven't done that yet.
Because Bo Stacker has a coach. He said, "Who would want to follow Saban? The standards would be impossible to keep up with," and it kind of goes in line with what the LBC. He stole my thunder because I was going to make the joke because LBC was not a huge fan of this guy back in the day, but Lane Kiffin was crazy enough to take on the job to replace Pete Carroll at USC under some ridiculous sanction situation. And again, I think that he's learned a lot. He went to the Nick Saban Reform School of Coaches. And I always told my dad when he was tarmacked, when he was fired on that tarmac, I said, well, that dude's going to come back to haunt not just USC, but college football. And he's crazy enough to do it. He's got the brass balls and he's nuts enough to do it. So I think he turned it down publicly, didn't he? He said, oh, no, I'm not taking that. Yeah. But I think you kidding me? He wants that job more than anything. And if they did offer it to him, I think he'd take it. I think he'd do a great job. I really do. I mean, I think Aranda might do better. That's a terrifying idea. I think Aranda at Bama, but I think Aranda's a West Coast guy. I think he's from California too. And
I would look at Mel Tucker if I'm Alabama. I definitely would.
That was Ferris in the chat. Ferris said that.
Yeah, well, I said it first, but I don't think anyone heard me.
The problem I have with Kiffin went to Alabama and he grew up, but he's not fully grown. He needs to set the tweeter down. He needs to quit doing these jokes about get your popcorn before a game. And, he needs to grow up just a little bit more. But that guy, him and Sark are the two coaches offensively that just blow my mind what they can do with an offense.
I think at the end of the day, they're going to sit down with Nick Saban, and he is going to have the biggest role in who comes and replaces him.
That's what I think too. I think.
Are you a Marshall fan now? Are you a Marshall fan now, D4?
Yeah, whoever plays West Virginia, that's who I'm a fan of.
I love the avatar
fan,
right, we have going on.
Do what?
You're a Texas fan, right?
Correct.
What do you think about the second week of this season?
It's going to be a barometer game for us. I'm not expecting to win it. I'm not going to sit here and talk smack on how I do think we're going to win it or anything like that. But I think we're going to come out. I think Sark's going to scheme well, and I think we're going to give it all we got and empty the gas tank. But I just don't think it's going to be enough.
I think it helps that you guys got an 11 o'clock game.
Yeah, and it's going to be hotter than.
I think the humidity is going to help you guys. Not that Alabama don't have humidity. Don't get me wrong. But I think you guys will do a lot better kicking off at 11 than if it was a 7 p.m. game. If it was cooler,
Yeah, and like I said, Sark's been in, the Saban system. He knows the ins and outs. He knows Pete Golding. He knows, all that stuff. That's going to play a factor. We do have talent. It's going to hinge on you guys are going to stack the box to try to make basically who should be a true freshman beat you in the passing game. You're going to shut down Bijan Robinson. In that running game, and you're going to make the young guy try to beat you and have Will Anderson and Dallas Turner screaming off the edges. And so I think Sark could scheme it to stay away from those guys. I think we could make it interesting. I think our defense is going to be much improved. You guys still have, some question marks at receiver.
Yeah, we lost 6 good receivers the last 3 years. I mean, it's hard to replace them just boom, boom, boom,
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we're going to get beat, by 50 or something like that. But I'm looking like a 14 to 20 range, respectable. Because I think even if Saban could, him and Sark have enough respect for each other that he's going to do kind of like he did to Brian Kelly in Notre Dame a few years ago in the playoffs, where he got a comfortable 28-3 lead. They coasted the rest of the game. Why get your players hurt? Let's live to fight on the next week, Now, are
you a little worried throwing Ewers in against Alabama's defense? Because me and Tim were talking earlier, what it did to the USC quarterback in 20.
Max Brown.
Yeah, I mean, that defense is not a good way to start your career, playing against Will Anderson and Turner,
Oh, see, this is the reason I don't think it's a bad idea, because you want to battle test him to begin with. Okay, he's going to be going almost straight into in-conference play right after Alabama game. I chalk the Alabama game up as a wash. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a barometer. It's to see where we're at, especially with our defense going up against a Heisman winner and one of the top 10 backs in the country in Jahmyr Gibbs. So with that being said, Quinn Ewers, I think, is one of those guys that he's a gamer. He's going to go in there. He's going to do what he needs to do. He's going to be a riverboat gambler. He's going to stretch the field on you. And I think he has the confidence to not let that shake him too much. Because if you even go back to his high school days, man, his junior year where he played, he had a sports hernia and messed up ribs for his entire playoff run, and you just see him in there just standing in the pocket, slinging it, getting hit. He had eventually lost to Cade Klubnik in the state championship game, but that dude was like barely holding it together physical-wise. You know what I mean?
Now, another question for
Here's
you.
what I think.
Okay, go ahead, Joey.
I'm sorry. Here's what I think. So Texas starting off with Alabama, that's probably almost a guaranteed loss, right? And then week 3 is going to tell where you guys are, because you got to go on the road to Lubbock and play Texas Tech. And then you got to take on West Virginia right before Oklahoma.
Well, we have UTSA. We have UTSA before we go to Texas.
Right. That's what I'm saying. This week 3, Texas Tech. I think that's going to tell a lot about Texas, whether or not they are going to have a really good season or what. We're not going to tell nothing from the Alabama game unless you stay close to Alabama. You know what I'm saying? If you play Alabama really close and with a chance to win it, UTSA, you'll beat them pretty easily, I believe. But that week 3 game, going to Lubbock's a tough trip. You know that. So that could be
you never know what you're going to get.
Right. You're down there and you don't know what you're going to get exactly. And that coach is tearing it up down there. You know that. That coach is
Jody
on fire.
McGuire. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I will. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, then you go to West Virginia, and then you play Oklahoma. I think you're gonna lose to West Virginia simply because you're gonna be looking ahead to Oklahoma, and because you're coming out of that tough road trip to Texas Tech. I just think that West Virginia's a trap game for you, even if you are good.
I think that with the addition of Gary Patterson on that defense, we had majority of people beat last year in the first half, and we could not adjust going into the second half. If you look, we had double-digit leads on Baylor, who won the conference. Oklahoma State, second in the conference. Oklahoma, third in the conference. I mean, those top tier teams in the Big 12, we had them beat, but couldn't make the adjustments in the second half. I'm not making excuses or anything, but going back to the Alabama game, I'm saying it's going to be an overreaction either way it goes. People are going to overreact if we stay close to Alabama. They're going, oh, Alabama sucks. Texas hung with them. If Bama beats us soundly like they're supposed to do, oh, well, Texas sucks. Alabama's okay, but it was just Texas. So it's going to be an overreaction either way.
Now, I got a different question for you, being a Texas fan. And I'll be honest with you, I'm probably one of the few that this whole time, all this summer, I prayed to God Manning was not coming to Bama. I did not want Manning at all. That's just too much drama.
Explain that to me. How is Manning drama when the kid is so tight-lipped about his recruitment, never spoke out and said anything, kept it close to the vest, never caused drama, didn't even go to camps to cause drama, but how is that bringing drama?
It's not him, it's his family. Because it's a circus with the Mannings. Now, and I mean, he could be a great quarterback for you, but I look at the Mannings, as great as they are, they never ever won a national championship. They did really good in the pros. Manning last year in the playoffs only completed 6 passes in that game. He was 6 for 16, I think. So, I mean, I was glad not to get Manning. How do you feel about getting Manning? Are you excited?
This is the way I look at the Manning situation. Whether the guy turns out to be boom or bust, he is bringing talent into Austin to play with him. He's bringing Jonte Cook. He is bringing, Cedric Baxter Jr., guys that Texas hasn't never been real strong in recruiting in Louisiana. Guess what? We are now. We got 3 out of the top 4 guys out of Louisiana. You look at
here's the thing. Here's what I think. I think he couldn't have chose a better school than Texas, and here's why. Because Texas already has a lot of outside noise from chancellors and alumni and their supporting base that gives them money. I mean, just they've already got that outside noise that is making coaching changes and all kinds of stuff there. So Manning's coming in. The Texas is already used to the outside noise, so I don't think it's going to affect them. I think Manning chose the right school.
Well, I think if I could add all the drama and all the hoopla about Manning, who's he going to pick, that was not coming from the Manning camp at all. I mean, even the Manning family, they were all tight-lipped. They didn't want any of it. You know what I mean? That was more just the recruiting services and ESPN, et cetera, creating that circus just for a byline and a story. And LBC did bring up the fact that Archie did, orchestrated Eli getting traded from San Diego Chargers drama 2 decades ago. Well, here's the thing on that as well. That wasn't Archie being a drama. That was Archie being a dad and not wanting his kid to go get murdered behind a horrible offense and a horrible scheme down in San Diego and saying, look, man, and again, it kind of worked out for him, right? Going to the Giants. So, I mean, I'm not seeing that as much LBC as drama as the fact that's just a dad who was an NFL guy himself and said, I don't want to watch. I know as a father, I wouldn't want my son going to get murdered behind some line and getting his career cut short, because they have an offensive line that's going to look like USC's offensive line what it did to JT Daniels. I mean, you don't want your kid getting killed out there, So I think they handled it. Any drama was brought in from the outside, not from the Manning camp, to be honest, Jeff.
Yeah, and what Joey was talking about earlier, Texas is used to the chatter from the outside or whatever. You will never find a sane Texas fan that will ever say we're back. We're not going to say that. We're not going to claim anything. We are the ones that I've come in contact with and myself. I'm very realistic when it comes to expectations. It's the media, it's the writers, it's like all those guys that pump it up to where Texas is supposed to be this. Get ranking us way too high, unrealistic expectations when we didn't have the roster to do what we were supposed to do.
I'd like to answer
Outside noise.
LBC. LBC wrote, "I hear you, Tim, but how many dads could do that? Archie played in the NFL card to help his son." Well, if you guys remember, and I mean, I'm old. I don't know you guys, but John Elway did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
John Elway told the NFL
Okay.
he was going to go play baseball. You know, he said, "You pick me, I'm going to go play baseball." And so, you know, he did it first.
And who went to the USFL? God damn, who was that?
Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly, he
Came back, right?
didn't want to play for the Bills. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like the first time that stuff like that's going to happen, because you know the great thing about being the first pick is you're the first pick. But man, when you're the quarterback, the first pick, you probably you know what I mean. It's like probably horrifying as well at the same time. You're going to make all that money, but usually if you get the first pick, it's because your team sucks.
Do you know
If
who
your
did
team
it first?
sucks, usually the offensive line.
Do you know the first player to do it?
Hmm.
He was on my team.
Oh, Broadway Joe.
Broadway Joe. He turned the NFL down, went to the AF, you know. He signed with the Jets, you know. So, I mean, I don't blame him in a way. I mean, I do feel sorry for a team that does bad. You know, they need that top pick. But like you said, you want your kid running for his life behind a line that can't protect him. All right. So today it got leaked. Everybody saw Oregon had a meeting with the Big Ten, but it really wasn't Oregon. It was Phil Knight's attorneys. And from what I'm hearing, it didn't go the way Phil Knight wanted it to go. Oregon is not in the top two for the Big Ten. I don't even know if they're in the top three. I still think they want Stanford. I think the Big Ten has delusion that, if we take Stanford, Notre Dame's coming. I do believe there's people in the Big Ten who believe, you know, we get Stanford, that's going to force Notre Dame. And unfortunately, the only thing
I think you got some guys. Let's rotate me out. Rotate me out of here. I think you've got some guys that are ready to come in. So you can only have 6 in here, right?
Yep.
Okay,
All
just
right,
rotate
let's-
me out and let's let some other people come in.
All right. Get you out of here real quick. There we go. We got Tony.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey,
What's up,
Tony.
Tony?
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. But I do believe, I think the Big Ten is delusional enough to think if we get Stanford, we're going to get Notre Dame. And the only way you're going to get Notre Dame is to say we're going to stay at a 14 playoff and we're going to conference champions. If you force Notre Dame to join a conference, it's going to be because of playoffs. It has nothing to do with money. I mean, Notre Dame does not care one bit. And I know a lot of different YouTubers out there say, well, the Big Ten's going to make $100 million and, you know, Notre Dame's only going to make $60 million. So what?
Well, I think we talked about this yesterday, Tony, right? And Will. If Notre Dame does, this is predicated on Notre Dame. So if you look at those 4 teams in the pack, let's assume that Big 10 wants, you know, teams from the Pac 12,
Which is an if.
which is an if, right? It could be other schools. But if it's the 4, so we're talking about it. So let's say the 4 schools we would kick it around, which are Oregon, Washington, Stanford, and Cal. We talked about, so if you have Notre Dame coming in, who's the one left holding the bag at the end, right? And that's going, we all kind of agreed that it's going to be Oregon. Because
Yeah.
It'll be Oregon. I know
Because-
everybody's going to say it's not Oregon because they're super in football.
No, but so I've actually been saying, I said a year and a half ago when these rumors first started coming out that people do not understand how closely tied the 4 California schools are. They are in lockstep on all sorts of things, just in terms of everything that they do. And so I think that those 2 would be the first 2. And then UW, who has been in lockstep with the 4 of them going back to the 1940s. You know, when the big cliques started like breaking apart the West Coast, the old Pacific Coast Conference, like those were the five. In fact, the conference used to be called the Big Five. That was its name before it was the Pac. So you know, it would not surprise me at all if you saw that Oregon might be the one left out. I mean, it all depends on the math, and that's the hard thing, is that nobody really knows what the math is. I'll tell you though, there was the weirdest thing. Did you guys see Dr. Johnson's press conference the day they announced USC and UCLA?
Yep.
Did you see when they gave her the question on Ohio State or a question on Stanford? So Dr. John, when you guys remember, you want to think who wears the pants in the Big Ten. When USC and UCLA joined, did the Big Ten have a press conference? No.
No.
Did USC or UCLA have a press conference? No. Who did? Ohio State, just on its own. Dr. Johnson and Gene Smith standing right up there. So Dr. Johnson, president of Ohio State, has 3 degrees from Stanford, where she was a varsity field hockey player. She also was the undersecretary of energy. Now, do you know who runs all the Department of Energy's like crazy next generation science labs, which is what she likes to do? Cal. Lawrence, like Lawrence Livermore, Lawrence Berkeley. Dr. Lawrence was the Cal professor. And Los Alamos, which is where all the nuclear stuff comes from, all the crazy stuff, that's run by Cal. So when we think like what matters to these people, I mean, they said in that press conference, they want the Big Ten to be the premier science and engineering organization of the world.
Tony, what worries me though, does the State Department know we're giving all of our nuclear stuff to a bunch of communists?
Well, they invented it. No, they invented it. Actually,
I know. I'm just being stupid.
That's the crazy. People forget about Cal. Like the reason the FBI was running around Cal in the '60s was because Cal was where all the nukes were. In fact, you guys know. I don't know if you guys know Marv Levy. Marv Levy's big break. Marv Levy was a nobody coach at the University of New Mexico when Berkeley needed a new coach, and all the nuclear professors building the nukes in Los Alamos came back to Cal, and they were like, "Hey, we know this great guy. He was Phi Beta Kappa. He's coaching New Mexico. We should bring him up to Berkeley." And that was how Mark Levy, and then he brought in Bill Walsh.
Oh, that guy.
Anyway, yeah. So we can thank nuclear weapons for that. Anyway.
But it's amazing how the Cal schools
probably too.
It's amazing how the Cal schools are so tight, but yet hate each other so much.
Oh, they do.
They just screw each other over every chance they get.
They're petty internally, but when it comes to stuff,
they are pretty petty internally.
Yeah.
So it's like a family with your brothers.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit probably of how the SEC is, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Stanford or Cal care about football until the weekend, or Tony, and then it becomes real, man. You go there, the Bay Area, shit gets real up there.
It does. Yeah. It does. And the funny thing is, they all can't stand USC. They can't stand us. I know. It's
love the hate.
We love the hate.
I feel like everyone hates USC in the Pac-12 from my experience with Pac-12 fans.
I mean, isn't it the same though for Alabama?
Yeah. It's the same principle. Yeah.
For Clemson and the ACC, and for Notre Dame everywhere you go.
And see, that was the reason why Georgia Tech left the SEC. One, it was because we were putting on a limit on how many recruits, but Georgia Tech just looked down on Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi State. We were a bunch of idiots. They wanted nothing to do with us.
That was not a good strategic move.
No. And I'll be the first one to tell you, you don't join the SEC for academics, where, you go to Vandy for it, but, you're not going to Alabama to have a prestigious.
But I think that's the biggest secret in the SEC. They're only adding great schools.
That's true.
Yep.
People don't appreciate it. Like the SEC pretends like they don't care, and then they only add like great AAU flagship schools.
Yep.
It's like I tell people the best kept secret in football is that the SEC does care about academics.
See, and a lot of people don't realize that Alabama, before Alabama started as a college, it was a college before. And the college was known as the West Point of the South. That's actually where the Southern, a lot of the officers got trained was at Alabama.
Was it?
And then the North come in, burnt down the school, and it took us 6-7 years. And then they built Alabama, and then it wasn't a military school anymore. And it's more the school that it is today.
Well, and also Alabama is, and they get a lot of flack. Actually, there was some discussion on Twitter the other day because like a lot of the science research in the state seems to be done by UAB and by Auburn.
Right.
And so like they get a lot of flack, but they're also like Alabama is now taking all of its attention that it's getting from football and is riding that to increased applications. Your admission stuff is going up. Your research is actually about to pass your sports spending. So that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, who would ever thought that would have happened?
Yeah, Clemson's done this. Yeah, it's done the same thing. It's kind of it's amazing what football success does for raising the prestige and I don't want to say academic prowess. Shout out to Jimmy Lake.
No, but it is. It is. I mean, it's the same thing that this little Catholic school in Northwest Indiana that was so broke they couldn't afford a road to their school. So they had to con the post office into paying for their road by opening a post office there, which is why it's in Notre Dame, Indiana, and not in South Bend. So it's the same model that they followed. Let's ride football to some cool stuff.
Yep.
It's amazing what football can do for a school.
Yeah.
Well, it galvanizes people. The other thing people don't appreciate is that football creates the events that donors like to come to, and they don't donate because of football, but football creates the events that they come to. When I was in grad school at the University of Pennsylvania, USC was just finishing its $6 billion capital campaign, and Penn was finishing its $3.5 billion capital campaign. And in a meeting, it was actually a meeting about transgender health benefits for staff that I was assigned to help with. I got the president's number 2 just looks me dead in the eye, completely off topic from the meeting, and says, "If I had USC football, I could have gotten $20 billion."
Now,
And then the meeting switched to talk about Reggie Bush. Sorry, Jeff.
Did anybody notice today Florida sent out their football pitcher?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
They got 116 players and 140 staff.
Yeah.
Billy Napier's doing the Saban, let's get every analyst we can get. And
I mean, the thing of it is, though, is when you look at what they're spending on the program, the extra money on a few people is worth it. If they make the difference, I mean, that's the same thing that USC just did that in their modeling when they hired Riley. It was like, okay, we need to build a program, and we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars, so like hire a few extra people.
It's a drop in the bucket at that point.
And like you said, Tony, it happened before we got Riley there. It was such a shit show that it was Bone got in there and said, who's been running? We finally get a professional AD in there, and he goes, who the hell's been running this circus for the past like 20 years?
A child.
And in there, you started investing in the staff, right? You investing in the PR department, the recruiting staff, and stuff like that, and got it to where any respectable coach might be interested. They gave, and then they did. They gave Trey Helton everything they could, and just said, okay, let's just wait. He's gonna mess this all up. And the second he did, they canned him, and they started going after top coaches.
Well,
and that's what you have to do.
And I laughed. I don't know if you guys know. So Mike Bone came from Cincinnati, and the president of Cincinnati when he was there was a guy named Santa Ono. And Mike Bone has rebuilt USC, and Santa Ono was just hired. He actually went to University of British Columbia, and then briefly after Cincinnati, and just got hired by Michigan. So those guys that built up Cincinnati, like the rest of the country is like, oh, we want those guys.
Well, and you stop and think today, you can't have a football program with just, an offensive, defensive coordinator, a few position coaches, and that. You got to have an NIL group. You got to have a recruiting group. You got to,
the event planners.
Yeah, it ain't the old days where a handful of people could do it all.
No, we have these 3 ladies that Lincoln Riley brought in. Same as Alabama has that are literally like world-class event planners, and it's lighted welcome signs to the pool party that they just put on, and I mean it's
one of them, right? Coach Hanson's wife is one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, I think the joke is that he's the tag along.
See, and I can't think of the guy's name, but Alabama just hired a Michelin star chef. for
I
our
believe
players.
it.
You know, we got 3 chefs now for, you know, just our football team.
God.
I mean, think about it. If you're going to spend $11 million on Nick Saban, like, you spend the extra $5 million on 100 people to support him.
Yep.
And that's why that money, when the people say that, you know, money can't win you championships, money can't win you championships. Yes, it did. Look at, I mean, Jeff, just roll off some of the analysts, the NFL and college head football coaches that are analysts for Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And they're not even like
I mean,
coaching
it just goes
staff.
on and on, you know.
Well, and what he does is he's built this amazing idea of everyone wants to come there.
Yep.
You know, people want to come to Alabama and be a random offensive analyst assistant, learn how to build the program. I mean, that's, you know, you kind of joke, like, I laugh because, you know, everybody talks about, oh, all the practices are closed now. Well, yeah, true, but everybody's worked at Alabama.
Well, it's kind of like when Gundy got in trouble at Oklahoma State. Alabama said, hey, now we got a wide receiver analyst we can bring in. You know, Alabama loves to see a coach get in trouble because guess what? He's coming for a 2-year stay.
Yeah.
Come on down. Nick Saban can wipe it away.
Yep.
By the way, I don't know if you guys saw it when, as soon as they held the no confidence vote in British Parliament, there was an amazing thing. Somebody photoshopped like the Alabama website to have Boris Johnson as the new like offensive analyst.
I hope I'm saying it right. Search is right. Search. Is that like a double entendre?
That's TBM.
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Oh, I didn't know that.
So.
Oh, search is 2M?
Oh, right on. Okay, well, that makes sense. Okay, he says money is necessary but not sufficient, which is again totally true. If you got all the money in the world and the boob running the show, yeah, you're gonna have. Where are you, D4? Where are you, D4?
Right here.
You guys have all the money in the world, and you guys made some mistakes in the past. You know what I mean? Letting something, whoever it is, and I know you guys are better now, but you know what I mean. That you guys are a pretty good example of that one. Right?
Yeah, we heard a weak guy named Strong and Pee Wee Herman. So
that's all right. We hired Lynn Swan.
But I will tell you the 2 best things USC did was let Lane Kiffin come to Alabama and run our offense, and then got rid of Sark and had him come and run our offense.
Well,
I mean, USC won 2 of our championships.
They did well, and I'll tell you. I mean, the thing with Sark is just so sad because like it was such a rough time in his life, and he and his family had split apart, and all that. And I look back on it, and I'm like, I wish we could have had him, 2 years earlier or 2 years later, because he's a great coach, and I know he's going to have great success.
Right.
It would be cool to see 3 of. I mean, I know no one gives Coach O any credit, and they say luck to know, et cetera, but he won a championship. It'd be cool to see.
So could I with Joe Burrow in that offense.
Well, okay, but my point is
and Dave Aranda.
But he put it all together.
Dave Aranda, Joe Burrow, and that team, and they will have a ticker. I'll take it to UMass and win a national championship.
How quickly forget? Oh my god, I just forgot his name. The offensive coordinator.
Ensminger.
Joe Brady.
Wait, at LSU?
Joe Brady. I mean, yeah.
Ensminger was the offensive coordinator. Joe Brady was the passing game coordinator.
Oh, my bad. But you know what I mean? How quickly we forget that. And it was. But here's my point, though. How ironic would it be, all this SEC hate that Pete Carroll got, if 3 of his guys from his tree end up getting 3 national, each getting a national championship? It could happen, Could happen.
and meanwhile, Mike Leach's tree is running USC.
There you go, right?
Although, I joke to folks, so they used to call Miami of Ohio the cradle of coaches. Because that's where Woody and Bo and Eric, I think I forget, there's so many that came from there. And now it's like Texas Tech is the cradle of coaches. We're going to be the next cradle of coaches, I think. Or just the Saban school as well.
Oh, I thought it was damn, I forgot where Helton was from. There goes my joke.
If you talk to the Georgia people, they saying they're having a tree now. Kirby Smart's tree will be better than Saban's.
Isn't that just a branch of the first one?
That's what I thought. It's just Saban.
Well, I think Kirby probably shows more of his secrets to his assistants than Saban does. Saban keeps everything to himself. Kirby shares more.
Well, Saban also changes so much is the other thing. Like Saban adapts. Like when you look at Saban, it reminds me of, like old school GE or something. Like, okay, we're going to find the best thing and we're just going to do that. We're going to find the best thing and the best people.
Problem. Smart hasn't really adapted. Even last year, it wasn't an offense; it was a defense. He hasn't adapted that offense. Where Saban will go on national TV and say, this hurry up offense is the worst thing for college football. You got to do away with it. It's killing defense. And then the next year we're running it. He comes out and says the NIL is terrible. We're paying people. The portal is going to ruin people. We get all the best people. So Saban come out and tell you it's bad and then use it against you.
Well, he also just sort of warns you, like, hey, you probably didn't want to do this.
Yeah.
Because we're going to beat you even worse. Kind of impressive.
No, I really do, and I don't want to see him leave. But I think Saban. If 2 or 3 conferences broke away and did their own thing, I think Saban would be a really good commissioner.
Oh, he would. He absolutely would.
I don't want to lose him as a coach, but I think, I think he does care about the sport. I know he always wants the advantage at Alabama and that, but he does truly care about the sport.
He'd be like a LaRussa.
Right.
Doing that kind of role.
True, but he also lacks a bit of self-awareness in some of the comments he makes. It may be correct in what he's saying, but sometimes it's a very ad hominem thing. But you got to be the right messenger for certain stuff. And when you talk about parody and you're the Alabama coach, it's like it does.
What's also there's a rule in comedy about you don't punch down. You don't punch down at people. And the problem is when you're the number one at the very top, for you to not punch down means you can't ever punch.
Right.
Right.
So that makes it a little tough for him as well.
Tony, you meant Joe Torre, right? Not Tony La Russa for baseball.
I'm sorry. Yeah, well, actually, either one. But yeah, I was thinking of Joe Torre. Yeah. But Tony La Russa has done a lot of similar things. Yeah, I was meaning Joe Torre. You're right. Thank you.
So
Will knows better than anyone.
Yeah. So what do you think?
Although I'm still bitter about his call on Chase Utley.
So I read I joined you on Twitter today. I started following you, and I see you released some numbers on fans, Tony.
Yes.
I see the SEC does really well against the Big Ten.
They do well against everybody.
Better.
In fact, do you know what the 8th biggest fan base is in New York City?
What's that?
Almost bigger than Syracuse? Alabama.
But see, that'll change 2 years after Saban's gone. We've got about 5 million bandwagoners right now, who jump on, and I kind of get tired of them. I'm in a whole bunch of Alabama, chat rooms and SEC chat rooms, and they just run their mouth, and it's like, you guys don't know what it's like to be a Bama fan and have Mike Shula, Dabo's. Mike Price couldn't even keep his pants on long enough to coach a game.
Hey, Tim, do we know what that's like?
Yeah,
we hear you on that.
I lived through the 90s with Paul Hackett, man. Believe me.
I was there. I was in the stadium. I was on the sidelines for some of those games.
Yeah. Ooh. It was brutal. But again, those of you guys out there, like USC was just the last couple of years, if we do win, it's that much sweeter, dude. Just like at Worthman Carroll, we were told that Search knows this. We were told that, this is a Bruin town. All the LA Times had buried USC football completely.
The only time they've never liked USC football.
That's a good point. The UCLA Times, but Toledo was on a roll. They came within a kneecap of winning possibly a national championship. And the whole hurricane thing. It's just like
the whole mob point shaving.
It was bad, but when you do win again, because it sucks, because you do. I remember. Listen, this is the truth from me. Some of those 2006, 2007 games, I don't even remember them. I got so hammered because we knew we were going to win. So I show up the games and drinking with all the guys, and then you miss half the game. And now I look back, I'm like, God, that was really stupid. There were some really amazing athletes. I didn't watch those games, because you get so complacent, Jeff. I know you must know tons of Alabama fans who expect to show up, win a championship, etc. Right?
Look at Alabama fans are like Dodger fans now. They leave in the middle of the third quarter because
I
you're
don't
up
leave.
42-7, and it's
Well, they don't now with Saban. You're not a student and do that, or you lose your privilege.
so that's a good thing then.
Saban come out and told them, if you leave, you're not coming back for another
Good.
game.
But it is like I mean I remember when watching SC's ascendancy. I actually was moving to DC like in the 2002 seasons. We got way better, and you couldn't get over it. Like we had these like little watch parties. I got there, and I went to the first one because I didn't know anybody. I just moved to Washington, and there were like 2 tables of USC people at this little bar. And the next week there were like 4 tables, and the next week there was like a whole little section. And then we had an entire floor of the 2-story bar for the Orange Bowl that was absolute bananas. And that feeling of excitement, like I hope that they can get that back, and I hope that every fan base gets to have that feeling. It's fun. I mean, you guys think about what it was, the depths of Shula and Dubose and all that, and then losing to ULM, and coming from that to national champions. What, 2 years later?
2 years.
Yep.
2 years after the ULM debacle,
Yep.
It's awesome. I mean, it's just exciting, and I think that Alabama, like I also find Alabama fans are not nearly as obnoxious as they should be. Probably.
I don't know.
The ones that bitch that we don't win by 30 every time, and it's like, you people don't know what it's like. I'll take a 1-point win. A win is a win. I've been.
It is a win.
Where, a win is a win. I don't care.
Right.
I
Trust me. I if you watched Clemson last year, I mean, we won all our games by like 3 points. So, it definitely you get an appreciation for, and especially given the success we've had recently. It was a good reminder for the fans that this isn't, what Clemson has done the last 10 years is not the norm in its history. This is the best time. This is the best times in our history, and you better enjoy it. So it gives you perspective.
And think of what Clemson would be called today if Alabama wasn't on their run.
Oh yeah.
You look what Clemson's done in the last 10 years.
We'd have a couple more titles.
Or Oregon.
Yeah,
Yep.
or Oregon.
Or Ohio State. Like, I mean, that's the crazy thing.
We definitely have a couple more titles, man. That 2015 team, that should have been a national championship team. But hey, I mean, I'm not going to open.
But the one thing you gave to USC is a little bit of humility, or perhaps we gave it to ourselves with that like Cats reenactment, like coming out of the tunnel. Yeah, like it gives you a point to be like, never again. Never
Tony,
again.
don't lie.
I
USC
gotta admit though, I
humble
feel like
man.
if like Miami would do that, I feel like they would be like, "Oh, Miami, look at them, they're so cool." If they did the same thing.
Well, I mean, they had the turnover chain, which is like close enough.
Yeah.
But that 4 turnover chain was repo during the Alabama game last year. And the guy got the turnover, and then it got overturned, and he had to give it back.
Had to give it back.
Miami got a lot of crap. To be fair, Miami got a lot of crap for showing up and all. Remember, they showed up on all their camo, their camo outfit. All that stuff back in the day.
But they won those games.
Did the Japanese sit down for dinner before before they pump? Oh my God! Let's go. that's the.
What was the famous Lou Holtz line after they got in a fight with Miami? Save Jimmy Johnson for me.
That's a guy I miss. I wish Lou Holtz could still do. Him and what was it, Mark May?
Mark May.
They do some YouTube stuff still, but it's not the same.
Yeah, that was classic. They played off each other so well.
Yeah, he was one of a kind. And I miss that, Coach Corso, sort of has kind of an icon status now, but I miss the old Coach Corso, the fiery old Coach Corso a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he can't do the whole time. He just comes out towards the end now, but he's what, 84, 85?
Yeah, oh, exactly. Exactly.
And
He's
look,
87. Oh my God, yeah.
Oh, is he really? Oh wow! Like, I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome that he does what he does, and I think that it's really cool that he gets a lot of the like respect and the love that he's really sort of built over career, because those guys built College Game Day, and in a lot of ways built a lot of the traditions of the sport that we have today.
Yep.
And so I like that he's able to enjoy the adulation that I think he deserves.
Yeah, but John, plug your ears because I'll tell you what, it's been hard for me for a number of years to watch game day because of one guy. He's a receiver from Michigan, and when I listen to Desmond Howard talk, it's especially early on, it was the most brutal shit I've ever heard in my entire life, man. You know,
I like him. I like Desmond. Also, Desmond doesn't age.
No.
Oh no, yeah, no,
No.
yeah.
He's,
I like RG3.
He's Dick. What's his name? What's his name?
Benjamin Button.
Who was that? The music guy that never aged.
Oh yeah, Dick Clark.
Dick Clark. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. But Dick Clark didn't age after like 55.
Right.
Charles Woodson or Desmond Howard still looks like 29. Like he looks younger than like Leinart and those guys.
Like Desmond Howard's my parents' age. It's crazy.
Have you ever heard?
Yeah, he played in '91.
But have you ever heard something come out of that dude's mouth? You go, oh yeah, yeah. Dude, almost nothing he says, and nothing he says ever makes any sense. And
I grew up in Michigan. You know what makes sense? This.
I didn't say he was a receiver. I just said I don't want to hear that guy talk.
I'll tell you guys. I'll never forget the very first. So my dad played for Michigan State, so we grew up going to Michigan State games. But the very first Michigan game he ever took me to was Michigan-Florida State. It was number 1 Florida State, number 3 Michigan in the Big House.
Is that when Florida State came up and
Florida State just hit them like a train, and that was a great Michigan team, and they played great. But Florida State was just so good. Desmond Howard was on that team. I mean, that's one of the best Michigan teams in history, and they just got laid waste to. I think 52-30 or something.
Sounds like when we went to Tallahassee, Tony.
Oh.
We played Florida State close at home, but then we went out to Tallahassee in the late 90s.
Yeah, that was not good.
We got smashed.
We did, and that game cost me a bad statistics midterm too, because my class was right by the practice field where they had the big speakers, and on our like class review, because it was like a review on Thursday for a test on Tuesday, and so on the middle of the review day, there'd be like the professor would say, and so when you really look, remember the most important thing you have to know for the test is go. The speakers would like shake the walls.
Now a question.
I'm gonna be chopping all of that Monday, man. I'm gonna be chopping.
Does USC got a good play-by-play radio announcer?
Yeah, Arbogast is good guy. Yeah, Pete Arbogast, he's awesome.
Get ready to listen to him, because when you go to the Big Ten and you get on CBS, and about 5 minutes of Gary Danielson, you'll want to hang yourself. So go ahead and find a play-by-play.
Wait a minute. Jeff, are they going to let you back into Alabama after you talk bad things about the glory of CBS? Dun, 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 dun.
And the other thing I'll tell you, there's a guy named Paul Feinbaum.
Oh,
And let me tell you something.
Oh, we know.
With what he did to Kenny the Snake Stabler back in 1981, I ain't never read another article or listened to him at all.
What do you say about the snake? What do you do?
Well, Kenny Stabler used to have football camp in Alabama. I want to say it was in Gary, a real poor town. But he brought NFL players with him. When he was with the Raiders and then when he was with Houston, he brought some big names up. And that town they had about 500 kids at the time. And that town got really big and made a lot of money. Well, the snake, he drank.
Yeah.
So on Friday night, he had other people watching the kids, and him and some of the NFL players would go into town and get drunk. So Paul Feinbaum wrote a huge story, and that canceled the camp. Stabler was never able to do camp again, and that town lost, tons and tons of money.
Oh,
and
wow.
Ever since then, I've never read. If I see Paul come on TV, I turn the channel. I don't care what he says. If it's good or bad about Alabama, I never give him another chance.
Who's his team, Jeff? I've always tried to figure that out.
Tennessee.
He found Alabama, but
he went to Tennessee, but
He went to
you
Tennessee.
wouldn't be able to
Really?
tell with how much Alabama's nuts are down his throat. But yeah.
I've always, thank you for telling me that. I always wanted to know because I knew it was something like that because he's just so.
He's evolved.
That's funny. Good. Fuck that guy. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Yeah.
Forget that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I am not a fine ball fan. Like I said, there's a lot of Bama fans who think, he walks on water, and it's like, you people don't know what he did to Stabler. Why would why would you listen to the guy?
And he doesn't say anything meaningful. It's not like it's not even just like his commentary. He's wrong. He puts his foot in his mouth so many times. It's astounding. As a Clemson fan, I have firsthand knowledge of, he's been a huge Clemson detractor for the longest. And so it's just, I've never liked the guy. So we can relate on that one.
Does he crack on Georgia, like low key crack on Georgia because he's a Vol?
That's what he did. He used to.
Yeah, he used to.
He's kind of scaled back the rhetoric recently for obvious reasons.
I heard now he's just a big SEC homer, and
yeah,
whoever's winning that year is the team he's kind of rooting for, and
pretty much.
Yeah, I've never seen
Jason, I saw you in the chat about Kirk Herbstreit. So like Kirk used to be more non-biased, but apparently the OSU alumni got so angry they thought he was like anti-OSU, so he just became very pro-Buckeye.
Yeah,
that's what's happening to McElroy right now. McElroy goes so much against Alabama just to try to show he's not a homer.
Yeah.
I kind of feel sorry for them guys, because you went to Ohio State. You're going to root for Ohio State. You're going to be a little biased. Everybody knows that. And
yeah, that's why I like David Pollock, because he's true to who he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. See those guys like RG3, Pollock. I can listen to both those guys talk football.
Biggest Pollock,
right? Huh?
I'm a huge Pollock fan.
You are not?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I feel
what
like.
do you say about Notre Dame, Will?
It's part of it. It's part of it. Very anti-Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Don't say Danny Cannell. Don't say Danny Cannell, please.
Oh no, Danny Cannell is I appreciate Danny Cannell is as much of a homer as he is. He's not apologetic. He's very open about it. He doesn't pretend to not be a homer.
No,
is he from Southern California? I know he's a FSU quarterback. All those right, but did he come from like Southern California? Because that guy's a deep hate. And again, you're talking about a school that in my lifetime has only played USC twice, and they played a close game in the Coliseum.
Nah, he's from Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, I think he's from Florida, but
okay, because he's got some dude. That dude's got. It's not just like me being that typical fan, like, oh, they hate us. No, dude, that like recently, he just constant, especially with all the Oklahoma and Riley stuff and all that. Just lots of crap talk, man. Yeah. What's up, LW? He's in there.
Yeah, I agree, LW.
But yeah, no, I like Pollock. I was gonna say, but yeah, it's always hard, to especially if you were a big name player at a school with a large fan base, and then you go into the broadcasting and analyst career. It's hard to balance, because you don't want to come off as biased. You want to maintain your integrity, as an analyst, as a broadcaster, whatever you're doing. But you also don't want to alienate your fan base. And Herbstreit's a great example because he's Ohio State fans hate that he sent his kids to Clemson, and so it's and he's been pro, like he's been very pro Clemson in the past and stuff like that. And, he's latched on to certain teams to try to, not give off the impression that he's, biased or, pro Ohio State. And it's always hard to, find that balance. And you can really easily piss off a lot of people one way or the other. Pro Ohio State.
But he really didn't have much choice but to send his kids to Clemson.
You can really easily piss off.
LBC, turn off your YouTube.
Yeah, it's
But he really didn't have much choice.
You with Herbstreit again. It's like what you guys are talking about. It's you're going to be. You can't win. You're either a homer or the home or your school's gonna hate you. But I mean, I don't know. Like no one would comment on it, but I saw RG3 last year, and then also he did the SC spring game, and like again, I know I'm biased towards or against Desmond Howard, but he was just talking. You know what I mean? Like RG3 knows when to shut up, and he knows when to. You know what I mean? He knows when to talk, and when he does say something, it's like oh yeah, wow. As opposed to other people, I won't name his name again, that just start talking. You're like, what are you even talking about, man? So
RG3 did his homework.
Yeah.
He's a very intelligent human being.
Desmond Desmond just top level stuff. And RG3, he's trying to break in. He will drill down. He'll get you information. He actually talks and gets stories and intertwines it into the broadcast.
And he has more personality too. He would he commentated the Clemson Florida State game this year, and like I went back and listened to some of the I went back and listened to some of the because I went to the game, so I didn't get to watch it on television, but I went back and watched some of the highlights, and some of his commentary was absolutely hilarious. He's funny. And so not only is he knowledgeable, but he brings a lot of personality to the booth. So
and when he speaks offense, you listen. Do you know what I mean? Like he speaks with like a level of authority that you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right away.
Even if you don't know what he's talking about.
Well, that's usually half the time, Jordan. You know that. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, now I got a question for all of you. Because we were talking about Herb Street and his kids going to Clemson. Now, if your dad played at the school you root for and did really well, and now you are a top recruit, do you go to that school or do you go somewhere else?
My dad actually played at Oklahoma.
You're not going to Oklahoma?
No, I'm not.
You're okay with me. That's even though,
Would you go to him?
I think it depends on would be my kid's ability, but more his mental fortitude. Because if and everybody's made up differently, but if they had the mental toughness, then I would say sure, fine. But if I would sway him away to go to another school if he didn't have that mentality.
It also probably depends on was my dad a legend at that school? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, do I want to go? If
can you fill his shoes?
If my dad was like, for instance, if my dad was Vince Young, right? Do I really want to go play quarterback at Texas if I'm not that good? Yeah. And then the other flip side is let's say your dad played there, and he was just okay, but the school sucks now. You know what I mean? And you're really good, and you got a chance to go to the NFL. Are you gonna go there and be that legacy, or are you gonna go to where you're gonna be able to fix add to your craft and go on to the NFL?
Herb Street is different because he was an average quarterback, but his persona, he's been on ESPN for 20 plus years. He's known. So
yeah, you would have thought he won at least 2 Rose Bowls.
That's a huge shadow for his sons to.
He tied Michigan. He broke the losing streak. He got the tie.
Hey, Tim. Here's a good example. Would be Matt Leinart's son, Cole Leinart.
Yeah, look at that. He's at Modern Day now, right?
And he's a freshman. And I was reading something that he is the number 3 rated freshman quarterback in the U.S. according to some publication.
Well, see, here's the example you could do. One is USC fans, although we got big mouths, we're not psychotic. We're not, we're not like a lot of these other schools.
Hold on. We have the bandwagon fans, they are psychotic.
They might come back. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I take that back. But it's hard. Yeah, your dad won the Heisman. I mean, that's gonna be a tough show to. Well, again, it depends on how good he is. But he's a quarterback, and if we have Riley and Riley's rolling, I think he's probably gonna come to USC. I do.
Cole Leinart?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be hard, if your dad was so good to go in there and try to fill his, especially at the same position.
Yeah.
I think Matt Leinart's the best quarterback to ever play at USC.
Carson Paul. I mean, I don't know. That's
Palmer was pretty.
You can't deny it though. You know what I mean? LBC, you can't. So the story goes, and you or Tony could probably tell better than me, but he got knocked out. He almost got knocked out, or he was really messed up against ASU, and it was really early on. And he and Matt Castle were like this, you know, and he just got his ass off that training table and got out there for the second half because with that was so close between those two that he may never get back on the field. Wally pipped if he didn't get out there for that second half. But watching that, everyone gets they call it the Bush push play, but that game was the Matt Leinart throwing an absolute dime because Jarrett had something wrong with his contact lens and couldn't see, and he literally said that if that ball wasn't right in my hands, I couldn't even see the ball. So that throw was perfectly in a right into his hands. Otherwise, you know, SC loses that game on 4th and 9.
I was in that game at the end zone that Jarrett was running to. It was amazing. And before that play, there was
the west side. Yeah,
there was a commercial timeout, and I was with my wife, and there's an older gentleman sitting next to me, and everybody's standing up, you know, and everybody's cheering, and I'm sitting down, and I remember I'm looking at Touchdown Jesus, and I had a moment. I just prayed. I said, "Oh Lord, thank you for the 27-game winning streak. If it's got to end now, so be it. Thank you." You know, I'm trying to do the reverse jinx with Jesus. And boom, 4th and 9. And the old man says, "Why are you sitting down?" I'm like, "I'm having a moment." And then that play happened. And then the Bush push right there. It was just, I'm never going to see anything like that again. It was amazing.
You know, my dad's so funny. He always does this thing. The field goal against Penn State in the Rose Bowl, and on that play, my dad does this thing where he goes, "I can't watch." Like literally, you're like a little kid. He goes, "I'm not going to watch." And the 2 times in my life I've witnessed it live in a football game was 4th and 9 and the field goal against Penn State. So like, I try to say, "Hey, Dad," he's like, "I can't. No, it has to be. Like, it just has to happen. I can't just like stage it for you." But that was a hell of a play. Sorry, Will, but that was pretty. Then the flash.
It would be worse if I was like not 4 years old when that play happened.
It was that place was pretty electric. That was amazing because you guys thought you had won. You know, they had to clear the field. They thought the game was over, and then walking out of that place, it was right. It was silent when you walked out into the out onto Notre Dame into the parking lot stuff. It was literally it was the weirdest. I've only been to like maybe 6 or 7 Notre Dame games, but that was just the weirdest thing leaving there. You know, all that energy, everyone on both sides was so worn out after that game. It was so quiet.
You know how you have to go down. You know how you have to go down those ramps, winding down to get out of the stadium at Notre Dame Stadium. My God, I had so many dirty looks. People give me dirty looks that night. They were pissed. They didn't say anything. They were just pissed, and I was just smiling. I was floating. Sorry, Will. Sorry.
Hey, be glad though. Notre Dame is nice fans. I've had to fight my way out of Death Valley twice. Well, LSU, they're not too happy when you beat them at night.
I'll tell you what, Notre Dame fans are great in Indiana, but the Notre Dame fans that live in LA, bunch of a-holes. And you know what? Half of them didn't even go to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
They're just
T-shirt fans.
Drunken Irish Catholics. That's what they are. I mean, because I've been to enough of games on both sides, both locations. And the ones in LA, just, oh, God, please.
Well, for a long time, I was a drunk Irishman. So, I mean, I understand. And my family was Catholic. So, but I wasn't for Notre Dame. Now, I do think I'd like to see us all get together, though, for the Army-Navy game. Somebody's going to have to stream that. That is, I'm a Bama fan, and I mean Bama. I bleed Bama. I missed my brother's wedding when he got married in '93 because he got married on a Alabama versus Vanderbilt game, and I couldn't miss the game. But Army-Navy is always my favorite game of the year. I was a Marine, so I always go Navy, beat Army.
Oh yeah.
But to me, even if you didn't serve, that game is really special to me because a lot of times, on both sides, they're going to end up in war. at some point, and they're playing a game, and I don't know. I love that game. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that game's always special to me.
Oh yeah, it's one of the best. It's one of the best in college football. Just the tradition, the pageantry of it. It's kind of it goes beyond really the two teams playing. Yeah, it's something it's something I'd like to see in person. That's also on my bucket list. Games I'd like to go to, because then it's really special. And if you like it. If someone were to ask you what games they should watch, that kind of gives you the notion of how impactful college football can be. Army Navy is definitely one of those games I'd tell them to watch, because it's just it's one of the best.
Yeah, because everybody's going to give you Michigan, Ohio State, Bama, Auburn, USC, Notre Dame, and that. But to me, it's Army Navy, and my biggest regret is my dad's not in the greatest health now. I would have loved to take my dad to an Army Navy game. Because like I said, I served, I was a Marine. I didn't follow my dad's steps. My dad was a combat medic in the Army in Vietnam.
Oh, wow.
So I would have liked to take my dad to the game and, go back and forth with him a little bit, jarring on Army Navy, but
I've watched the game because of my brother. My brother, went to the Air Force Academy. So those games are big. Air Force, Navy, the Commander in Chief's trophy, right? So, and a lot of times it comes down to Army and Navy, who's going to win that, right?
Yep.
So.
Yeah, because Army and Navy both play Air Force usually early on. So that game's usually early on in the year, and then Army Navy is always the last game. And it's really special. And like I said, I've been to the game, and anybody who's not been, if you get a chance to go, believe me, you want to go in the stands about 3 to 4 hours early, though, because they start marching in 3 to 4 hours before the game, and it's something else.
Well, a great memory I have is my brother graduated from the academy in '91. George Bush was the president. He was the one leading the commencement ceremony up on stage, handing out the diplomas. And my brother walks up, he's shaking George Bush's hand, and I see my brother saying something to him. And next thing you know, my brother is high-fiving George Bush.
Oh, wow.
It was pretty cool.
That would definitely be a memory.
Yeah, we got a picture of it. It's pretty amazing. It was pretty cool. I mean, gosh, you go to a graduation ceremony and there's the president, right? I think he does all of them.
Yeah, it's definitely on my bucket list to go to a game.
Hey, in the chat, Michael Hogg, he had a question. He was basically saying that Notre Dame fans are bad at both locations, and I'm sure he has an experience where that's happened. It did happen to me one time where I had a drunk Notre Dame fan coming at me. I was wearing a shirt similar to this, getting off the bus. Well, you know how you go, you take the tram and it drops you off at the stadium. So it dropped me off. I was with my wife, and all my friends told my wife, don't let him talk any crap. Just, we don't want him to jinx us. And so this drunk student came up. He's probably like your age, Will. He's like, says to me, not in our house, SC, not in our house. And he's getting really close to my face. And I just keep on walking. And he's like, not in our house, SC. You get the hell out of here, blah, blah, blah. And then
I'm sure there's some bad drunk students.
Yeah, and
there's bad drunk students at every school.
I couldn't wait any longer. I just looked at him. I go, is this your house? He's like, yeah. I said, then why don't you go to the kitchen and get me a beer, bitch? And I kept on walking.
Now, that's one thing that kind of worries me this year is Alabama just passed their law. They're going to start serving alcohol at the games.
Oh, they've never been serving alcohol at the games?
No.
Clemson doesn't either.
No. And honestly, I don't know that alcohol at the game is a good combination, because we do have some crazy fans, you know, and I mean, I don't know. If you can't get drunk enough to carry you through a 3-hour game, you know, while you're tailgating, you got a problem.
Yeah, right. And why spend $15
What about
John Russ?
Do they serve beer at LSU? Do they serve beer at LSU in the stadium?
They do now.
Yeah,
They used to let you just take in your own flask.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Man,
back
with
in the
Kelly
day,
being
yeah.
there now, Kelly being there now, they're gonna have so many disappointing losses, man. They're gonna.
And I hear they bring the big
dangerous.
old gallon Ziploc bags so they can drain their main vein and then throw it at the crowd.
In July, I walked through downtown Athens, Georgia, in full Texas gear, and we were going to different bars just to have the experience of downtown Athens. We went to the stadium and everything like that, and it was surprising. Like every corner I turned, horns down. And I'm like, that's really original, guys. Yeah, 2018, suck it.
I mean, I guess you could go to Tennessee and get mustard thrown at you.
You could.
I live in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
This is God's country up here, buddy. But I live about an hour south of Knoxville, and half my family are Tennessee fans. So,
You know the nice thing about dating a Tennessee girl? They don't expect a ring.
Yeah, well,
it's been what, since '98? Last time they won.
Yeah, 98.
Ooh.
It took Peyton Manning to leave for him to win one.
Yeah.
Still better than any quarterback you've ever had lace them up.
You want to go Brett Starr? Do you want to go Joe
Bart,
Namath?
You want to go when they actually barely had a passing game, when your quarterback threw under 50% every year.
Kenny Stabler threw for over 2,000 yards every year,
and had less than 50% passing percentage. I've looked at all their stats. I know.
and I mean, you look at what those three did in the NFL too.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though is a lot of people don't know this. Bart Starr went to Alabama, but he set the bench his senior year.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bear Bryant benched him, so he didn't even get to play his senior year. A lot of people don't realize that.
Mm-hmm. I know Dan Devine hated Joe Montana.
I know that Joe Namath was the best athlete that Bear Bryant had ever seen.
Oh yeah.
And I like some of the quotes that I've read, because I did a top 10 Alabama players of all time a while back, and I'm currently breaking down 32 teams and doing their all-time roster.
Now, how high up on that list do you got Hannah?
Hannah was number 2 behind Derek Thomas.
And so a lot of people don't realize John Hannah was a hell of a player. He was kind of like your Earl Campbell. He was a man playing against boys.
But yeah, I'm taking these 32 teams and doing an all-time roster to rile people up because their favorite player may not be at the place that they thought they would be. But I just think it's fun to do.
Yeah, you probably don't have Johnny Musso on there.
Johnny Musso is the kick returner on Alabama's list.
There you go. The Italian Stallion. I used to love watching him run, and
you'd be surprised. I do my homework on this stuff. I compare stats, relevancy to the program, their historic value to the program, stuff like that. That's what I go by.
See, in Stabler, he's my favorite quarterback, but he wouldn't be on your list because there was others that, were better than him. But I guess I liked him more when he played for the Oilers.
Okay.
So it's like earlier there was a question about who was USC's greatest quarterback. And I know this guy doesn't get a lot of credit, but Paul McDonald was a great quarterback for his generation in the 70s. He played in multiple Rose Bowls, won a national championship, and beat Michigan, beat Ohio State, he beat Bama. So
he's kind of like McCarron. He's like McCarron. McCarron did nothing but win, but he's not ever going to be on the list of Alabama greats.
Exactly.
I know a lot of Bama fans like Jay Barker. I remember that he's a guy that they really like.
You know,
Yep.
another good guy was Freddy Kitchens,
Yeah.
chubby little quarterback for us, you know, and now he was Cleveland Browns head coach here, a year or two ago?
What year was he at Alabama?
Kitchens would have been in the mid 90s.
Mid-90s.
Oh, yeah, I remember that name.
Yep, Freddy Kitchens. He was probably about 240 when he played. I mean, he was a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy now.
Yeah, yeah.
Who is Bama's quarterback for the '92 national championship team?
There's Jay Barker.
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 Yep.
I love Gene Stallings. Classy guy.
That game, I actually got back from the Marine Corps and actually got to go to that game. And everybody told me, you know, you're wasting your time. Alabama just don't have a chance, you know. And a lot of people don't know that that was the first year that the SEC went to a championship game.
Right.
Yeah, they beat Florida off the pick six by Antonio Langham.
And a lot of people don't know that Slive, there was at least 5 or 6 ADs that told him, if Alabama loses and don't go to a championship, you're done. If you cost the SEC a championship, you're done. You know, this championship game might not be worth it, you know, because nobody had ever done it before. And Florida, they put a hell of a game against us.
Yeah, I think Matthews threw that pick six to Antonio Langham to seal the game.
Yeah. I mean, it was a close game.
You know what?
Better than the championship.
And that shows progress by the SEC, because I asked the question of LW's in the chat, but I asked him last night because he's a Bama fan. I said, Georgia winning their 1980 championship, do you actually, as an Alabama fan, you know, count that as a national championship? And he asked me, well, why do you say that? I said, well, because they didn't play Bama that year. You know, Bama won the 78 national championship, 79. Bear Bryant was the coach. So if you're a Bama fan, it's like, okay, well, because there's a schedule quirk. They didn't play you. They didn't beat you. Right? And Bama was the team of the 70s, allegedly. So how can, you know, poor Georgia, right? You win a national championship, but you didn't take down the champ.
Right.
I would have said USC in the 70s if no one told me that.
I honestly think the 70s is kind of wild because, I mean, you can look at USC. USC won a lot of Heismans in the 70s, won a lot of games. Bama won quite a few games too. Notre Dame had a really good run in the 70s. Let's be honest, Nebraska and Oklahoma in the Big 8, you know, they were great teams.
We were pretty dominant in the 70s as well.
Yeah, you know, I mean, honestly, the Blue Bloods in the 70s, most of them were clicking on and off. And if you'd have put the 8 of them in a playoff, it would have been a tough playoff.
Yep.
Because we won in 69 and 70, and then we had Earl Campbell in the late 70s.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
John Wolf was it.
Well, when Bear Bryant went to you guys, Royal, and got the wishbone.
Yeah.
That's where, you know, Bear Bryant come up with the wishbone. And Nick Saban is a lot like Bryant. I mean, Bryant, for a while, was really set in his ways, and then he realized that his ways wasn't doing it anymore, and he adapted. You know, and that's what Saban did. Saban, you know, when he first came in, the offense wasn't that big of a deal. We wanted a strong defense, just run the ball, you know, wear them out, and we'll eventually win. And then when the RPO offenses come out, that's when he, you know, went to Lane Kiffin and said, hey, run my offense, show me how to open it up more.
Yeah, Michael Hogg. I go back and I've watched. I made a list of the top 100 games I wanted to find and watch, and I'm about halfway through those.
Now, D. Ford, did you ever hear the Earl Campbell story about not being fit when he was with the Houston Oilers, that he couldn't run a mile?
Oh, yeah, because of his legs.
Yeah, and they asked Bum Phillips. They said, well, you know,
I'm not asking him to run a mile.
And he goes, well, anytime we get in a second or third in a mile, I just won't run him.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't need him to run a mile. I need him to run about 80 yards.
Yeah, I mean, if we get in third in a mile, we just won't run him. Earl Campbell is, believe it or not, Earl Campbell's my favorite running back of all time. I really liked Earl Campbell. He was something else.
When I first, it's funny, like I'm from Tennessee, but everybody asked me, how I became a Texas fan. My grandfather was a cop in Austin, and he used to work a lot of the games. And when I first started playing Park Warner football, they put me at running back, and they asked, or my grandfather asked me what position I was playing. And I said running back, and he popped in a tape of Earl Campbell. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's a beast. So
yeah, I think Earl Campbell would turn around and hit a player and then just keep going. I mean, he was.
Hey, Tide guy, can you make somebody a mod in your chat real quick so they can get rid of that?
Oh, what do we got? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go to your YouTube. Yeah. Go to your YouTube. Click on somebody's. You can click on my name right here, and it'll say "Add Moderator."
Okay, I don't see it. Let me click on your name 1 second. Here's Tony.
I think Skyblock.
Nope. If I click on his name, because Tony's in there.
You should be able to get rid of it yourself. You see
that?
That's
true.
Comment.
That's true. Yeah, delete that comment.
I don't see it. That one right there. There we go. Is that the only one?
Yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Yep. Nope. I was looking, but I didn't see.
Yeah, I just don't want you to that to trigger.
No, I don't want to trigger. All right, there we go. So who thinks Nebraska is going to beat Northwestern? Anybody?
I do.
I think the toss up.
I think it's not even going to be close.
Now, if Nebraska loses, does that put Scott Frost one loss?
I would fire him if I was the AD, I would fire him right out of the chute. Right after he gets back in Lincoln, I would, as he steps off the flight, I would say, your job's done here.
I would wait till October 1st to fire him. Save some money. Plus, I think you have a bye week the week before. Give him a chance. I think Northwestern's going to win. I don't think Nebraska's going to win.
I got Nebraska.
I don't think Nebraska knows how to win. I think Nebraska forgot how to win. That's why they're not winning the close games. I mean,
I don't think their offense ever evolved to compete. And they had a lot of changeover, but I don't think they just have the right athletes and the right system. And
I have to disagree. I think they did very, very well in the portal with Casey Thompson, Marcus Washington, O'Shawn Mathis, 2 kids from Bama, one on the defensive line, one at safety. I think they did very well. And
I'm saying in the past, like up till now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have an identity. Like they just make too many mistakes. I just don't think they have an identity on offense. Their defense is not stout. It's not consistent. Their special teams, their game management, on different levels. It's just not. They don't look like a confident team.
And they got Pitt's offensive coordinator, didn't they?
They did. So hey, maybe this is the year they put it all together, and hopefully so for a Nebraska fan. That's been a long 2 decades of inconsistency.
but how many times has a team brought back a player to coach them and it didn't work out?
Look at how many Bear Bryant's former players didn't work out.
Exactly. A lot of times you think well, Bear Bryant, he did all this, so his coaches know what to do, and they just don't. I mean, you can't duplicate a Saban, you can't duplicate Bear, any of the great coaches.
Like I think it's a respect factor. You have somebody when Bear Bryant was sitting on that tower, everybody feared that he was going to watch them make a mistake,
Right.
and the other coaches thought that they could strike the same fear, and it didn't happen.
And that's the thing, a coach can coach however he wants, but if the team don't respect you and the team don't, get motivated by you, it don't matter whose style you go after. Because you look at Nick Saban, he's winning championships. He coaches nothing like Dabo Sweeney, and Sweeney's beat him twice, So, it's not that just one style works.
And Alabama's 1-3 in their last 4 national championships. People are starting to figure it out.
Right.
Right.
And the only one I feel bad about is the one that Clemson just literally beat the hell out of us.
Yeah, 44-16.
But in all honesty, though, we had the ball inside the 20 3 times and didn't score.
Yeah. It was red zone.
That
Alabama moved the ball.
And I can't blame Bama. That was Clemson who stopped them. But you get the ball 3 times in the 20 and you don't score.
Yeah.
You're not going to win too many games.
Wasn't your offensive coordinator that year was Loxley, right?
Loxley, yeah. And
he was so predictable. The RPOs slant deep, and Clemson had absolute freak defensive line. The only team that year that could probably have stopped the RPO game from Bama, and they just found the perfect storm.
And the thing is, we didn't even really stop it. Like, they moved the ball. Like, between the 20s, they moved the ball. Like Venables was like, all right, we're just, we're not going to, stop their receivers. We're not, Tua, because that RPO, to be fair, that RPO game was destroying people all year. Tua was phenomenal that entire year. And so Venables was like, all right, we're just going to, we're going to sit back. We're going to get pressure with our front four. We're going to give them, we're going to give them anything between the 20s, and then we're just going to, when they don't have space to work with, we're going to tighten up. And it was a pretty, and the execution was about as good as you could have asked for. It was,
because from a coaching standpoint, I coached defense for years. If you get down in the 20, inside the 20, that takes away your deep route.
Yeah.
So your safeties don't have to play as far back, and you can stop the slant routes and stack the box, because your windows of opportunity get very, very small inside the red zone. So you call a certain types of defenses, there's not really much going to be open.
Yeah, and Venables did a good job of disguising coverages that game. He gave Tua a lot to look at. And he clearly wasn't very comfortable in that game. And so it was a great game plan, because Clemson wasn't 28 points better than Alabama that season, but they just the way the game played out, it was that was about as good as you could ask for. That D line was phenomenal. Farrell, Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence didn't even play in that game. Albert Huggins, guys like Austin Bryant. That was a great unit.
But like you said, you let Alabama go down the field, and then once we got inside the 20, we were so predictable.
Yeah.
And we were so determined that the run was going to go. We're gonna score on a run, and we just couldn't do it.
Yeah. And that was the difference in the game. Like, Clemson was on the other side of the ball. Clemson was so much better on third down than Alabama was. Because Alabama was pretty good on standard downs, but then Trevor Lawrence would, on like 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10, third and longs, you hit one of our 6'4" receivers, and for big plays, and that was that was how the game kind of blew itself open.
Hey, I want to respond to this, Ferris. Ferris says, Tide guy. Tony says SEC and Big Ten are statistically the same regarding fan base size from what I gather. what the Big Ten don't get is, okay, they just picked up USC and they just picked up UCLA. So they lock up the LA market. How much of the LA market watches USC or UCLA football?
Well, they watch USC when USC is good.
When they're rolling, they got the – and it's kind of the same – I tell people I lived in Phoenix for a while. There were more snowbirds, and I could go to more bars watching Michigan, Iowa, Nebraska, on TV than I could watch Arizona State. So just because you get Arizona State, you don't necessarily get the Phoenix market because there's not a whole lot of Arizona State fans.
Well, but you also have to remember, Tide Guy, remember the TVs aren't just going to be in the LA market. Versus I'm going to admit this in public. I have a Bruin brother-in-law, right? My sister met him in law school, but they're both in Bethesda, Maryland, and they're watching. He's watching UCLA games. UCLA has got a lot of alumni, and they got a lot of fans. I mean, we crap on them, but there's a lot of real loyal UCLA football fans you're talking generations. You know what I mean? Like right. Generations. When you talk about UCLA, yeah, sure, they haven't been very good for, let's say, I don't know, whatever, for recently, but for years and years and years, I remember like in the 80s when I was first started really watching football, it was always talked about how Tony could probably help me on how they're on a streak of bowl games and they're going to bowls and they're winning, and they have a good NFL presence as far as their alumni. So there are a lot of Bruins watching television in LA and then all over the place. So I mean, LA is huge, but there are still tons of TVs tuned into USC and UCLA.
Right. No, and I get that, but I'm saying though, most people say, well, we locked up the LA market. No. You really didn't. You got their fan bases, and you do got an occasional. The thing I don't like about USC is you guys got the greatest fans in the world when you're winning, but they kind of go away, when you're down. You don't have the celebrities going to practices all the time and the big names coming out and
Well, the NCAA. Well, hold on. The NCAA nixed that. I think we still would have had some of those alumni coming out. And the thing is also is we have a core base, I would say, somewhere around 55,000. I mean, don't look at last year. Last year was an anomaly. And just so people don't realize this is USC usually, I mean, once in a while Washington will pop up there, but usually we have the highest attendance in the Pac-10, Pac-12. Like year in and year out. So it's not like we don't have, we don't have 90,000 fans showing up unless we have Pete Carroll or winning championships, but our core fan base is strong. And I'll tell you what, I wear my USC gear, even when we're losing, right? And so I'll be in a supermarket and I'll get fight-ons left and right. They're not wearing their gear for whatever reason, but I got mine on. I will get those. So I mean, it may not be as vocal, it may not be as out in the open. And yes, there are tons of bandwagon fans that when the Rams came back, and we get the Chargers and the Dodgers are winning World Series championships. It's title town for a reason. You got to win in LA.
I was in the chat, didn't even realize I was on. I'm really glad I wasn't like picking my nose or something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you actually a really funny laugh about USC fans. So when we played Oklahoma for the national championship, I was living in the Middle East and flew back for the game and got to Miami. Checked into my room in my hotel in South Beach and like immediately went to the Clevelander, like the big pool bar right there on Ocean Drive. And I'm all excited. I'm looking around and I was horrified. This entire bar was full. This giant pool bar complex thing was filled. Every other person in this bar was wearing an Oklahoma sweatshirt, like a hoodie, and like Russell Athletic sweatpants that said like Oklahoma down the side. Like and the bars were like that. It was like literally half the people were in this Oklahoma stuff. I was like, and I didn't see any USC stuff. And I was like, do we not have any fans here? I was like, we don't have any fans. Like, crap. Where the hell are our fans? I mean, we were the defending national champions. I'm like, where are they? So I'm walking through Cleveland, all of a sudden I hear, Todd, and I look over, half my fraternity is in this bar. but they don't go to the bar in USC hoodies. They don't go out in South Beach in Russell Athletic USC sweatpants. So they were in black button downs and jeans. But when game time came, they pulled out all their Trojan gear.
One thing I
It
think
made
is
me laugh.
cool is it's been 3 years now. I moved down to Mexico City. I'm actually in Mexico City right now. And all I've ever owned is Alabama clothes. I don't wear nothing, but if I got to dress up, I got a Bama polo. You know, it's going to have Bama on it.
It's Mexico. You're good to go.
You know, and I'm down here, and now my wife's whole family on game day, they all wear Alabama. My dog wears its jersey. My cat wears his jersey. You know, I mean, and everybody down here is Alabama. And it's funny because we'll walk in the city, and my wife will catch me sometimes. What are you looking at that girl for? She's wearing houndstooth. I wonder if she's a Bama's fan. And they don't know what houndstooth is down here. You know? But I'm thinking, hey, we got Bama fans.
So when I lived in Saudi Arabia, the games would be on in the middle of the night, and my friends, I had friends from all over the world, and they would like come sometimes watch games with me. They get so excited, like learn American football. And this guy Matt J, who's my best friend over there, calls me once, wakes me up at like 3:30 in the morning on like a Tuesday. He's like, Tony, and there was this we all got this weird like bootleg stolen Egyptian ESPN somehow. It was probably not like completely stolen ESPN feeds. Right? He's like, Tony, and they pronounce things always differently. The more time you spend here, he goes, Trojans are on TV. Trojans are on TV. I'm cheering for Trojans against Ducks. Trojans are playing Ducks. I was like, Matt, it's 3 a.m. I was like, and it's April. we won that game 28-7 or something. He's like, well, I'll cheer for them. I was laughing. I was like, okay, Matt, thanks. I didn't have the heart to tell him it was in September.
Yeah.
And then also one more thing on that. So they got the LA market, not just for the Trojans and the Bruins, but there are tons of Buckeyes out here. There are tons of Wolverines out here. Oh, yeah. There are tons of Wisconsin fans out here. I mean, go down the list.
Yeah, everybody goes out to California.
And their alumni are there. If you guys get a chance, D1360 on YouTube. It's guy Ryan Dvorak. He's an amazing guy. His brother's an NHL star. He's just a phenomenal guy. He's a really, really smart accountant in Chicago. Has a YouTube channel, D1360. He broke down why the Big Ten schools are so interested in California. It has to do with their alumni, their donors, all that kind of stuff. Just like USC and UCLA want to be around their donors in New York and their research funders in Maryland, the Big Ten people want to be out with their donors in California. And the funny thing is, this isn't new. So John Hanna was the president of Michigan State who built Michigan State into being a huge institution. And he used to talk to my dad at practice about why it was so important for Michigan State to regularly have a presence in California. And that's why my dad his teams played USC and UCLA. And I mean, that's 1964. So, literally nothing is new, which is kind of cool and exciting.
You didn't want to play USC in 64.
Was down here in Mexico City, USC has an alum group down here with 42 members. There's 42 members who graduated from USC that's actually working down here. And it was kind of nice of them. They let me join their group. They said, you can come in and talk football with it. We love talking football. And, there's not very many Americans down here to talk football.
That makes it fun. I know we would do the same when I was living overseas. We would do the same thing. I remember I was sitting up with a group of Marines at 5 o'clock in the morning in 2005 when the U.S. and one of them was a devout Notre Dame fan. And so when the Bush push game, we were watching that in my house in Macedonia, actually at about 5 in the morning when it finally ended.
And sorry, Michael, I left out, and there's also a lot of Purdue fans here in LA as well. Sorry, Michael, I forgot the Purdue fans.
There are Purdue fans everywhere.
Yeah.
Purdue's like the sneaky one. There's always Purdue fans somewhere.
Yeah. They're obnoxious, unrealistic, and
except for Michael.
Yeah.
Michael says they're only going to go 10-2, so he's not too obnoxious, right?
But the thing is, it's just when you want to really like put them in their place for being way over top and obnoxious, they come out and smack the snot out of somebody.
Yeah.
That's what Purdue's so great at.
And you're like, oh,
they're pretty good.
I will tell you though, Ferris is right. Bama fans don't cheer SEC. We don't do
no
that.
reason to.
You know, we let the other schools do that.
Yeah. They're all trying to bask off your reflected glory. And I want to point out that, and I wasn't in the stadium, but from what I can tell, you didn't do that when you were bad either.
Yeah.
No.
You guys weren't cheering for LSU in 2003.
No.
Because you act like you've been there before. That's why.
Yeah.
Even if you're not there, and also the old saying, what is it? It's better to be a has been than a never was. So I mean, some of these people that crack on some of these schools that have been on hard times, it's like, well, yeah, you know what it's like.
Yeah.
So,
I got asked a question the other day, and I need to look it up because I still don't know the answer. Somebody asked me, when was the last time they stormed the field at Alabama? And I said, I know it had to be before Bear because, I mean, we were always taught, pretend like you've been there. Winning a big game is supposed to come natural. It's not supposed to be,
You're not supposed to lose those games.
No.
Right.
You're supposed to win them.
So, and you see a lot of schools don't rush the field, but
people think we do, but we don't. The gathering at the ball is not rushing the field because we do.
I can only think of like a couple USC ones.
I've been to two. I'm thinking off the top of my head. In '96 against Notre Dame, we beat the streak.
When we beat the UCLA streak, the UCLA streak we did.
But that was at the Rose Bowl.
No, it was in the Coliseum. I was on the field for it.
Okay, so that's another time then. And then also recently with the Stanford, Stanford was really, really shit hot and was beating everybody. And we had dropped a couple in a row to them. When he hit that field goal, a 50-yarder or 48-yarder.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah.
But I feel like they almost do it in also a bit of an ironic way. Like, let's go charge the field because why not? Kind of like USC people. The big thing at USC is also to go on what they call the fountain run, which is to see how many fountains you can swim in one night.
If we beat Alabama week 2 and we storm the field, and we storm the field, I'm cool with it.
It's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine.
D4, if you guys win, you do deserve it.
Yeah,
you do deserve
I will tell you, I won't be upset if you storm the field. You beat us.
I'll probably drive and do that, just do the after effect. I just want to storm the field too, guys.
D4's going to get there on Tuesday.
Do what?
We're going to get there. You're going to drive and get there on Tuesday.
Yeah. What's funny is that game is on my birthday.
Oh,
yeah, that's right. And your son has a game, doesn't he?
My son has a game at 1:00. The game will start at 12:00 Eastern time, and I'll be sitting at my son's game, coaching and watching it on my phone.
Well, and I'll tell you, I think the Bama fans will find. I've always found this when we've played Texas. Texas fans are awesome. Texas people are really cool, and I think the Texas and Alabama fans together will actually like each other.
Yeah.
I think they'll have a good time for everybody.
Well, Texas has a pretty good record against Alabama, so that'll be a point of conversation for sure.
What are you saying? 1-7-1 is good.
7-1.
I will be happy though this year. On my birthday, we actually get to kick the shit out of Texas A&M.
I'll root for you guys in that game.
I think a lot of people are.
And that's my birthday this year. We get, and believe it or not, and I don't know how, but my little brother is an Aggie fan.
Oh wow!
I don't know, and I told him, I said, you was never military, so I mean, it wasn't a military aspect of A&M or this or that, but for some reason, that's his team.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I've had a good experience with A&M fans. I know some people haven't. But
A&M fans are fun.
Yeah, but when they came to Clemson in 2019, they were awesome.
My favorite fan thing that I laughed at was when we played San Diego State, because I was that year I was the host of the other team's cheerleaders. So I was on the field and I was talking to San Diego State folks, and a bunch of their cheerleaders and most of the guys had all grown up as big USC fans. One of the guys, his family was in their USC season tickets. He was like, they don't come to watch me cheer; they come to the USC games. And so
I'm just kind of here.
Yeah, exactly. And they were all so excited to be like at the Coliseum. And the guy was like, he's like, it's gonna be. Do you understand how hard it is gonna be for me like not to cheer when USC scores on us?
I can't wait till we come back to, or when we come into the SEC, and we get to play Texas A&M and like grab them around the neck and give them a noogie and be like, "Yeah, we're back, buddy."
No, there's a video of that. I'm trying to think what movie it's from. With Matthew, or no, with the guy from. Oh my God, what's his name? He's in all kinds of. But he was in Alias, and he's been on all kinds of stuff. I'm blanking on his name. He's a famous actor. It's like some 70s movie. It takes place in the 70s. It's new, but it takes place in the 70s. Anyway, it's like there's like one guy that they're all harassing, and they all have like little logos on them, and they're all like giving crap to the A&M guy.
Now,
Okay.
have you got yourself?
If I could think of the movie or the actor, that would have been a lot funnier.
Do I have what?
Have you been watching the SEC shorts?
Yes.
Those
are amazing.
Those are
You can't even get mad at them.
Yeah.
No, they're so funny.
They are really they're really good
because they are so also equal opportunity.
Yeah. They're very self-aware, the SEC fans. So yeah.
I love the one where Oklahoma's checking the handicap access for Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one with the loss, the L's.
Hi
Vanderbilt, you're always here.
Yeah.
Those are great. They did a couple. One of my favorites is. Have you seen the 2020 season road trip?
Yeah.
The two parts of it.
Did you watch the new one, the 2022 boarding, the airplane boarding?
Yeah, that was great. They're all so good. Those guys are brilliant. And the thing is I don't know if you guys have seen, those are serious productions. I mean, we're talking like boom mics and lights, and I mean,
it's really professional. Like I follow them on Instagram. Yeah, they had like you can see like them. They'll post videos of the filming process, and it's like it's like a whole
racks of costumes and makeup and.
Well, like a month or two ago, they went to Georgia to a theater outside of, or I think it was actually in Athens. And
they did like a live show.
3-hour production.
Yep.
That's so cool. They did that.
There's some real talent there. They're real talented people.
I wish, all the conferences had that. It'd be cool to see, the Big 10, the Big 12, Pac-12, all poke fun at each other.
The Big 12 does not have enough of a sense of humor.
No.
Yeah, no.
There's no sense of humor about it.
It would just be like an hour rant.
Yeah, the Pac-12 would just be ripping on each other, and like laughing, like they because they're all sense of humor. Like the Pac-12 itself exists in. Who was it? Was it Eric that said the Pac-12 itself exists in a bit of a state of irony?
Yeah. If that was him, that's a perfect way to state it.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, the role of Stanford. I mean, just look at the Stanford tree.
Yeah.
Who has repeatedly
unhinged.
Yeah. Oh, multiple times the Stanford trees have been arrested for like public indecency.
Yeah.
And the current Stanford tree, is a kid that built a like multi-million-dollar a year video game esports empire as a high school kid in Miami.
Wow.
Yeah, he was on the swim team and was a esports entrepreneur, and then went to Stanford and is somehow now the tree.
Well, see, that's why Stanford will never come into the SEC. Bama would kill it.
Yeah, exactly. They'll kill the tree.
We kill the tree.
Well, I like to every so often remind Stanford that they were the Indians, and that they were politically so politically not Stanford, and then they tried to cope with that by making it like a really emasculated cartoon Indian, which was actually worse. So much worse. And then they just decided to be the cardinal in the tree.
Yeah.
So that's very them. They're an interesting bunch, but they're part of that great West Coast dynamic that like holds each other accountable in some ways. I think because they're just such a great institution.
Oh yeah.
Like when you're at the game and you're surrounded by them, you absolutely cannot stand them. They are like the worst people in the world. But then when you actually meet anybody from Stanford, they are absolutely awesome.
And a lot of people don't know, but Stanford has won at least one national championship since 1976.
Well, they have 28 Sears Cups in a row, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they won the Sears Cup, I think 28 straight. Texas has won it the last 2 years before. Yeah. And I think Stanford won it the previous 28.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty impressive what Stanford does in Olympic sports. I mean, it really is. I am kind of disappointed, and I don't know how.
They only have 6,000 students, 6,000 undergrads.
But I heard they're giving up wrestling.
Are they?
Because the guy was All-American last year, and they said that he was an All-American from Stanford, and they said that Stanford was giving up the sport, which
really?
kind of surprised me. I lived in Iowa for a while, and I used to go to Hawkeyes wrestling. I really got into wrestling in Iowa. It's the main sport there in Iowa.
Yeah, they love it. Well, that's Bob Bowlesby, I think, basically helped keep wrestling alive.
Yeah, he brought in Gable wrestled for Iowa State.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He lost only one match his whole career at Iowa State.
And it was a last second reversal.
Yep. And he came over and coached Iowa. And it's kind of sad because Iowa State lost Gable, and then they had another wrestler, Cal Sanders, who went undefeated.
Yeah, Cale Sanderson.
Yeah, now he's at Penn State.
Yeah, and he turned Penn State into the national power of wrestling now.
Yeah. You know, but Iowa State had the coaches and had the people, just didn't hold on to them, you know. But Penn State offered Cal, what, $1 million?
I can't remember what the contract was, but it was substantially more than Iowa State ever thought about offering.
Yeah. Because, I mean, let's be honest, wrestling coaches aren't going to be making buku bucks at too many places besides Oklahoma State, Iowa, you know, now Penn State. Ohio State's actually coming along, Michigan.
Your premier programs in the nation are Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Iowa State, Penn State, NC State, and if you want to throw Cornell in there.
Arizona State used to be good in the 90s. I don't know where.
Yeah, they're still decent. They still got, you know, a few good wrestlers, but nothing like they used to have.
And I don't know, I used to go to the national championships, and that used to be a lot of fun because when I would go in the 90s, it was $150 for 3 days. You got to go to 6 sessions for $150, which really, you know, that's pretty cheap to go see nationals.
They no, those things are always a good time. Yeah, wrestling is a sport. People don't appreciate, like, UFC has a lot of weird sports, but then we don't have a lot of like other sports. Some of it has to do with fields. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, because there's no softball field at USC. There's only one baseball field, and the football team only has 1.5 practice fields.
See, I didn't know you guys didn't have a softball field.
Like how many practice fields does Alabama have? 5?
Indoor and 4 outdoor.
Okay, USC has 1.5 outdoor and like a 25-yard underground indoor.
Oh, wow.
That's it for space. My dad's a high school coach, and so my dad came to one of the practices. I don't know if it was Carroll's first year or if it was the end of Hackett, but they were adding freshmen to his high school, and he was trying to figure out in his 4 fields how he was going to like fit room for another team. And he came to USC and was fascinated by like how they organized the practice on so few fields.
What's kind of funny at Alabama, our main practice field, 2 years ago, they built an apartment complex by it. And so when people move in, they have to sign a contract that on practice days, their windows have to be blacked out facing the field. And if you do not black out you are subject to being kicked out.
Oh, wow. Oh,
you
that's
cannot
funny.
watch the practices.
That's really funny.
I mean, yeah.
That's a riot. I can see it, though. I believe it.
But like I said, I'd buy the place just so I could sit out there and watch practice. You know, that'd be the reason I'd live there. I don't want to black out.
You got like 2 little holes in the shades.
Yeah.
Watching with binoculars.
I don't know if you heard the story. Did you hear the story about Bear Bryant falling asleep?
No.
Bear Bryant, there was a practice, and you guys probably know Bear Bryant always sat up in a tower and looked down on the field.
Did he?
Well, everybody was scared of Bear Bryant, so nobody would look up. They'd always just kind of move an eye to see. Well, they were having practice one day, and it got time to where the practice was over, but Bear Bryant never said nothing, so they kept running plays and running plays and running plays. And probably about 40 minutes after practice was supposed to be over, they heard this big boom up in the tower. Well, Bear Bryant's bullhorn fell off his lap and woke him up. He said, okay, practice is over. And Johnny Musso was running into the locker room with John Hanna, and he said, good thing he wasn't dead or we'd have been there all night.
That's really funny. Red Sanders from UCLA used to have a tower, and he was like a really serious hard ass. Like, also, if he hadn't died in a shady motel with a hooker at the height of his career, he would have probably been a real serious legend. But he coach from the tower was famous for like a player like broke his leg and had like bone like coming out of the leg.
Oh.
And after about like a minute, he yelled down to Tommy Protho, who was later the Oregon State coach that won them everything and then came back to UCLA and won them everything. And he yelled down, Mr. Protho, we need to get a move on. Move the practice or move the body.
Oh, yeah. See, and a lot of people don't know that Bear Bryant in 1941, I think it was.
He coached for Red Sanders.
He played against Tennessee with a broken leg. He
Did
played
he?
the whole game with a broken leg.
Wow.
Well, he coached for Red Sanders, and there was something in World War II. I don't remember the exact details, but it was something like he made a stink about something, and so Sanders told the media that Bear Bryant was enlisting, and Bear Bryant like read it in the paper and had to like deal with that.
Now, Bear Bryant.
I don't remember the exact story. If anybody in the chat knows the exact story, I may have slightly screwed it up. I apologize.
He coached Navy for a little while. Navy team in North Carolina.
Did he?
Yeah. Because he did join the Navy, but most of the time he was just coaching their football, their inter squad team, not the Navy big team, but, the little team.
Well, because they started to have teams that it's funny when you look at the records, the all-time records, it's like versus like St. Mary's Flight School and like things like that.
Well, and a lot of people don't realize, and I'm sure they still do it today, but like even when I served in the Marine Corps, we had football teams, we had basketball teams, we played bases around us, and
My grandpa played on the team that like won the North African Championship, the basketball team. And they were having like games in like Casablanca and I think like Tripoli and like all kinds of places.
Crazy.
We got pissed off one time when I was over in Germany, and me and 10 of my buddies went and tried to play these Germans in soccer, and they kicked our ass.
So my fraternity advisor was the executive director of the World Cup when it was in the U.S. in '94, and he went to Tennessee, and he's like awesome. He was on the tennis team at Tennessee, but he's from a Mormon family, so he did a mission in Germany, and it was one of the years when Germany was hosting the World Cup, or West Germany was hosting the World Cup. And he told me, he said, I was a big football fan. He's like, he's like, you guys don't understand what the third Saturday in October means to a kid from Tennessee. He's like, it is everything. And anyway, he's like, so they told me I was gonna go to the soccer game, and I was like, okay, oh sure, that'll be fine. And he said it was Germany versus France 25 years after World War II. Like the guys in the stands had been like tanks on each other 20 some years before, and he's like, with all due respect to the third Saturday in October, I've never seen anything like that in my life, and I became a soccer fan for the rest of my life. So it made me laugh.
Yeah, we get bored in the military at times, and you do. You just got to find games to play against each other. I mean, I love playing against Army. I love beating Army. I love, Navy. That wasn't much of a challenge. I will tell you though, I did learn my lesson. Don't ever fight a Navy corpsman.
Oh no, that's probably a smart idea not to do.
I beat up a Navy corpsman, and the next day they lost my shot record, and I had to have all my shots retaken. Don't ever pick on a Navy corpsman.
Well, so when I was in Afghanistan, for our agency, we had alcohol, but the military wasn't allowed to. And so we would have parties, like when Army would play Air Force or anybody that was on AFN, we would have like parties and invite the officers over, all the West Point guys. And they would come, and the funniest thing is this Butterbar second lieutenant, like straight out of West Point, like 6 months before or something, came like running up to their head intel guy, and he was like, sir, I don't think this is non-alcoholic beer. And the major's like, Lieutenant, why do you think that? And he goes, because sir, this is not I said, oh, it's not an alcoholic beer, it's the non-alcoholic kind. And the lieutenant goes, but sir, it says 12% alcohol by volume on the label. I said, it's covert, it's undercover.
Yeah.
And then the major goes, Lieutenant, did the CIA just tell you that's non-alcoholic beer? Then that's non-alcoholic beer. Drink it.
Exactly.
It was really fun.
Nice.
How are you tonight, Michael?
Thanks for letting me come in tonight, Jeff. How you doing?
Hey, Michael.
Not bad. Hey, D4, how you doing tonight, sir? Now, I sent you a post earlier. You must have received it. And this isn't for you, but for everybody. You know how we talk about Texas and Oklahoma back in the 70s? I asked you guys, Billy Sims, Earl Campbell, Tony Dorsett, how would you rank them?
Earl Campbell, Tony Dorsett, Billy Sims.
Yeah, that's how I'd rank them.
I can see that.
That's a good rank.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And those guys was fun to watch too, man. Back then. Just wish Billy Sims could have a longer NFL career, though.
Yeah, but he's Oklahoma, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's why D4's not going
to. But look at Earl Campbell. He didn't have a long career either.
Yeah, but that run.
I think he was in like, what, 8 or 9 years?
You know that run that we go over and over again with him in the NFL, always with the Oilers, and they did rip his jersey. He's just beasting it through people, dude. I love that. I can watch that 100 times, and never get bored.
I swear sometimes he'd stop and turn around and just run through them again just to embarrass them.
That's what I always felt Barry Sanders used to do. He used to juke everybody out, spin around everybody, go back around once again just to do the same thing.
Isn't he the reason why Madden had all those moves?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Talking about the Army-Navy game, I've been blessed to go to 2 games twice. And when they do the marches and stuff like that, it is so surreal. It's
awesome.
And hopefully you guys get to the game sometime.
I love when the president changes in the middle of the game, and they walk into the center of the field. They say it's the only time it's acceptable to boo the president is when he's leaving you.
Yep. Tony, was you in the service?
No, I worked for the federal government. I wasn't in the military. They were usually assigned to our agency.
Oh shit, we got a fan in
nice.
here. I gotta go.
But to you, Jeff, as an Army veteran, and I gotta say, go Army, be Navy. But sincerely, thank you for you and your dad's service.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure. Like I said,
yeah, it was.
I wonder sometimes.
Try to tell people. Go ahead.
I wonder sometimes. I had 2 basketball scholarships, not big time scholarships, but little scholarships, and I always wondered, if I would have went to college, what would have been different. But I'm happy I served in the Marines, and I'm proud that I'm in a group that doesn't have, thousands of members. I mean, there's not very many Marines.
Mhm.
You know why there's not many Marine? You know why they're the few and the proud?
Why is that?
Because the Navy won't give enough money to be the many and the proud.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey,
No, I'm
but
just kidding.
Jeff,
Also-
I wanted to go to the Marines, but my ASVAB score was so high they didn't want me, so I went into the Army and worked with missiles. But when I went to AIT, there's some Marines coming into Stinger School. I'm like, what the hell?
I just
But
figured
no,
if you were in the
it's like-
Army, your trigger finger didn't work.
Oh, no, trust me. I got very itchy trigger fingers.
Okay. Well, I
It's
mean, that's
because I
usually
think-
the difference between the Army and the Marines. The Marines have better trigger fingers.
They do. They do.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying, so what'd you do?
Recon.
Oh, cool.
Missiles for me, then I was an MP.
I was too much of a pussy to be in the military.
Yeah.
After I served, I found out, though, that really wasn't the best MOS to go into. There's not a lot of jobs afterwards, I mean,
Doing recon.
And here it was when I got out in '96.
Outside of the service, it's called stalking.
you get in trouble for what we did.
I'm just teasing.
Because when I was at Fort Bliss, I was talking with people like the main decisions, which was General Dynamics. They said, when you get out of the service, give us a call. We'll give you a job. I had 2 young kids. Then I thought, nah. But I wish I would have took the opportunities. I would have been pretty well off working for General Dynamics and stuff.
It's a cool company.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot of neat stuff.
Yep. Shoot. So how many guys are you guys gonna watch the Hawaii? I'm trying to think, who is the Hawaii place?
Vandy.
Saturday?
Vandy.
Do what?
They give
Vanderbilt.
Vandy gets a win
Vanderbilt.
finally.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Maybe.
don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm gonna start betting Will on some games now.
Okay, I gotta ask you this: is your team like Texas, the Illinois, Wyoming game?
D4, do you want to make some money this year?
Yeah.
I'll give you my picks and bet against me. I'll tell you what, you'll roll in the dough. Okay, so whatever team I pick, you go the opposite. I guarantee you're going to be
do
rich
well.
by the end of the year.
Yeah, this is why I don't make predictions, because I can't be like look at something objectively and be like, I think Oregon will beat USC. I can't do that.
Mm-mm.
I had too much. I'm like, I hate those
I
people.
gotta ask you this, Tim and Tony. Since you guys are Pac-12 people, who's the one team that's not USC
We're now Big Ten people, but go on.
or Oregon that can win the Big 12 and Pac-12 this year? And not
Utah was really good.
I think it's a 3-team race: Oregon, Utah, USC.
I just hope it's a 3-team race.
Oregon State's your dark horse.
Yeah, Oregon State's
Oregon
really good
State.
too.
That's wrong.
And the other thing is, guys, Kalen DeBoer has never gone anywhere and not won.
Michael Penix could lead him to a win.
So who knows what's going to happen there? I mean, that's a school that has been just tripping all over itself, and I hope can get back.
Yeah, not bad.
If they
Although-
Go ahead.
Although you guys want to laugh,
Yeah.
I have it from a while ago, a Husky ex who got married, and the next day USC left the Pac-12.
Wow.
And so I was like, is there some symbolism there? Maybe.
Mm.
We're out of here.
This might be a silly pick come October, but I was talking about the Pac-12 South and, with Utah and with USC and UCLA, but I really think Oregon's going to drop a couple of games because I think Washington State's going to be sneaky good. I think that Oregon State could be at the end of the year could be sneaky good. And you're just talking about DeBoer at Washington.
If they could beat UCLA, if they could go into the Rose Bowl and win, Washington could have a good year. That could be like a big spring game for them.
Oregon
What
plays
about
at
Arizona State? Could they be 500 teams this year?
No,
Arizona State is a dumpster fire that someone just added some tires to.
I would say Arizona has a better chance of getting 500, and they're not very good. So
They should.
Arizona's going to be a lot better this year than they were, but they're nowhere near winning.
I don't think they're going to, but I would love nothing more than for them to lose to San Diego State and then beat Mississippi State.
Look, to get the Pac-12 to where it is right now, there has to be a fucking conspiracy. Sorry again, Jeff. There's got to be a conspiracy. Because how does Arizona State run themselves into the ground so freaking hard? And even Arizona football just completely ran itself into the ground.
Do you guys follow the Angry Pack PR, Twitter feed?
No.
It's amazing. They issue they take the template for Pac-12 public announcements, and they issue things. And one of them said, "Someday the 2 Arizona schools will have to answer to God for their failure to win in this conference."
Well, Arizona, I mean, it wasn't for a lack of trying. I mean, they hired some big name coaches. They just didn't ever pan out for them.
Rich tried. It looked like he was going to, and then it went sideways.
Yeah, and then
I'm hoping for Jed Fish is awesome. So I'm really hoping for that he gets them back on track. But I'm also a little sick of this weird Arizona media contingent that really wants them to go to the Big 12. And the funny thing that I'm hearing now is they might be more likely to end up in the SEC than the Big 12.
Well, I don't see the SEC going that far. I don't see the SEC breaking out.
I don't see them doing that either, but we'll see. Who knows?
Because to me, if the SEC was going to go west, we'd have went now. We would have called Washington. We would have called, you know what I mean? I think that's who they would have went after. I think the Southeast Conference is banking on Clemson, either Florida State or Miami, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, maybe. I think they're betting on those schools and not really wanting to go west.
There's a lot. Is there a worry that though you guys might be regionalized? I mean, you might be marginalized for being a regional. You know what I mean? It's almost like some pincer move that the Big Ten is doing. It's just surrounding the South.
Yeah, it's like the Big Ten. It's like the Big Ten is full of West Point folks, and the SEC's got the Marines in the middle, and the Big Ten is surrounding on all sides.
But think about this. With the Big Ten, if we just say regionalized, the Big Ten, they're doing their thing. Where's the Big Ten going to get their recruits besides California?
Tech. Oh, sure. Well, I mean,
because we got Texas. They
true.
don't have a school there. We got Florida. They don't have a school there. So there's your three biggest.
In Georgia.
The 3 biggest states is going to be California, Texas, Florida, and then Georgia. So there's 4. So the SEC controls 3 out of 4.
But how many great teams are in there? See, here's the thing also, though. If you start splitting those teams up, and it won't be like we know. I mean, you're still going to lose teams to other programs. It's not like you lock them all down because there's only so many roster spots for the top 5 or 6 teams in the SEC. And so are they going to want to go to a South Carolina when they get a call from Ohio State? I mean, who knows? Do you know what I mean?
No, I think they would go to an Ohio State, but I think you're going to have to be an Ohio State. You're going to have to be a USC. You're going to have to be a Michigan. To get a kid out of Florida, you're going to have to be good because the kid out of Florida don't want to go to Iowa and play in the snow when they could play at Georgia, Alabama, somewhere like that.
Well, and I wonder as well. So Chris just brought up a really good point in the chat, which is that I wonder if there is enormous pressure on Georgia Tech to get its act together quick.
Georgia Tech's only choice is the Big Ten. They're not coming back to the SEC.
No, but the thing is Georgia Tech, institutionally, would fit in really well in the Big Ten.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, they think they're better than everybody.
They're just so bad.
Do you guys think that the Big Ten goes after Miami?
I think it would be stupid not to.
Because they fit the, you know what I mean?
Miami,
the County boys, man. Ooh, that's the, you could talk about some athletes down there.
The thing about Miami, though, Miami and Wake Forest, it's a little bit of an issue. I mean, they're great schools, but they don't fit the Big Ten's research profile. That's a really big deal to the Big Ten, as they, one of the things somebody on Twitter actually today, I think, described it really well. They said the Big Ten is essentially trying to create a new Ivy League, the big giant Ivy League of elite institutions, and thinking in those terms, not just in terms of. They want to
be Ivy League 2.0.
Yeah, but in terms of federal research money, we're thinking in billions, not in millions.
Right.
And so, that's not been a strength of Miami. But Miami and Florida State are both, they're both hockey sticking in that area. They just have a little ways to catch up.
But I could see them wanting Miami for recruiting, plus the market. I mean, the Big Ten's all about market sizes.
Oh, you can't get a better market, and especially. And by the way, did you guys see the new stadium drawings that came out today?
Yeah.
How cool is that?
That is going to be awesome.
Who, for Miami?
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah, I believe it when I see it.
Oh no, John Ruiz is writing checks.
Pockets down there. Hey, Michael, they got pockets down there. Don't worry.
John Ruiz already wrote a check.
They'll be there, but they're in Miami. They'll be like, "Hey, do you need checks, or can we just pay you in kilos?"
Hey, what's up, David Bressler? Hey, listen, Tony. This is probably the greatest OU fan who just stays out of the gutter with all the football conversations. This guy David Bressler,
nice.
He talks football. Yeah, it's refreshing.
Hi, David. I have so many awesome friends from OU. Like everybody. So the weird thing is, everybody that I actually know from OU are super cool. The Twitter people from OU are like lunatics.
Well, that's the same thing with USC with the Irish. I mean, we found the diamond in the rough with Will. You know what I mean? How often do you find people that are from SC or OU or Alabama even? That's why I met Jeff. I'm like, holy crap, Jeff. Like I grabbed on Jeff, like, oh my God, I got someone I actually talked SEC with.
Oh, I have the best OU story for you. Do not let me forget to tell you when we're not like on the internet. It's really funny. It's really funny. It's just not an internet story. It's hysterical though.
We gotta get David. We gotta get you in $5 a month. We gotta get you into the Mark's Discord because man, I think you'd really enjoy the crew in there. All of us you see on the screen right now are all in there.
I don't approve that much.
But the second biggest douchebag thing I ever did on a date was involving an OU alum. Oops.
Yeah, but good to see. I actually I sent him a DM to join us here tonight. So thanks for showing up, David.
Nice. Good to have you, David. Boomer Sooner. I've been to the OU campus too. Like that's a cool campus. Like it's a fun town and a neat campus. It's a beautiful campus.
Well, David, plug yours. When I drove across country, we stopped special stop in Norman. We were on 40, and I got a picture of me. I'm gonna save that for one of these times. I don't want to take off too much of the audience, but I have my Reggie Bush jersey, and I'm out there like this, you know.
I'll tell you one of the things that I love.
So plenty of people saw me. It was weird is I thought someone would say something. A couple people looked at me and it was like, this kid's crazy, and just kept walking by, you know. So
like why is that guy in a Redskins jersey? Because I used to live in DC and I would wear like my USC jersey like on the metro going to the game watch parties, and I would get all these like go Redskins chants and all that as we would go by. I'll tell you, one of the things I love about Oklahoma, about Owen Field, or what is it called, Gaylord Family Stadium now, but Owen Field. It's like Spartan Stadium, and I think Alabama's like, I haven't been to Tuscaloosa, but I think Alabama's like this too. It's just a giant stadium, like rising out of the flat, like towering over everything. It's just awesome.
Like lanes, man.
Yeah, it's like the big house, like at Michigan, you enter, I think, in row 78.
Yeah,
from
it's
the
all
ground.
down. It's mostly down.
So the funny thing about the Michigan Stadium is you don't see the stadium. You just see the mammoth like towers of skyboxes and the scoreboards.
It's a giant stadium overlooking the trailer park.
Well, David, you think about some allies here, but you're not going to get that from D4 up there from the Longhorn country. So,
and the problem with Michigan Stadium is it's not very loud. For being the big house, it's not loud like you think it would be.
Is it because it's a shallow bowl? Is that why?
Yeah, I mean it's just so cut in at it. You know,
it's really flat. Like the Coliseum has this big arch, has a big arc to it. The Michigan Stadium is very like a flat bowl.
Yeah.
Also, they expect to win.
Yeah.
So like they'll scream Mr. Brightside, but then like, I mean they're loud, but they're not like crazy because like they're Michigan. They expect to win.
Yep. Hey, so what was the last time you was in Michigan Stadium, Jeff?
Oh man, that would have been back in the 90s. A lot of my family are Hawkeye fans, so I went there, you know, with some of my family who are Hawkeye fans. What's that?
The last time I was there is when Appalachian Appalachian State shocked the world. I was.
Were you there for that game?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. How cool.
It was so surreal. You think that Lloyd Carr died or Bo Schembechler passed away again. You thought it was like being in a funeral. That's how quiet it was.
That was what, 2005, wasn't it?
2007.
2007. And then when
the wildest year ever.
And then what was it, last year or 2 years ago when Army almost came back, almost beat them in overtime? That play, there was a lot of people who was very nervous, and they would breathe a sigh of relief when Michigan beat Army.
That's the problem, though. You don't want to play Army. You don't want to play Navy. I mean, the style they play.
They play a different style, and those kids are tough as hell, and they're awesome, and they're too smart for some of your players.
And I always think them if they played right before USC, because they would tenderize those lines for us a little bit. They'd be a bit dinged up, So when we came in that next week, it helped us out. Those big, huge offensive linemen, they were getting like rolled up, They're diving at their ankles and tenderizing a little bit for us. So
we'll take it.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine who actually played at the Naval Academy and stuff like that. The good thing about it is you can be there, and an hour later the game's gonna be over. Because it seems like all they do is just run the ball and the clock runs out.
Listen, the Army starting quarterback this year, Cade Ballard, is from my town right here. He goes to the same high school my son goes to now.
Oh, cool.
If that kid was 6'2", he would have went anywhere in this country to play ball. But he's 5 foot. Yeah, he's 5'9".
So he's kind of like another Drew Brees.
Not quite. Almost.
No.
more athletic.
He's probably more like Jake Haener, who like can't get opportunities because he's 5'11".
Yeah,
No, go ahead. Sorry. Finish your thought, D4.
This kid had NFL level arm strength and accuracy, but he's 5'9".
No, see, that's what I'm saying about Drew Brees. He's got the talent and stuff like that, but it's his height is what hurt him.
How tall is Brees?
6 foot.
But there's a big difference between being 6 foot and 5'9", though.
Yeah.
It don't sound like much, but there is.
You're still going to need those passing lanes because you're not going to see over your line. But I mean, that's a huge difference between 6 foot. Yeah, and that's a huge.
Although I did laugh. Jake Haener said, he goes, the line are all like 6'5" anyway, so would it really matter if I was 6'2"?
Well, the thing that gets me is, I go to 365 Sports and I go around, and there's a lot of people in the chat, we need the Service Academy in the Big 12, or we need the Service Academy is not built to play Power 5 football. They don't have the size. They're not going to have the line, that the Power 5 teams have. And, they can't recruit. They're not going to go through the transfer portal. Ain't nobody in the transfer portal going to say, hey, I'm going to go to the Army all of a sudden, It's just too much of a disadvantage for the service academies.
You know the other problem that I see is, in a big way. So, and this is not a rip on the Big 12. I love the Big 12. People think I don't like the Big 12. I hate some of your Twitter idiots, but I love the Big 12 itself and the schools there. Is that the Big 12 actually does not offer a lot of sports. And the service academies have a crap load of Olympic sports because like everybody at the academy plays on a club team or a varsity team. They all do something. And so there are just a wealth of Olympic sports. So joining the Big 12, so the Army and Navy are actually in the Patriot League, which along with like Georgetown and Lehigh and Fordham and all the, so they have like an outlet for all of their wealth of Olympic sports that if they join the Big 12, that wouldn't fix a lot of their problems.
No.
And instead they're like, the Big 12, like most of the Big 12 schools don't even have swim teams.
Hey, we are dominant in swim.
Well, you guys are, but you're like the only one.
Iowa State, 20 years ago, gave up baseball.
Yeah, I think Texas wins the Big 12 swim meet by like showing up because there aren't swim teams.
LBC, he asked why doesn't the Big 12 offer a lot of sports? I'm thinking it's just budget. Is it budget?
Money.
Or is it travel also? Because there's too far apart. I mean, I don't know, really far apart.
Texas
Budget,
is
right?
the only one. Texas is pretty much the only one with a like this part of why DeLoss Dodds always wanted to join the Pac-12, because Texas has a very UCLA and Stanford like athletic program.
Doesn't Oklahoma State have a lot of Olympic sports too?
Oklahoma State does. In fact, Oklahoma State is one of like NCAA. I think they're like fourth.
Yeah,
I think it's fourth or fifth in overall championships.
Yeah, I
Oklahoma
saw that.
State has a
Oklahoma.
great
I
legacy.
was Oklahoma. Then I read Tony, and I read, I'm like, oh no, shit, that's Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State has lots of Olympic sports.
A lot of like wrestling, and I don't know if it's track, but I know wrestling is one of them that they're really great at. Oklahoma State has a great
golf.
Golf, that's the other one. So yeah, Oklahoma State's a great place. It does, another one place that doesn't get nearly enough credit. But yeah, like Kansas State and Kansas, like they don't have a lot of stuff.
No.
Iowa State doesn't have a lot of stuff.
There's three schools in California that are pretty good at Olympic sports.
Yeah.
Well, there's like
actually
even more. I mean, the other thing is people also forget. Everybody's all scraping around like, oh, where can we find AAU schools? There are 5 Division I AAU schools in the University of California that just don't play major football.
Yeah.
And so I've always thought like in a big reorganization, I mean, UC Santa Barbara, UC San Diego, those are serious like tennis and water polo and softball, volleyball, all that kind of stuff at like seriously world-class schools.
How big are their football stadiums, Tony?
They're missing in action. Well, who knows? In fact, somebody, I did love this. Somebody on Twitter, they said if UC San Diego's students come, or if San Diego State students come to us for PhDs, maybe ours should go there for football.
They're fighting at Alabama right now. They want to fix Coleman Arena. Our basketball arena is just way outdated, and they're trying to get the money to, rebuild the stadium or tear it down and put a new one up. And a lot of people are fighting that we're football, we're not basketball, But a lot of people may not know this. Alabama, not recently so much, but we've had an awesome gymnastics.
That's right.
We're really good in gymnastics.
And your swim team too has been really good.
Swim team, our golf team, men and women, a few years ago won national championships.
Wow.
Your baseball and softball teams are pretty good. Won national championships.
Our softball team is. Our baseball team is about a 60% win. I mean, we do better than a lot.
I'll tell you this, so with your basketball,
one of your swimmers lives in Miami and is like a serious like Instagram thirst trap center. So I get updates on Alabama swimming regularly.
And our track is turned around. Our track is getting better.
Is it? Well, the other thing too is like those, you got to have a nice arena, because the nice arena is where you do all sorts of events and things like that. Like it has a purpose, I would think.
Right.
You would think with the success Nate and Christy's having with the basketball team, they would say go ahead to do it, but I don't know why they're not.
And see, people don't give us credit, but we finished second, I think, last year in the Big 8 or in the Big 12 in rowing.
Michael, Purdue's going 7-5 this year.
Okay, who's your losses to?
I don't know. I just want to get you riled up.
No, D4. I'm serious. You could be right. I mean, you could very well be right.
But Purdue,
Michael.
Here's the thing, though. Purdue would lose to like Northwestern and like Idaho State, but beat Michigan and Penn State.
Yeah.
Or
that would be
Purdue ranked number 2, and
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I love about Purdue. Like you can. I mean, when Michigan, it was sort of like when Michigan State was like undefeated, number like 4 in the country, and going into Purdue, we were all like, "Oh God, this is not going to end well."
Well, what was that kid's name that was had what did he have? Cancer or that from Purdue, and
Tyler Trent.
They ended up beating Ohio State and actually ended up with a hell of a year that year.
Guys,
they
I
actually
see,
ended up with a losing record that year. Purdue finished 6-7 that year. They lost their first 3 games of the season.
Guys, so I see Purdue starting off beating Penn State.
I don't.
Then they start 7-0 in my book. Then
And then they beat Indiana State the next week, but then they lose at Syracuse.
It could happen. No, Will's right. It could happen. I will say this though. If they get to Wisconsin 7-0, or even the two losses I can see this year I was thinking it was going to be Wisconsin and Minnesota. But Wisconsin, they got a crap as a quarterback. Will, you could be a better quarterback than Graham Mertz.
I think he beat Wisconsin because Graham Mertz is just awful.
I think you beat Minnesota because there's a hole in that boat.
I see that. But that's what I mean. So if you guys say they get beat Wisconsin, they got Iowa at home.
Yeah,
Iowa's not going to be as good as everybody thinks they are this year either.
Iowa was good last year. Iowa ain't good back years.
Iowa is Jeff Brom's bitch.
Hey, you watch your mouth.
5-1 against Iowa.
Jeff,
sorry.
I mean, Iowa was good in 2020 and 2021. So it's
Jeff, Eric just messaged. He might be joining us.
All right, I gotta call it then. I'm gonna let Eric in.
Will, you're leaving us?
I'm really tired. Yeah, I gotta get up.
Well, thanks for coming.
Boo. Good to see you.
Will, if you're going to be a star, you got to stay on the grind, buddy. Let's go.
Yep.
Got to get your face out there, Will.
Yeah, no.
Hey,
hopefully this recording stuff comes in soon from the mail.
Hey, do you know?
Hey, let me know. Let me know if you want to chat on that other stuff too.
Yeah. I'm free tomorrow, so
some tools and software that we'll chat about.
Awesome.
And Will, who's doing Mark's Notre Dame show post game?
I think it's either Nate Urbach and Ben Belden.
Well, I was pubbing you, man. So you should grab that because again,
I'd like to.
He'll give you can plug your channel as much as you want, man. That'd be a great, it's maybe an hour and a half commitment after the games, and then bam, you would have a lot of views.
Hey, Will, what's your channel anyway, man?
Well, I haven't really posted anything. I think it's just Will Clow right now, but I want to change it to. I'm thinking Will ND. Tony, me and Tony came up with it. Will ND.
Can we just get everybody to give a like to your 13-year-old Nationals breakdown?
He loves that video.
I love that video.
I think the Nationals or the Nats are gonna take over. I love that video.
Very good points. He was right.
He was on it. Young Will cut
13-year-old Will had it down.
Yeah. All right. See you. Fun.
Hey, we'll see you
guys.
All right. Have a good one, Will.
Have a good night, man.
See you guys.
See you, Will.
Yep. I can't wait. Tony, that's a nice setup you got there, man.
Oh, thanks. Funny enough, I could not I was down in Florida, during some of the pandemic stuff, and I actually couldn't buy a webcam. They were completely out. And so I just strapped up my DSLR to the computer to use as a virtual webcam. And
thing.
Yeah, Jim did the same thing.
You went on Amazon, or if you went to Best Buy, you tried to buy a webcam. You couldn't. You could buy them, but they were these Korean knockoff, just horrible. There was no quality webcams at all. If you tried to get any Logitech or anything, you could during that pandemic. And so my buddy told me, he's you got a digital camera, yeah, and she showed me how to hook that up.
Yeah, so that's what I just used. It makes it easy because I work remotely always. So the other thing is having the microphone like this, I can just get rid of it if I want or swing it in if I need.
Yeah. So boiler up. I've decided you guys are going 12-0.
There you go.
There you go.
It'd be nice.
We've already figured it out. See, Michael?
But
we're due to the Rose Bowl. Welcome, Eric.
Welcome, Eric.
Let's go Ducks.
What do you think? Hey, so you thinking 9-3 or 8-4 for the Trojans? USC.
I think 9-3.
I said 8-4, and then again, I feel like a broken record, but we have really good lines. We really do, and we're going to shock some people early on. But as soon as we start losing a tackle on either side, either one of those lines, our defensive interior, or we lose a tackle on the outside, it's going to be. We've got a fair amount of interior offensive line guys, and we've got some guys on the outside. We got some ends and rush ends, but we don't have. We have maybe we're too deep, and we drop off big time. If we lose Peely, our nose tackle, it'll be exactly what happened last year. You know, I mean, if you can't set that middle and, you know, on a run play, and if you can't get a push and collapse that pocket on a pass play, when you play talented teams, like, you know, you're going to be exposed. And so if they stay healthy, 9-3, 10, maybe even 11 wins is possible if you keep that line, both lines intact. But I've never seen a USC team. I've seen rarely it happens, I think, anywhere where you go an entire year without losing, you know, linemen for a good part of the year. At least, you know, a few on your front line. And we have no depth. So 8-4.
See, and that's a problem on defense. You need, you know, at least 7 good defensive linemen to rotate in and out and, you know, give breathers. And then if you don't have that, like you said, if you lose one guy, that makes it tough.
Eric, I like that shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Tony. You guys haven't even seen my. Actually, you have, Tony, but the rest of y'all haven't seen my new headgear.
Your new acquisition?
Yeah.
I think you need to break it out right now.
I mean, we're live, so I mean, I guess.
It's fine.
I guess I could.
It's the world. The world is your oyster, Eric. Let's see it. You guys are going to appreciate this. It's going to be good. It's a good one.
The question is, does he have the bottle rockets he was talking about?
You should get them. I gave him the rest of the costume for this, but he didn't like it.
Roman candles. He needs some Roman candles. That's what he needs. Oh, that would be pretty crazy. But yeah, if you handhold those Roman candles, he'll nail it. If I think it's what he's saying he is.
I'm hoping in 2 weeks to have a new intro for my show. I'm gonna have an animated intro.
Nice. Welcome back, Tim.
All right.
Oh my God. Some call me Tim.
Yeah, this is the other Tim. This is my alter ego. One of my roommates is super into illegal fireworks, so he was like unlocking the door, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I like, excuse my language. I put it on, and he came in. He's like, "Dude, I have all this stuff for you." And he went into the garage. And he gave me like.
Everyone needs a roommate that's really into illegal fireworks. I think that's a must, especially if you're in your 20s.
Oh,
although I don't know if I want a roommate that's involved in illegal fireworks as much. That I might want someone who lives in a different building.
He's got to have his lab somewhere out in the desert somewhere in like an RV if he wants to go mixing stuff. But you know, to have him for that resource, it would be a great thing.
Yeah. I want the resource close, but maybe not under the same fire structure roof.
Those fireworks factory explosions, those things are insane.
Yeah, and our smoke alarm hasn't worked for months.
So. There you go. That'll help.
But he gave me, you know, those poppers, like the ones that are little, like the totally vanilla ones.
Oh, that kind of poppers.
I'm gonna get some of those. And he's like, no. And he gave me these things that are like actually like firecrackers that you throw. He's like, yeah, you can only get those things in Washington. And I was like, all right. Well,
so this is Eric's coming out show where he said he's no longer a Duck fan. He's going to be a Colorado State fan for the 2022 season. Yeah, and he's got his headgear to prove it.
He might be able to go North Carolina if Colorado State's not good enough.
Yeah, there you go. Paint it blue.
Paint it blue.
Our hell blue, and
you can be Ramses the Ram.
And stuff though, you know. So
I still got to get the rabbit with the blood on it. So people are like, "Are you Lenny? Or are you Tim the Enchanter?" I'll be like, "I'm a mix." Both.
But if you guys think back, Colorado State used to be good in the 90s.
Oh yeah, under Sonny Lubick, they were real good.
Yeah, I mean they beat Colorado many times.
And they have a beautiful new stadium too.
Oh yeah,
they did a great job with that. You know, I feel one of the things that I don't like about the consolidation that we're going through now is there's so many teams like, you know, Colorado State. The Mountain West has great schools and great teams and great traditions. And I think that they get a lot of kind of shafted right now with a lot of the emphasis on consolidation because like there's some cool stuff in the Mountain West.
Now, how much money is the Big 12 going to pay Boise State? Since they told them, you know, hey, you fix up your facilities, you'll be in. And they started fixing up their facilities, and now everything's kind of haywire.
Well, yeah, I would say we're going to have to see how it all shakes out anyway. I mean, everybody sort of thinks they know where this is going, but I don't think anybody really knows where it's going.
In a way, I kind of think it would be neat if 50 teams broke away and then the rest of them had their own playoff, because there's some good teams down there that deserve a chance at a playoff. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, like
And
you said, Colorado State's.
Yeah,
you know,
Boise
every once in a
State
while,
being
and
one of
Iowa
them.
State. Every once in a while, you know, you can.
And imagine like a playoff that had the G5 school, that had the MAC schools, and the other thing is, the SBC is a cool conference.
Oh yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. How many FCS games did either of you watch last year? FCS versus FCS.
I actually watched the playoffs.
Okay.
Playoffs too.
I watched a couple of Penn games. Go Quakers.
I just think I think it's going to be severely marginalized, and there's a lot of programs that are proud programs that have been around forever that are going to get marginalized. Even though again, that was the beauty of the old college football before ESPN told us if you're not in the playoffs, you're a loser school. You know, it used to be like that there was a place for schools like Colorado State. There was a place, you know, for them to.
Well, I remember growing up when I was in, I don't know, middle school or whatever, and Central Michigan beat Michigan State, and they went to like the California Raisin Bowl. God, I don't know where it was, Fresno. Who knows? It doesn't matter. But it was like a huge thing. Like Central Michigan was going to the Raisin Bowl, and like all these CMU fans had like Raisin Bowl stuff, and they beat Michigan State, and the Michigan State people had to shut up and take it.
Or San Diego State playing Iowa in the Holiday Bowl back, you know, in the 80s. And yeah, I mean, it is neat to see them.
And those teams can, I mean, sometimes they win games, you know, that when you give them a chance, there's some good teams.
And like, I give the Big 12 a bunch of crap. I do. I pick on the Big 12. I like the Big 12. Personally, you get rid of Texas and Oklahoma, it's going to be probably the best conference to watch, top to bottom. It's competitive.
In fact, I later realized maybe what I love is Big 12 during the pandemic when like their fans aren't there.
Yeah.
No, I'm just teasing. I love West Virginia. I love Baylor. They're awesome. Texas Tech fans are actually so cool. They're even funny, like on Twitter. Like, you know, I love the cactus emoji. Like, by the way, do you guys watch Clint Foster? He kind of does like a big.
I do, because every time I hang out with this guy Tony, he shows me like a new video. Like,
yeah, he does like his own version of SEC shorts for the Big 12.
Oh, there you go.
And he has one. It's the story of the cactus emoji, and it's the funniest thing you've ever seen. If you guys haven't seen it, it's amazing.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'll put the link. I'll put the link in the chat for you.
All right.
It's really funny.
TBM's telling us that the best number for playoffs is 0. I guess he's a poll era guy.
Well, there was a. Did you guys hear Greg Sankey talk about his expansion numbers last year?
Right.
When Greg Sankey talked about the ideal number for a conference.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that, guys?
I hope he said 10.
No. So Greg Sankey said that the issue that he's learned as conference commissioner is that once there's a certain number that's really the optimal number, and that once you get above that, then it's just you have so many conflicts and so many people with different agendas and too many cooks in the kitchen, and it just becomes unmanageable.
And it was Tony. It was 10. Can you imagine if we had? Can you imagine?
Do you want to know what he said the number was?
16.
No. So he was talking, and Paul Feinbaum was fascinated by this. And Paul Feinbaum said, "Well, what's the magic number where it becomes too many?" And Sankey looked at Paul Feinbaum and said, 2.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
He said, "What?" He said, "Once you get that second member, there are too many conflicting interests and too many cooks in the kitchen, and anything above that is just more."
You know, though, that's one thing I like about the SEC, though. The vote really isn't always unanimous, but it always comes out unanimous. You know what I mean? Texas A&M didn't vote to let Texas in, but when we come out and said it, they voted for it. You know, I mean,
I think they all do that, don't they?
I think the Big Ten sometimes lets it really fly because during COVID, remember, Ohio State, Nebraska wanted to play, and nobody else, you know, everybody else was scared.
They had
Ohio State threatened to go to the SEC or somewhere to play.
When the Big Ten had brutal fights over Penn State because Bobby Knight and Bo Schembechler did not want that.
Yeah.
And I think they even got Michigan State to vote no. That was a mess. But the other presidents were like, "It's happening."
There does seem to be more infighting in conferences that aren't named. That And the COVID year is a great example of that. What conferences wanted to do and what they finally decided on, and who were the outliers. Like, I feel, I mean, and it makes perfect sense because the Pac-12 is currently in shambles, but I feel like the Pac-12 has been infighting for a long time. There's been a lot of like vested interests that don't necessarily work with what other teams want. Like, you know, USC and UCLA are gone, obviously, and there's talk of, I don't even know what I've been trying to keep away from the gossip. I know there's new gossip about the Big Ten expansion.
The Pac-10 has been fighting very hard internally since about 1947.
I
Yeah.
thought 1922 when USC joined.
Just about.
But if you stop and think about it, though, the SEC has pretty much started everything.
It'll be
in '92.
LBC's in the back room.
Yeah.
Is he in the background? Let me look. Oh, here we go. Oh, but if you think about it, you know, in '92, the SEC added South Carolina and Arkansas. And then we started the championship game. And then everybody else kind of followed and they did their championship game. And then in 2010, we announced that, you know, or 2011, that Texas A&M and Missouri was coming over. And so, you know, the Big 12 grabbed a couple more teams. Then we grabbed Oklahoma and Texas. And now the Big 10 grabs USC and UCLA. You know, I mean, we kind of set the trend for everything.
Do you think there was ever enough? So was there ever 8 viable leagues, conferences? Because imagine if you had 8-10 team conferences at some point.
What do you
You
mean
had
viable?
the PAC, you had the Big 10,
You had the national championship.
Well, yeah, because you would have had the
Conference.
PAC, you would have had the Big 10, the Big 8, Southwest Conference, SEC, and ACC.
Big East.
and
Big
maybe
East.
the Big East. So you'd have had 7.
And then independence or
And then independence.
votes kind of thing, right? And so you have 10. So in the old days, I remember, like, I loved the Pac-10 when it was the Pac-10. You played, there was the championship game. You
Not
played
round robin.
everybody in your league, and you had a clear. Well, sometimes you'd have a 3-way. Then, you know, well, I'm not. Well, okay,
Hey.
you'd have it where
Hey.
you'd have it to where there'd be, like, you know, multiple
That's
teams.
after the game, Tim. That's after the game.
There would be there's children watching somewhere in this world.
That's not what I mean.
There was a messy, but very rare would that happen. You know, you play everybody in your conference, you true winners, and then imagine if those winners, I don't know, played in an 8-team playoff. I mean, I know that's not going to happen now because, again, like Jeff said, you know, the TV money said, well, hold on, wait, we could get an SEC championship game. There's more money there, you know, and then the ACC jumped in next, right? And then it was the Big 12.
Big 12.
And so that, and then therefore, then that wiped out conferences, right? So I mean, it just started eroding this whole thing, and it's, again, what a shock! Money is the reason why this thing got screwed up.
Well, but a lot of it also goes back to a big mess with what was called the Eastern Conference, which is today's ECAC, which was this really messed up, like, terrible strategic idea that just destroyed the strength of the football core in the Northeast. It was really set up by Harvard, Princeton, and Yale, run by the Princeton athletic director, and they, like, made every bad decision you could make in sports, really just to try to serve the interests of the Ivy League. And then the Ivy League sort of left it rudderless, and they sabotaged repeatedly the attempts to create a real Eastern Conference that, like, Joe Paterno and those guys were doing in the 70s. And they literally repeatedly sabotaged it. They sabotaged part of the Big East. They set the Big East on the terrible course that they were on, where they screwed up their football. And I think, honestly, if we had a stronger Northeast core, we would be better off from a consolidation standpoint. But the Northeast was the first place we really just crumbled and blew it up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I mean, I'm lucky because my team's Alabama. You guys are lucky because you're USC. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
And D4 is Texas. You know, so
I'm also lucky, by the way.
I don't know
Less
if
lucky.
Oregon. I don't know if Oregon.
Less lucky, but lucky. I mean,
But you know what I mean?
I'm not left out in the rain, hopefully.
Yeah, you know, but I mean, there's a lot of schools out there that are good that are going to be left And then you're going to have teams like Rutgers, Maryland, and Vanderbilt who's sitting at the table. And the only reason they're sitting at the table was they were smart enough to join when they joined.
Well, and Maryland's sitting at the table because they're halfway between the NSA and the Pentagon. And that's a real good place to be when you want some of those federal dollars.
Well, Rutgers is at the table right now, but that table only has 3 legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And their chair has 2.
It's a great recruiting area, and again, it's got a good TV footprint as well. So I mean, it does the DMV is it's gonna be they're in a good location.
The DMV
is Nick Saban correct? Because Nick Saban predicted last week that we're not only going to 2 super conferences, that relegation is going to be right around the corner.
I would love relegation. I think relegation is a great idea because I think relegation would create excitement and it would get more teams involved.
It creates incentive. So for those teams that want to be invested, that get their alumni base together and like, hey, we're ready to go, we're going to compete. There's going to teams that are going to drop off because they're going to use relegation as your opportunity. This is the opportunity to compete for a national championship, and we want the best of the best. That's going to be, in my opinion, how they're going to run it. And that is going to be phenomenal.
But what stops that, LBC? It's not about having the best teams on the field. Otherwise, you would have Oregon joining the Big Ten. It's about, do you want to relegate a team that might be one of the big markets, and are the TV allow you to do that? This is going to be network run. Do you know what I mean?
Well, but the big advantage of relegation is it keeps those teams involved, even when they don't sort of deserve it, I think, to a certain extent. Like for Rutgers, for example, they might be competing to be in the, if you call it A League and the B League or whatever, the Big 10A and the Big 10B, who knows what it might be. But like, they're never going to compete against Ohio. They're not going to be competitive against Ohio State. But like that fight to get into like the upper division, this is how English soccer is. Like that, like to get into the upper, like it's exciting and it's awesome. And then you go in there and get your ass kicked a little bit and it's fine.
And
when I lived there, so I know about relegation.
Yeah, you know it better than anybody.
The TV networks are going to drive this. They're the ones that are going to make the rules. It's going to be, let's say, the college football playoff. There's going to be a governing body so they can make whatever rules they want to make. Now, you're going to have everybody that's going to complain that it's not in it because that's college football. But this is what the new college football is going to be. These are going to be their rules. It's not going to be part of the NCAA.
I don't think relegation. I like relegation in theory, like for the games that you're talking about, but I don't think it meshes well with like what is actually going on. If it's all driven by TV contracts, like what interest do we have in promoting some really good FCS school that doesn't really have a big following and demoting maybe a bigger market? Like, I mean, I don't think.
That's what I was kind of saying. You might get better competition, but
I don't agree with it either. I don't. But I think this is what we're trending towards. Because frankly, these networks don't want Vanderbilt in the SEC. They don't want certain schools in the Big Ten, let's say like in Illinois or in Indiana. They're not going to tell you that, or Rutgers or Maryland. They're going to call the rest of that. And even Kentucky, or Mississippi State. Do they drive the needle? So that's where relegation becomes an opportunity.
I don't know. I hear Mark Stoops is a top 3 coach in the United States. So I mean, I don't know. It's like,
and when you mention Mississippi State, I think of Christopher Walken. We need more Cloudbow.
Yeah, but like with the EPL, I never used to watch soccer, but I have a daughter who's been playing club soccer for 12 years, 10 years. And so her coach said, look, parents, I want you to watch soccer. I don't care what it is, whatever league, but you're going to watch it. And so I'm like, oh, whatever. So like 7 years ago, I started watching it because you go to tournaments in the morning on Saturday and the EPL's on at 6 a.m. And I didn't know who to root for, but there was this team when I started watching it. The second year was Leicester City. And this team was like 5,000 to 1, right? And they won it. They won the whole thing. Casper, Jamie Vardy, these guys were great. They beat Man U and Man City, everybody. It's like Iowa State winning the national championship, basically. And
down here, all my friends down here have been trying to get me to go to soccer games. And I tell them, if I want to spend 120 minutes watching nobody score, I'll take 2 of my buddies to the bar. You know?
Yeah, so it's
they're fun though. They're fun. They're fun to go to.
It's great, and then it's every year 3 teams get relegated, 3 teams come up, and so you're competing.
But the only problem is that makes it messy for the basketball. It makes it messy for the Olympic sports. You know.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is that you can keep those. You can keep them. In fact, what I actually think would be a great idea is almost to have that in all of your different sports. So you have that for basketball, and you have that for baseball, and all that. So you're keeping that, like, whoever the best thing, and then you're getting some kind of excitement in there. But the other thing is, if the Big Ten does go more and more national, having more teams might allow you to do, for example, for baseball, where travel for baseball is one of the few sports that travel is going to be horrific for the Big Ten. So maybe you have like an East and a West, and you keep them a little more separate.
Now here's a question for everyone though. We already have this big schism that's going to be between ESPN and Fox. I mean between the Big Ten and the SEC, right? We already have that. And your model, LBC, you're talking about there being like, almost an NFL model where like there's a football like governing body over the sport. Do you think that that's ever going to happen given the money contracts and all the stuff that's currently involved?
Well, when I listened to a podcast or I read something recently that talked about the evolution of the Premier League, which started in like 92 or 93, early 90s. And it was driven by Sky Sports, one TV network. Okay. And this is similar in that it's 2 TV networks. And if you don't think that they're controlling this realignment, you're fooling yourself. We all know, right? We're talking about brands. They're recommending, well, this would drive numbers.
Wait, LBT, I got to cut you off right there. Are you telling me that Oklahoma didn't reach out to the SEC? I can't even say it with a straight face. It's so insulting that they sell that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But they're exactly. So we know who's controlling college football, right? It's the TV networks, because they need live inventory, right? They need live inventory, and so I don't know. This is just an idea. I don't think it's far-fetched. Now, obviously, it would just be for football. It's not going to be all these other sports. Just when you think that it's not possible, it will be possible. Think about June 1st, 2021. Could you foresee 15 months later college football looking like it is today?
No, yes. I didn't see June of 21, but I won't say June of 22, but I did. I was on Mark Rogers' show. I mean, one of these days, when it calls me out, I'll go and search through his videos. I said it would be USC, Oregon, Washington, and I think I said Notre Dame.
I actually did a proposal.
And I called Fox too. I said, as a counter, Fox has to counter ESPN. I said it, and it'll be USC, and I said that.
No, I'm talking about the transfer portal, NIL, conference. That's so 15 months ago. This is before OU moved, or OU and Texas made the announcement. This is before NIL thing came out.
I probably didn't see it coming, but I'd say I'm never going to be surprised by anything again.
Right.
In college.
Well, you kind of knew NIL was coming because of the lawsuits.
Yeah, because going back to O'Bannon and stuff, the courts were and the rulings. They like we all know, and it's like duh now, but they didn't get out in front of that, did they? They just didn't.
No, and so here's the perfect example. The NCAA is gone. Okay, it's gone. So you have, like they said, it's the wild, wild west. It's vulnerable right now. People are looking for a governing body, whether that's fans, coaching, players, admin. Okay, you come in with somebody who's got this new prototype and it's all going to be based on driving revenue. It's going to be the TV company. So it might be something like this.
And that will suck for the Alabamas, for the USCs, because they're going to want to make it like the NFL model where everybody has a salary cap and everyone says blah, blah, and all this. And literally what we'll have is we'll have a not so good NFL. That's what we'll end up with.
NFL 2.0. Yeah.
It could be a hybrid. It could be a hybrid because it's going to work for the TV network. It's not going to work for the schools. It's not going to work for the fans or the players, but they're going to try to put some belts in the schools. And that's why relegation is an opportunity for those schools, so nobody's left out. But you're really left out.
They're going to kill it. If they try to, I'll go watch where corners don't give someone a 7-yard cushion. You know what I mean? If they take everything away from what is college football, and they make everyone equal, and there's revenue sharing, and there's this and that, and the other thing, they're going to lose the core base of fans. You know what I mean? Honestly, think about it, LBC. Because what you're going to have is we're going to have a watered down NFL. I watch college football because of my investment to USC, right? But there's a lot of people that don't have that kind of investment, that they just love the games. They grew up. It's different. And it's different than the NFL. NFL is a bunch of billionaires club, right? And it's different. College football, the bands, the pageantry, the bowls, all this stuff's going away. And if they go to a point where they're going to be paying players and there's salary cap and revenue sharing and all the traditional powers are now the same thing, you know, where Alabama is going to be on equal footing with, let's say, an Iowa State or whatever the situation is going to be. At that point, people will say, well, I'm just going to go watch my local NFL team.
Well, that's exactly what they're trying to avoid, right? They're trying to increase the markets and the accessibility of the sport.
Don't fuck with it.
Yeah, but the problem is,
it's why we like it now.
You're going to get rid of the Iowa State game. You're going to get rid of all these, you know, different games because people are moving, and football was better when it's regionalized. Okay, USC will always have a bigger rival against Stanford than they will against Iowa. They do have a pretty good rivalry with Nebraska. You guys have played quite a few times, but you know, you want to see the rivals stay. And when you're losing teams to different conferences, you're going to lose those rivals. And it's just going to hurt a lot of programs, you know, like Iowa State. Iowa State ain't a great program, but I'll tell you what, you go to Jack Trice Stadium and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but Ty Guy, they're one coach away from going back to being the laughingstock of the Big 12.
That's true.
Yeah. But even when they're the laughingstock, they do get fans there. You know, I mean, their fans do care.
Yeah.
And that's who I feel sorry for. You know, the Wake Forest, you know, the teams that aren't good, but once every 10, 20 years, you know, they don't have that chance now.
And that's what I'm going to miss. Those teams I grew up with that, you know, that I would watch. I knew their names and it'd be, oh, cool. They're playing them as an out of conference. Oh, man, that'd be cool to watch. Yeah. But again, like I'm saying, our conference games when we're playing, you know, Indiana or Illinois, like I remember we played Illinois in the Rose Bowl one time. I can't imagine I wasn't remotely up for that game at all. It's like, oh God, why am I even going to this game? You know what I mean? I know it's a Rose Bowl, but it was just so like Illinois.
I think there are
buckets come into play, or I mean,
I think there are a lot of changes that are detrimental and might hurt the sport. But despite what maybe the hyperbole says, there's no way you can kill college football, man. It's not. There's the doom and gloom. Like I do understand it, but Wake Forest fans are going to be Wake Forest fans. I think I don't think a massive boycott is happening no matter what. I do agree that there are good and bad changes, but I don't think college football is going anywhere in our lifetimes.
But think about this. When your team is not playing Saturday, who do you watch? You know, you want to watch somebody you know that were rivals or, you know, someone. You're going to miss out on a lot of those games. And there's a lot of football fans that aren't one team fans. You know, they just want to watch a good game and, you know,
probably
they tune in.
Included.
Eric, I guess what I would say is college football is not going to go away. You're right. It'll be here. And I'll probably still be going to USC football games. And I'm sure everyone here, we're big fans, will be suing. But will it be like the number 3 sport in the country or 4th sport in the country? You know what I mean? Will it? It'll drop way off.
You think it'll drop off?
Look what happened to baseball when they've been messing around with baseball. Major League Baseball ain't what it once was.
Well, baseball was the number 1 sport back, you know. Now where is it?
I don't think it will. I think it'll be fine in terms of fans because you have university students going to school. So you always have a regeneration of a younger base. Major League Baseball is just guys my age and older. kids do not like sitting in a baseball game.
I
Trust
hate
me,
baseball.
They don't. They don't have the attention span. They've been losing every year a bunch of their fan base.
Well, LBC, I bet, I don't know how old you are, but I'm guessing, you're like me. I was watching baseball in the 70s and you could get through a game in 2 hours. And today it wants 4 hours to get through a game. I mean, it's just ridiculous how baseball has turned.
But when you're a kid, you're on the farm, you don't worry about time.
The pitching's watered down now.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's going to go away. I'm not going to say this could be like completely marginalized, right? But what I am saying is I don't think it'll be the multi-$100 million, a $7 billion TV contract thing. And I'm not saying maybe in our life or like in the next 20 years or so. Young Eric, in your lifetime, I'd put money on that. It might be gone by the time you get.
I don't know. There's more money and more mobility and more eyes than ever before. So I just don't understand how we're describing this as a decline.
Because it's going towards NFL light, man.
Which is a
Well,
good
it's towards eliminating programs.
Sorry, our internet sucks tonight.
And in the more regions right now there are a ton of college football fans that they know those teams know they're not going to go to the playoffs, but they don't care. They just want to go bowling, and they're fully into it and they love it, and they're hoping to knock off one of the power teams in their conference. But when you marginalize those guys, there's a whole group of people that are going to fall off watching college football. If you make them like the new FCS, if we make a 60-team super power conference, those other 70 teams, they may go find some other sport to watch.
I don't know, man.
I really do think that, Eric.
I guess this is different as an alum and an alum of the program or of the school that I went to, but there would be nothing that would keep me from watching my team.
Right, but I'm not going to be driving $7 billion TV contracts. You know what I mean? You need millions and millions of people invested to get that kind of a contract.
And the problem is the T-shirt.
I'm just spitballing, but I think logic's on my side.
The T-shirt fans will fall away.
Yeah, yes. No, that's exactly right.
And how much of an average fan base are the T-shirt fans? I think it's a fair amount.
Probably 60-70% if you stop and think about it. Look at Texas. They have a big school in that, but the whole state roots for Texas. Not everybody went to school there. Alabama, we don't have a huge alum, and look at all of our fans.
Yeah, but those aren't the programs.
No name.
Hey, you guys want to know what happens when you don't matter anymore? I just put something in the share. Crap. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, my internet's sucking.
Wait, you don't matter anymore? The Big Ten puts you up? Is that what happens?
Yeah. No, I said, here's what happens when you don't matter anymore. I just put something in the share, a screen share. This is what happens when you go from being a team that absolutely is like dominating and a major power to being a team that doesn't play a major role anymore. Sorry, my internet that's sucking again.
You have to let it in, Tiger. It'll say add to stream beside Tony's name.
Well, maybe someone was not having the internet connection
There you
issues.
go.
Maybe they should run it.
There we go. So that's Franklin Field, which used to have 75 to 85,000 people per game, and today has about 7,000. And that's what happens when you don't go. And here's the thing: is that those fans, they didn't start cheering for Penn State or Temple or anybody like that. They just stopped cheering for college football and they became Eagles fans. At the time of that picture, Penn would get 85,000 people at a game. The Eagles would get 25,000, and Penn State would get about 20,000.
But that's exactly my point. No one cares about this. Like, no one is like shedding any tears that the Ivy League isn't dominant anymore.
Well, they did then.
That's why,
yeah, they did when it.
That's my thing. It's cyclical. We all know this, right? Like,
when they're the thing is those fans were really angry. They were furious.
I'm sure.
A lot of them wanted to join the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And
it's the same thing.
And so it's what
behind, right, Tony? Basically, got left behind.
They got left behind, and then those fans never came back to college football. And that's when you guys think about the cities that don't have big college teams. New York New York had great teams. They had Army and they had Princeton and Yale. Boston. I mean, Harvard was the school. Harvard was as haughty as it is and everything else. And they lost their teams.
Yep.
Anyway, sorry, that's just a little my one warning.
It's a great example, but it's also a great example of the fact that that's pretty much forgotten at this point. Like, no one thinks, oh, remember when Yale, unless you're a huge, college football buff, like no one, that's not a,
well,
that's my risk is that I worry that people would say, oh, do you remember when Washington used to be like a football team?
No, that's exactly what I was about to
remember
say.
91 when they won the national championship?
Yeah.
And I'll be the first to admit at Alabama, we've had 12 years and 17 years where we were forgotten. I mean, you may be on top for a while, but you're going to, get dropped.
Guilty as charged.
Been there, done that.
Still there. I'm just kidding.
Trying to do that.
Hey, but D Ford, news alert. Texas is back.
Hey, shut your mouth.
Come on. Second weekend, you guys are going to take down Alabama. Come on now.
No, you'll never hear that phrase. Me use that phrase ever.
Texas can't use that phrase ever. Texas is not allowed. That's Tennessee. Tennessee is the team that says this is our year until week 3.
All right,
here's going to be the litmus test. Like right now, the non-Power 5 schools like Boise, a Cincinnati before they made the playoff. And East Carolina, I'm not East Carolina, but a Coastal Carolina, a San Diego State, they still have quote unquote hope, right, of getting into the playoff. Mm-hmm. But if you go to these power conferences and you're really limiting how many teams can compete for a national championship, you're going to have former Power 5 schools that could just lose disinterest and become like Penn, like Tony shared. That's going to be the litmus test. Is will those fans care when they're like not even close to? They had something for so long, and because no reason of their own, it's the TV company's greed, which eliminates them from an opportunity.
And the thing is, it takes 20 years to kill them.
What's that?
It takes about 20 years.
20 years, okay.
I mean, look at SMU. SMU did it real fast. But
Tony, you might know this better. But think of the money like in Iowa State, if they're out of it or that. How much money does it take to keep that stadium up to date? They got a 60,000 seat stadium now, to keep that up to date.
Well, what happens is you start to let it crumble. I mean, look at Franklin Field.
Yep.
Like you start to let it crumble a little bit, and then you close off the upper decks, and you don't let people up there anymore, and it goes piece by piece. The struggle though is if you look at the finances of the G5, the problem is that football is so much revenue. The G5 essentially have no revenue. Yeah, the American has a little bit. They got 8 million or whatever. I don't know, maybe their football, but they're having to pump it while Ohio State just showers money on everything. I have a photo illustration I made once. I don't know if you guys saw it. It's like the Texas swim team, and they're like in their Speedos, like hosting the national championship trophy. Their heads are all bevo, and the pool is filled with money, and it's raining money around them. Like Texas is just showering money all over all their other sports. Like Central Michigan is cutting checks for everything. Everything is negative. Every cent that goes out is money that is essentially Central University money being spent on sports. Like, how do you justify that, and for how long? Yeah. And the other question, though, also is like when you think about it, that money's all being Texas, that giant pool and those Olympic divers and all their fabulousness is all being paid for by Longhorn football. So, should Quinn Ewers have a little bigger piece of that check, and maybe like some swimmer can doesn't need a gold-plated diving board? I don't know. But that's Quinn Ewers.
Waxing. I mean, the divers have to get their waxing in every week.
Exactly. Tom Daly.
Two things. Can I address TBM's thing, Tony? Sorry, I cut you off.
I'm sorry.
I was just talking about. He's saying that what's going to kill it could be CT, and I agree with you to some degree. But however, I think they'll just legislate rules that will make it those kind of collisions before they lose football altogether. They will. They'll have like the helmets we're already seeing. That they're using when they go out to play. They'll make rules even more
restrictive,
I guess, tight as far as tackling and how you can tackle whatever.
Well, do you know about? So great example of the Ivy League.
With the Ivy League, yeah, that they can't, like, during practices, they don't tackle, and there's something else. Tony knows, but we were just
they all first of all, they all wear the little helmet pads, but they during the week, during the season, they do not tackle to the ground. And this is the other thing, is that they have also limited to 10 games.
And so that's the thing that'll mitigate it. So CT is not going to kill it. They'll find ways they can reduce the strain. And then I wasn't saying that there's more than 10 teams. I agree with you. I mean, that number, those 10 can change over a decade or two, right? As we've seen. But it's not that they don't have a chance to win the championship or even be in the playoffs. These teams, there's teams out there that are stoked with a 7-5 season and beating their rival. And they're just as happy as shit as a lot of us fans that have our expectations higher, And so, I mean, there's all those fans out there. All those fans are going to be disenfranchised, and they're not going to have, if they go to like a level where they're not even really on a major network anymore. And again, they're reduced to we'll have is this division between, like whatever they want to call it, but for lack of a better word, FBS and FCS, there's going to be like something in between. And that's what those schools, I believe, would become.
That was the Knight Commission proposal.
Fans.
Yeah, that's what the Knight Commission proposed. And the other thing is, I think that we forget the cyclicality, because if you think about like what Alabama's done is amazing in the last 15 years. It's also probably very similar to what John McKay did. It's very similar to what Bobby Bowden did. It's very similar to what Bud Wilkinson did. And so like there's probably an element of that we think we're like no one can get in, but like that cycle takes time.
Well, and like Tim was saying, I tell people this all the time and they laugh, but the greatest coaching job in college football is the University of Iowa. They've had 2 coaches since 1976, and all their fans want is a bowl game. They like a big bowl game once in a while, but they'll take the Cheez-It Bowl. They'll take they'll take any bowl. As long as Iowa gets in a bowl, their fans are happy.
They're like the Steelers.
Yeah.
TBM, they'll be like UCLA. Once in a while, if you beat USC and you go bowling, you'll be happy. Right?
Is Serge TBM? Is he one of the team?
Yeah.
Is he the only one watching?
I'm pretty much sure of that. Yeah, at this point.
I think it's like him and us, isn't it?
He's awesome.
He's the only one commenting. Well, you guys, it's just like our StreamYard chats. That's all it is right now. We're just a little more fancy because we're live.
It's just us and the NSA.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the school between the NSA and the Pentagon or whatever you said?
Maryland.
Yeah, they probably have some great intel there, man. The MIT too. We should swoop in on MIT and get some of their like military engineering dollars.
So I was on a cycling team in grad school. We used to tease the MIT kids because they would put their kids in the wind tunnel just to like practice form.
Nice.
We were like, okay, we don't have that.
We don't have that. We can't do that.
We don't have a wind tunnel.
Sorry, yeah, like Noam Chomsky isn't on our staff, so
yeah, exactly. But we had the worst thing that the cycling kids would hate, because our grad school would have all these guys, like the undergrads, like because the school doesn't give you a bike, so the undergrads would like save up and they would have like just save and have like this like $800 bike or something that was like their racing bike. And then all like my classmates, like the MBAs, would come like just out for a ride sometime. They'd be like, yeah, I got this bike because I was going to do a triathlon once, but then I got really busy at Goldman Sachs. And the kid has like a $5,000 bike. And the undergrad would be like, it has dust on it. And the guys would be like, yeah, I was going to do triathlon once. And I just never did. So, and the undergrads would just be like, it was always funny. Yeah, so the business students were worse than the MIT kids.
You know, one benefit of having Mark's StreamYard account is that, and this is the only reason why I'm doing the post game show, is now I actually know when he's going live because I can actually see on his thing when he has all of his things scheduled. So it's almost like a TV guide. That's pretty cool.
No, I think I don't know. It's some mix of him having too many channels and posting and I mean he posts it in the community, but that's not something that you see when you just click on YouTube. So I've tried my best. I know this is minimal and it doesn't really address the problem, but I try my best to go to his community tab every day and copy and paste that into the Discord because I know people say it in like every live chat, like, "Oh, I'm just popping in. I didn't get."
Yeah, I saw that, Eric. I like when you do that a lot for us old parts.
I mean, it's like the littlest thing, but still, like if most of the people that watch Mark's videos are not on the Discord. So,
Well, you know, it'd be easy. What about short? How do shorts work? Like, why don't you just every morning do a short saying, "Hey guys, good to see you." Blah blah. We got the 1 o'clock show. Blah. You know, and just have that. And so when someone pops on his page, it's right there, right? Is it usually on the first scene if you have a short?
If YouTube could make like the community tab, like just on top, like a small, just important from your most viewed channels, what they're posting, like, because you kind of have to search for the community. Like you can scroll.
Yeah, I don't ever go to the community tabs.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But they don't, like, if it could be like almost like a feed, like a Twitter like feed on the top for the community tab, and that way people would actually see it because the notification system doesn't seem to work very well. I click on YouTube in the morning and I have 14 notifications. Like
Chris, sometimes he tweets it, but not always.
And
well,
usually,
I don't actually mean Twitter. I just mean a Twitter like.
Yeah, no, Chris, I was answering. Chris had a question.
and he does it. He does it usually. We're going live, and it's like usually like when he says a tweet, it's usually like we're live. Come see it. You know what I mean? It's not like sometimes he does it where he says
20 minutes. I'm going to go live. No, he says I'm live, and
or maybe he just doesn't want all those random people that always come in to come in this time. He's like, oh shit, they found me. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's true.
But yeah, I wish it was a little easier for us old guys who are computer illiterate.
I'm trying to help you guys out, you know.
Well, by the way, so we have for our USC post games. By the way, we have our thumbnails are all ready for the whole season.
Yeah, you should show them off, Tony. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, Tony showed them to me. They look really nice.
We have, and by the way, there's a winning one and a losing one for every game. Just in case we are not tempting the wrath of the thing from on high.
Wait,
that was a funny clip.
No,
what?
Tony, here in a couple weeks, you'll like
Eric?
my new intro.
Hold on, Eric. Why wouldn't we have two?
I mean, yeah, I'm just.
There's one if we win and one if we don't.
Yeah, I'm just joking about your confidence for the games. Like
Eric, go out, turn around 3 times, spit, and curse.
I've been doing all those things already.
Okay. I was gonna say, you can't tempt the wrath from the thing on high. Have you guys seen that West Wing? There's a whole like West Wing episode where they keep doing this, and it's true because I don't know. Maybe I lived in DC for too long, but we do not just make one, even for Rice. There's a victory and a concession. Actually, there's 3. There's a pregame, a victory, and a concession.
You know what might be actually really interesting? Like, you know, so USC Rice, big game, of course, because it's USC's opener, but also under the radar, or not under the radar. I wouldn't even call it that, but like not interesting because it's Rice. Like if you if you uploaded it with the losing thumbnail, you might get more views.
That's a good point.
Like USC falls to Rice, like post game show, and people are like, "Holy shit!" Like I'm gonna get in there. What is going on?
And I'll be like, "Oh, Mark uploaded the wrong thumbnail."
Yeah.
Well, I talked Mark into it, by the way. So we need to one of these mornings. I don't know if you guys are free, but at 9:30. Well, tomorrow's too soon. But if we can get together at 9:30 or 10 o'clock ish, on Wednesday.
Are we talking Eastern?
10 o'clock Western time. So
I'm up by then.
It's for the USC guys because we're gonna go on the OU channel during the OU show, and we're gonna go on that thing, and we're gonna announce our USC thing, and I guarantee you, we're gonna.
Oh, they'll be pissed. They'll all want to come.
Yeah.
Can I come and promote the Texas one in there?
Yes. Okay, I put our. If you guys want to laugh, I put our thumbnails in the share. So they all have.
This is great. Oh my
What's
God.
in the back? What's with the Arizona?
Hey, did you see that Mark pumped us up on his live feed today with Matt? Oh, he gave us like you got to go back and look
Yeah. I heard it.
around the 31-minute mark, I think. He gave us like a minute plug. It was perfect because Mark's camera went out. It was circling. He's like, oh, and then he put up my message. Oh, LBC Trojan, that reminds me. And he went in plugging our show.
Nice. Oh wait, Eric, TBM, you'll like this one. The signing, yeah, he sees it. Okay, nice.
Hey Tony, is there any way that I could hire you to do a few of those for me?
Yeah, if you want them, I'll just make them for you. They're easy.
Okay.
So I gave everybody. They all have the mascot in them. And then where's the Cal one? So actually, the Cal one's really funny. So here's Cal. There's Oski. Now look what happens if we lose to Cal. One sec. Where is? Here's what happens if we lose.
I've actually got a clause in the contract, Tony, that if we lose to Cal or to Rice, that we're that's our out for the contract for the season.
Yeah, right. And if we lose, by the way, if we lose, the little digital text is in red.
Okay. Wow, that looks awesome.
So thanks. So yeah, so we got him for every game. Win, lose, or win, lose, and pregame. Yeah, D4, we can do anything you need. Especially if you have a picture of you, that'd be better to add.
Well, D4, you're doing our outro and intro, aren't you?
I will, yeah.
I'm bringing you on for that.
Sweet.
Yeah, man.
I actually, Tony, got a guy. My brother-in-law is one of the biggest.
Lose wins are the same.
My brother-in-law down here is one of the biggest directors for commercials. He does major commercials down here, and his team is actually working on an animated intro for my show.
Sweet.
Oh, that would be cool. That's how you catch those views. So
people get excited for that.
Mark saying, "Dude, you got to fix your set, man. The content's there, but a lot of people they see Mark's set and they're like, I'm out." You know that people that take a
never changes on the background and like the Afghan over the couch and all those things. Like,
by the way, if anybody wants, I can't really do much in this place. I'm gonna put up a little screen thing, but if anybody wants, I put together a list for Will of like really like cost effective like gear, like lights, mic, all that kind of stuff. So if anybody needs the list, let me know.
Yeah, I'm bringing up my blue screen.
Are you?
Nice. Actually, I gotta get a green screen. Some of my hats and stuff are gonna all my SE hats on. So
I should get a green screen.
Yeah, and Tony knows what he's talking about too. Tony has spent the last week with me working tirelessly getting my mic set up. So,
but I provided absolutely no redeeming help for it.
You just let me bounce ideas off of you, which
I did, and every guess that I had was wrong.
In my room, like fucking.
We did. We had to get Eric's OnlyFans going.
Yeah, it's up. It's up. I just kind of move this mic down, and you can see my bed.
Yeah, it's we still have some microphone issues for the chatterbait, but that'll be fine.
Yeah.
Next time.
And I always wear the enchanter hat while I'm.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, that's part of the uniform.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
So that and the little harness thing. That's what you need.
Dude,
how long is the post-game show going to be? An hour and a half?
I'm thinking at least 2 hours.
It depends on if they win or lose.
Yeah.
And how many people call?
The losing games is where we're going to have
a lot longer. Oh yeah.
More people will be engaged for those, especially the Oklahoma fans.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right.
Oh God, you're gonna have some angry fans.
I'll bring my salt shaker, pour it into the wound.
We will definitely.
Yeah, I try to take over the guest bedroom, to make it my studio, And I got mixed. Yeah, well, I tried. The wife said
didn't
no.
work. Oh, okay.
So plan B is gonna be the green screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm building one in my. We have a finished basement, but nothing really goes in the rooms down there except for, storage.
Nice.
So I cleared one of the rooms out, and I'm turning that into my own studio.
Yeah, I have a really nice bookshelf and everything. I'm like, I had it all planned. I'm like, I'll do this. I'll do that. Put the camera here. And then I'm getting ready. And I said, so what I'm thinking is, and before I got the whole set, she's like, no. I went, fuck.
Yeah,
I used to have a great setup in New York.
My shit's like 8-in-1 body wash. Like this is my bedroom, studio, office. This is
OnlyFans. Got it all.
Studio.
You get the bed in the background. There you go.
Yep.
Where the magic happens.
Everything I own, you can see in this camera shot.
Tim, we should definitely go on the Oklahoma one. We'll even show our pregame. We'll show the winning ones, just to piss them off.
We should be over the top, just and hey, listen, I know things didn't work out, but God, thank God you guys gave us. I mean, we just got to go way over the top with it, so we piss so many fans off that they're gonna be just getting the pitchforks out. Well, they'll have their own little Reddit page to get us. You
know what? I'll make an ad, and we'll put on it. We'll put Caleb, Mario, Jordan, the Trojan, and Coach Riley.
Well, I also we're going to the Oregon. I want to do the Oregon show too.
Maybe even President Folt, because she's like all of a sudden become a villain as well.
Hey Tony, would you mind throwing up one of the thumbnails one more time? Just any one.
Yeah.
Any one of them. Real quick.
Which one do you want? Do you want a winning or a lose, or does it matter?
Just doesn't matter. Just go ahead and throw it.
There's
What I'm really enjoying about this community is everybody promotes the hell out of everybody.
Yeah, that's a winning formula,
There we go.
Everybody needs to support everybody. I mean,
Yeah, we're in the tree trust here. Cool.
I know a lot of people are doing this to make money. I'm not here to make money. I'm here just to talk sports. I mean, that's
cool.
my thing.
Thanks.
Oh, no problem. I'll show you.
That's what Mark asked me. Like, so
whole series.
What are you looking to get out of this? I'm like nothing.
This is the best one, by the way, with the signing of the hat.
Oh.
If you guys remember that debacle.
Yeah.
15 yards. That is the best 15 yards he's ever thrown away in his life.
I love DTR, man. I love that guy.
Where's the Notre Dame one?
Here it is.
They got Marcus Freeman. Tony, I think that should be if we lose to UCLA. This is the hat. Is that the losing one or the winning? That's the winning one.
No, that was the losing one.
I think it's both, actually.
The losing one. Okay. Where's the winning one? Is there a picture of Chip? I want a picture of Chip.
There's Kelly's on one of them.
By the way, do you like that for Arizona? First of all, look at the wording. It doesn't. It's all say beats. Look at the wording in Arizona.
Tons.
And they didn't get Wilbur. They got Wilma.
What is it? What are their mascots? Like the Bernstein Bears?
They're the Wildcats, but they're kind of like a weird white trash family.
Yeah, that's gross.
They look like a weird white trash family.
Oh, they're Oklahoma transplants. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we changed the ASU one to Sparky beats USC.
Yeah, that's what we should be. and there's Ralphie. Ralphie has a hat.
Yeah, this is the best one, bar none.
You like this one?
Yeah, there's a buffalo
with a baseball hat.
Yeah,
that's what I love.
That's cool.
Wearing baseball hats.
There's Fresno. I was gonna put Jake Hainer, but I like Jake Hainer, so I didn't put him on. There's Benny. I did not let Benny have his chainsaw. There's the rice owl, and that's the current Stanford tree too. The kid that's like the brilliant esports one. Yeah, and there's in Utah and Washington State also got a stuns.
God, so many teams have horrible mascots.
Yeah, Penn State has the worst.
Dude, I think Purdue has the worst. That thing is like
that's just creepy as fuck. It's creepy as fuck.
It is creepy.
Or creepy as heck. Sorry, on the internet.
Oski looks like he's like a sex offender to me. He's like this
Oski's like, who's the old guy the from Family Guy, the old pedophile?
Herbert.
Herbert, yeah, that's Oski Bear.
Wake Forest's mascot's pretty scary too. The Demon Deacon, the old dude.
So scary, so creepy.
Dude, yeah, Purdue's looks like Bob's Big Boy or some shit.
Yes, it does. It totally looks like Big Boy.
I don't even know, dude.
Our high school had this like horrible paper mache like Indian brave. It was the most horrifying looking like nightmare thing you can imagine.
I was putting one together for our pack show that will have all the mascots together. It'll just be the 12 mascots, like kind of like all in the group.
I think that one's the one's gonna blow up. Could really seriously blow up the Pac-12 show.
What are we gonna? I was thinking about calling it the Pac Chat.
Well, Mark told me he'll promote it and he's gonna put it on obviously the USC, the Oregon, but also the national channel as well.
Nice.
I mean, well, and this is arms for all of you non-Pac-12 fans in the Discord. I don't know, no one's listening to us right now, but the Discord itself is heavily leaning towards Pac-12. I mean, less and less, and more people are joining. But the regulars in there are mostly Pac-12 people.
Well, we're the loudest. Yeah, we're the most vocal, but there's.
And hey, not everybody can be perfect. I mean,
exactly. We can't all be Crimson Tide.
That's right. I mean,
so some of us were not lucky enough to be from Sweet Home Alabama.
The great thing about Alabama is we're one of the few teams, like you said, who has a winning record against USC with more than 6 games.
One of the few who has a winning record against USC, period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame, Alabama. Who else is there that has more than played it 6 times? Off the top of my head, I can't think of one. That might be it, literally.
No, you guys have a winning record against Michigan and Nebraska and Ohio State.
We have winning records against everyone in the SEC that we played again more than even a couple of times, really, and everyone in the Big Ten, everyone in the Big Ten, I believe, if I'm right. I think does Texas have the lead on us? D4?
No, y'all are up 5-2.
Oh wow, those are some old ass games. Okay. You guys are 2-1 the last 3 times. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think Tennessee might have a winning record against us.
Who?
Tennessee.
No, they don't.
Oh,
they definitely don't. Wait, let me double check. No, there's nobody in the SEC except for. Hold on, let me double check. Sorry.
I thought one of those teams was like 2-0 against us. Or maybe that's Florida State. Florida State's 2-0 against us.
Yeah.
You guys are 4-0 versus Tennessee.
Yeah.
I think Alabama's the only one with the winning record against you guys in the SEC.
What's that record there, Tide Guy?
6-2.
6-2.
Yep.
All right, we need some more games.
We do.
Yeah.
We need you guys back. A power. I'd like to see you guys be an 11-1 and us be an 11-1 team and play. I mean,
it's really hard though when Alabama refuses to travel out of their backyard. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta change that, Tide Guy. Come on.
We're traveling now. We're going to Texas. We're going to Ohio State. We've been to Penn State many times.
When was the last time you guys played Ohio State?
That was the national championship game, 2020.
Okay.
No, but this is the first regular season true road out of conference game that Bama has played in like 20 years or something. I forget exactly.
I think you're thinking of Florida. You're thinking of Florida.
We played Penn State in 2010 or 2011.
At their stadium?
At their stadium. We did a home and away with Penn State.
That was a great game.
Okay, so.
But the problem is Alabama always schedules the first game of the year a neutral field.
Yeah.
And we played powerful teams to start the season all the last 15 years. The worst team we played was Duke. And that was when Duke was actually the year before was really good.
Well, see, that's where you got to change that neutral stuff. Auburn came out to USC, first game of the year, Labor Day weekend, 2002. And then we were out there First game of the weekend, Labor Day, hotter than hell, humid. And, hey.
I think Alabama, a lot of the schools out in the Southeast Conference saw what we did to them, and Arkansas said, "No, we good for a couple of years. You guys just go do what you're doing out there."
So I know that they do neutral, but forget about the neutral.
Alabama has dropped the neutral. We've got, like I said, we've got West Virginia, Ohio State, Texas. I think even
that's good.
Looking at Michigan,
because you got to do the reverse Ginsu on Nick Saban. Hey, if you want people to come to the stadium and not leave, well, why don't you treat college football? You guys are the leaders. Don't do this neutral bullshit. Reward the students, the college football students and fans from other
we've all
schools.
fantasized about this. Like, if only there was a governing body, which should just be like all the commissioners and ADs. But
I want to go see
real quick. Did you guys see the new field in Autzen?
No.
No.
You have a picture?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
They redid the field.
Yeah, I see it. I know what Tony's going to do right now.
Oh my God! Are you doing something stupid? Because I would have heard about this way before you.
No, seriously, they changed the emblems.
I think it looks really nice.
Let's see it.
I think it's for 2024 though, Tony. I don't think it's for this year. It starts
not for this year.
Oh, there it is.
It's for the future.
That's funny.
That's great.
Just teasing.
That's making its rounds on Twitter.
It did. I made it. No, I actually made it as a joke, just like a reply to something. Yeah. And now it's like all over Twitter. Actually, what happened was this one Twitter account that I actually really don't like made one that was a Big Ten, and so I just changed it and put it on as a reply, like with no comment, and then it went like all over Twitter. But like, thankfully, I didn't get credit for it. I'm glad I didn't get credit.
They didn't put your name. I didn't see your name attached.
No, I was okay with that because I was just being a smart ass bitch.
It is funny as hell, but the reason it gets so much traction and why it's so funny is that
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's completely ridiculous.
Everyone would love, like the Oregon haters would love for that, but it's not going to happen. It's just while we're in this limbo.
Period, it was
love to throw that in our face.
Oh, I'm just giving shit.
Fan, I'd be doing the same thing.
I was just giving shit to the guy that made the Big Ten one.
Yeah, now, Tony,
I think it's funny as hell.
After Alabama beat LSU in the national championship, did you see the picture of Death Valley? They changed their field also.
No.
LSU only had a 50-yard field because they couldn't get into the other side.
I like that.
Now show me the USC one where there's fans there.
That's too hard. That's too hard a Photoshop job for me. Too complicated in Photoshop.
How many fans do that? How many fans
has a comment? LW has a comment, I think, to my comment. He says, Alabama recruits out of Dallas and Texas. Saban is a businessman. Recruits go to the game in Dallas to show them the score. It is what it is. Don't like it. Don't sign the contract and find another game. I understand that. But, hey, we at least picked up the phone. We signed the contract. We went to Jerry's World. You guys, when you had Shula and the other regime with Pete Carroll there, didn't pick up the phone, wouldn't want to play a game. So at least
didn't Alabama just recently
played Oklahoma under Shula?
Well, no, he didn't. I'm talking about USC. We tried getting Alabama to play. It didn't happen. So, whether or not there was ever a phone call or you ever pick up the phone, it is what it is. At least we went with our shitty coach and we met you in Dallas. So great. You guys got one up on us. You kicked our ass. You got the recruiting. It's not like we're Colorado State. Give us some respect and come out to LA. There's great
about this though.
There's great fans. We've never been to Tuscaloosa. I'd like to go to Tuscaloosa before I die.
Think about this though. Bear Bryant scheduled USC for the first game of the 1970 season. Yep. 3 months before the season started, bringing you guys to Birmingham, knowing we were going to lose, forcing our school to integrate.
You are right, LBC. You guys you guys did have one more win than Colorado State last year.
You're absolutely right, Ty Guy. And for that,
you know what? Before I'm surprised.
John McKay next to Bear Bryant and add martinis in their hand because that's where they signed the contract. They had martinis at Chasen's, and Bear Bryant flew out to LA and got his friend John McKay to come kick their ass because he needed to make a statement.
Yeah.
Whether you believe that or not, that's how the legend goes.
There's a great there's a book about it called The Turning of the Tide. It's a great book.
Yep.
I love that history. And so one of the things, kind of on that note, do you guys know about what the Pac-12 is doing with basketball this year with the SWAC? Have you guys heard about this?
Nope.
So the Pac-12 during the George Floyd protest, the Pac-12 said, what can we do that actually would make an impact on something? Like, we don't want to paint a message on the court or like buy everybody t-shirts. Like, what can we do to actually do something? So the Pac-12 called up the SWAC and said, hey, we have a request. We want to send you have 12 schools, we have 12 schools. We want to send all 12 of our schools to play at your schools, and then we'll pay to fly your 12 schools to play against our 12 schools.
That's cool.
And the SWAC was like, is this for real?
Yeah.
Because those schools have never played in Coleman Coliseum.
I don't know if it's all of the Pac teams, but
it is.
In that situation. But I'm saying I think Oregon should get a hell of a lot of credit for opening against Ohio State and Georgia in back-to-back years. Like, if they don't want to come to us, like, we'll
go to them.
We'll go to them.
Yep.
And that's unfortunate, but like, we're doing it. And
unfortunate you won. So far, you're undefeated in this endeavor.
We could be playing Fresno State to open instead, but we're not. And you know what? If we lose, people are gonna fucking laugh. But like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Maybe we shouldn't have gone to Georgia. Maybe we should have just played
Birmingham Southern.
Yeah, maybe we should have just done that and had a better record. But instead, we have
you're going to play Georgia. No, I love it. Eric, I love it. I think it's great, and I'm cheering for you guys to win.
I'm cheering for you too.
That's not my point. Winning is the same point.
Of course you are.
Beat those little puppies.
Having the balls to do it to begin with, like having
I agree with you.
Put yourself out there on a national stage and compete with the big boys, like that's something that even the big boys don't want to do.
No, USC's been doing that for decades, Eric.
Yeah, but look at Michigan. Michigan canceled UCLA and replaced them with Colorado State.
Well, no, I mean in 2008, 2009, we had a home and home with Ohio State. We played Auburn. We played.
Like, it's not like USC should get credit for that too. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that every team that does that should get a lot of credit.
I agree with you. And
USC played Texas, not that long ago, a home and home. I mean, we played. We never shirked. We played big schools.
And on November 15th, when Alabama plays the Little Sisters of St. Mary, Margaret, and the Orphans, they're doing good for the charity of the church.
And that's in addition to playing Notre Dame as well. So if you look at it,
every year,
including 9 Pac-12 conference games, which the SEC plays 8. I know it's a more difficult conference, but a majority of those years we're playing 11 Power 5 schools.
Yeah.
But
the
narrative at the end of the year is, well, USC plays in a weak conference.
No.
But if you stop and listen, though, Nick Saban for the last 10 years have been fighting for a 9 or 10 game conference. He wants more conference.
It's the Kentuckys and the Vandies that are giving you guys hassle.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, and I give Alabama credit because Alabama does go and play. They didn't used to, but they go and play people now. And Georgia's playing people. Like Georgia, I remember they went to like LSU went to Arizona State. Yeah, I mean, so like the good SEC schools are doing what they should be doing. Finally, I think it's great.
Where's due? I know Ohio State fans are annoying as shit, but Ohio State also always plays tough out of conference games. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they really do. And UCLA traditionally, my entire life has always played tough out of conference games too.
Here, man.
Yeah, they played LSU.
Sissy blue shirts.
Yep.
And beat them.
Yeah, beat them.
I love that he said that and he is wearing like purple.
Yeah, I know. That's the best part.
Regal purple though. It wasn't like a mauve or anything. Come on.
but you mispronounced them. It's not LSU. It's LS who.
See, this is why we love hanging out with Alabama people. This is why like USC and Oregon, like in Alabama and Texas, like all get along real well together.
And they spell LSU WHEAUX.
Well, and to be like what I said, I wasn't trying to say that Oregon schedules tough opponents and USC doesn't. That wasn't my point at all.
No, in general, you're totally right.
You should give a lot of credit to teams who do it, whoever they are.
Absolutely.
I don't mind the Oregons doing that shit, but when we have the Oregon States and the Washington States, they're playing these middle of pack SEC schools, and they go, see, even this, I wish they'd stay home and just play someone else because they just make the conference look bad because they really suck.
So you have to.
You mean like Arizona?
You don't have to do it.
Hey, Stanford beat Vandy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you do? Like honestly, like let's say, like just hypothetically, and this is a big hypothetical, but let's say Oregon goes undefeated other than Georgia. You say, well, if we hadn't have played Georgia, we'd be undefeated. Be in. We would definitely, and even with losing to Georgia, we'd probably be in. But let's say we had 2 losses. It's like if we hadn't played Georgia, like we would be in the play. Like there's this fine line to toe. Right? Like,
The scheduling thing that people miss is the fact that even if you win that game, for instance, USC 2016, not only do we get our asses kicked by Alabama, but we lost 2 linemen and our safety. And so we went on a losing streak. And we went on a losing streak to, I think it was when we played Washington State. We lost some game that we should have lost.
We always lose one of those, though.
It was like, so when you go and you play tough opponents, and the flip side of that is you play a cupcake and all your stars are out at halftime with padded stats for the Heisman. It's a huge difference. But the biggest thing is you get to keep your guys healthy. We really got banged up against Alabama.
Oh yeah.
Now, have you guys heard about Vandy? The news out of Vandy. Now that Texas and Oklahoma's coming to the SEC, Vandy has asked to be in Texas's pod because Texas will be the only team in the SEC Vandy has a winning record against.
Man, he's like, can we please play Texas every year?
Yeah, we got to play Texas. That'll get us our win.
Please, Mr. Sankey, please put Texas against us.
This isn't 1912, so.
Side guy, when are you guys going to play in the shoe?
2020, either 2026 or 2028. I don't remember which one we're home and which one we're away, but that's
why they extended Saban. There you go. See, they said, dude, you cannot go until we play these guys in the shoe.
You realize that's going to be the first time Alabama visits the shoe.
Yeah, first time ever.
How cool is that going to be?
Time that Ohio State comes to Tuscaloosa.
So you know what? And then you need USC to come to Tuscaloosa. We've never been to Tuscaloosa. That is just, that's blasphemous.
Well, I mean, we're old school. We went to Legion Field.
Yeah, you went to Legion Field.
So Alabama's 4-1 against Ohio State all time. The only loss was to Ohio State in the national championship game.
No, the game before the championship. We lost to them, and they ended up playing, wasn't it Oregon?
Okay. That's right.
That Oregon that year?
That was that was right. That was 4 teams back then. Okay.
Yeah, Oregon got a layup against that really bad Florida State team, right, Eric?
Oh, the undefeated 24-0 Florida State team. We put up 60 on them, and then Ohio State slapped us. So, yeah, I remember that year. That was my senior year in high school, man, or in college, rather. I thought that was going to be my graduation gift was a natty, but instead it was just Urban Meyer pissing on my face. So
I was shocked at Ohio State's record against the SEC.
Eric, there's a lot of people who paid for that.
I know.
What is Ohio State's record?
Against the SEC recently, it's wretched.
It's 2-11.
Wow.
All time.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
All time, 2-11 against the SEC. And one of the wins was Arkansas that had to forfeit the game. Arkansas beat them on the field, but they had to forfeit the game. And they beat Alabama in the playoff.
Wait, why did they have to forfeit the game?
Arkansas had 7 players that was ineligible in the bowl game, and they played.
So are you saying that the game that Ohio State beat Alabama in 2015 was their only win versus the SEC?
The only real win. I mean, they count the Arkansas one, but yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
That's crazy.
So part of that is SEC being great, but the other bigger part is the fact that they don't play each other enough, like in a regular out of conference setting.
No, I know, but they still have the same amount of chances to win, and they didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, they would have more chances to win if they played each other in the out of conference. But
They probably have more, Eric, they probably have more losses.
They played 14 games and lost
very
12
often.
to 1.
I agree. But like, if you never played, like, if the record is like 5-4 or whatever, and you haven't played them since the '60s, like, like, let's give us a shot. Like, it's been a while.
Pete Carroll was 7-0. Pete Carroll was 7-0 against the Big Ten in either Orange Bowls or Rose Bowls when he was the coach.
Yeah.
So that means that's one of their if not their best team that they were playing and regularly just kicking their ass.
Yeah. So imagine if you guys were playing out of conference regular season games under Pete Carroll. Like, how much more would those stats be?
Well, we did. We swept Ohio State home and home.
We swept Auburn home and home. Arkansas was favored to win their division, and we beat them 70-7.
No, 70-17. Come on.
No, was it 70-17? I thought it was 70-7.
No,
No,
but it was so much
70-17,
closer.
and then we went to their house and beat them 50-14.
Oh, okay.
But it was a lot. The score, it made it look, No, I'm just.
I think you're right. It was 70-17, wasn't it? You're right.
We are there's the Iowa live chat today, and
That was a
Corey
glorious
was
game.
saying something like
It was.
a 42-3 loss to Michigan. It was like bad, but it wasn't as bad as the score made it look. I'm like, you can't lose 42-3 and say that
In the conference championship game. Yeah, no. And by the way, it was as bad. I watched the game. It was just as bad as the score made it look.
I was like, you can't say that. Not at 42-3. You can't be like, yeah, we lost, but it wasn't as bad as the score suggests. Like, I think 42-3 tells the whole story.
Anybody? TBM? TBM said we're 6-1 against the SEC since 2000.
There you go.
They are.
Anybody choose to guess Michigan's record versus the SEC?
Since when?
How many times they played? Do you know?
Yes, I'll tell you right now.
It's decent, isn't it?
27 times.
This is all.
Oh, that's all-time history. I don't know.
Yeah. 27 times.
They played Alabama 4 times. We're 2-2 with them.
Yeah, I was going to say almost close to 500. I was going to say, so you said what, 24 times?
27 times. 27.
Recently, it's close to 500 because it's like a lot of Outback Bowls and stuff.
I'll say they're 13 and 14.
I would say it's a winning record slightly.
I'll give it to Eric. 15-11-1.
Nice.
That's much better than Ohio State's. That makes Ohio State's record look even more atrocious.
Well, Michigan is historically.
Well, and look at how all of them would come out to Pasadena and just get whacked year after year.
Tony, I'm giving you homework, Tony.
What's that?
Of television.
I want a list of teams like Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State that were going to be national champions until you guys smacked them around.
How many times has USC played like upset to the natty favorite?
Yeah.
Well,
Mark probably knows that.
I know that we've it's been 4 times, so 5 times against Notre Dame,
and then a bunch of them against several of them against Ohio State.
Yeah, 2 or 3 against Ohio State.
Because didn't Mark talk about like coming home from like elementary school crying once because of it?
79 team.
Oh gosh.
And I know Michigan had a couple great years going to the Rose Bowl and you guys smacked them around.
Yeah, I think twice in the 70s.
Yeah, we're good. We've done it several times, and UCLA's done that a lot of times to people too.
Oh yeah, the Big Ten just I don't know what it is. They get to the Rose Bowl and they just fall flat on their face.
Here's the crazy thing: from World War II, when they signed the deal, up until the implosion of the PCC, it was awful. In fact, for like 13 years, the Pac-12 went 1-12 in the Rose Bowl. USC was the only team they won 1 in like 53 or something, and everything else was a loss, including UCLA's like super glory years were losses. and then they formed the new conference, the Pac-12, and from then on, for the next 50 years, we went something like 40-10 or something ridiculous.
Because Alabama has more Rose Bowl wins than most of the Big Ten.
Oh yeah, because you guys have some from the old times and a couple from the new times, don't you?
Yeah, most of ours was in the 20s, 30, back then. We're 4-1-1. We've been to 6 of them.
You have what, 2 recent ones or one recent one?
It's because now it's rotated as a playoff game.
Or have they not gone? Has Alabama not gone to the Rose Bowl?
Well,
recently?
we played Texas in the Rose Bowl in 2009.
Okay, so you did have one.
But
Yeah.
the Rose Bowl is now rotated as a playoff game. Like, for instance, when we beat Florida State, that was the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, so it's not always Big Ten.
Yeah, that was. So I was talking to Mark when we did a thing right when USC and UCLA went. We looked at sort of laughing because the Rose Bowl is now retroactively the Big Ten championship 46 times by adding those 2 schools. But we were talking about like trying to reconstruct particularly for Ohio State, like how many Rose Bowls should they have now? Because there's a couple of USC and Michigan and Ohio State teams that like went to BCS bowls instead of playoff games instead of Rose Bowls, but should have gone to Rose Bowls.
And I think once you guys get to the Big Ten and Texas comes over to us, I think the second place Big Ten team should play the second place SEC team, and we rotate between the Sugar Bowl and the Rose Bowl.
Oh, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, so I'll tell you what I actually would love to have. What I thought should be done is I think like the Big Ten champion and I don't know whether it's Pac, ACC, whatever conglomeration should play in the Rose Bowl, and I think the SEC champion and the Big 12, SBC, whatever other conglomeration should play in the Sugar Bowl, and then the winner should be playing the national championship. That's what I would love to have happen.
I don't know why this has happened, but I'm going to ask the question. I just checked Alabama and Michigan's schedule. They've played in bowl games. I cannot believe to this day that Alabama has never played in the Shoe or the Big House. That's sacrilegious. There's over 100 years of college football, 120 years of college football, and it's never happened.
Nope.
I think they also would just like that kind of avoid playing each other. Michigan doesn't really like to go anywhere. Alabama doesn't really like to go anywhere.
We'll get 15 different excuses.
Well, honestly, we did ask Ohio State. We did when Saban first got there. We offered Ohio State, and Ohio State didn't want to play us at Ohio State until late in the year.
Nobody wants to play you guys because you're so good. Like this is the same issue USC had under Pete Carroll. Like I honestly don't blame Alabama anymore because I think you see Alabama trying to schedule people and like also nobody wants to play them anymore. Now Michigan, on the other hand, should be shamed for canceling UCLA and replacing them with Colorado State.
Well, Tennessee just got rid of somebody to play Army.
Yeah, screw Tennessee.
Yeah,
our soldiers do not deserve to be hit by golf balls and mustard bottles.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
TBM's right too. You couldn't go to the Rose Bowl. How many Rose Bowls was USC not able to go to? Mark, you should have brought that up. Sorry, Tony, with Mark is how many times did like a UCLA or USC couldn't go to the Rose Bowl because you couldn't go in consecutive years?
Yeah, not as many as they had a couple. We didn't have we had a couple too, but also we kind of sucked during the period of those rules.
Oh, really?
Because that was only for like for the Pac, it was only like 10 years. Because Cal did it 3 times in a row, and then the Northern schools complained, so they changed it, and that was the USC Nader and the UCLA like heights of glory. And then we blew up the conference and got rid of that rule. But the Big Ten, I think, still had it.
You're an encyclopedia of knowledge, Tony. Pretty impressive.
Oh, thanks. I just like to read. Like I'm fascinated by how the past is repeating itself right now.
It does in a lot of different aspects of life.
What?
I said it does in a lot of aspects of life.
It does. Like what's really crazy is when you read, and if you guys, there's a book. It's not right here, but there's a book called "Roses from the Ashes," and it's the story of the blowing up of the PCC and the creation of the Pac-12, written by the Nobel Prize winner who created the Pac-12.
The guy we don't read.
What?
Nothing.
Anyway, it's a really good book. But one of the things that they talk about, like, just, I mean, the wild times, but it was this big argument. So University of California did not allow scholarships. So UCLA and Berkeley did not give any athletic scholarships at all. And the conference wasn't supposed to at all either. But like USC and Stanford were both cheating through different other ways. Washington was cheating through other ways. But remember, University of California was free. Like, tuition was free. So like they were like, we don't give scholarships, but our school is free. So there was a bit of an issue. But the arguments when they changed that to give it, they were like literally the exact same arguments, 100% as the stuff today for NIL. Like, you literally could read these things and be like, well, that's a little bit of a weird wording on this NIL article. And it's the same issue verbatim that we talked about with NIL that they talked about with athletic scholarships.
Hey, Tim, can you explain to Tony that jarheads only read pop-up books?
But it's a football book. It's a football book.
No pictures?
There's got to be at least pictures. I mean, help me out here.
Hey, I think I know why Michigan has the most wins in history. Because I think
anybody?
Because 2/3 of them came before the war, and it just dawned on me. I was looking at it. They've never played Texas either. In Texas, they played them one time in the Rose Bowl, ironically, when they had to play them. That was the first and only time Texas and Michigan have played.
Michigan don't play a hard schedule usually. I mean, they usually don't have. I mean, I will give it to them. They played Alabama about 6 years ago on a neutral field. But I mean, besides that, Michigan don't really schedule anybody.
Michigan's schedule this year is one of the easiest.
Come on, D4, hook that up. You got to get the Wolverines into Austin.
Michigan's schedule this year is one of the easiest Power 5 schedules, but what they do have that makes their schedule difficult is the fact that they have to play Ohio. They have to go through Ohio State every year. Which
that's the book.
Yeah, lots of teams have that, but like.
Hey, Eric, bring your mic closer.
How are they? Huh?
You bring your mic closer.
I was just saying that Michigan.
Eric, does your mic have an automatic gain adjustment?
Oh my God!
I'm just kidding.
I was saying what inevitably Michigan's schedule this year is maybe one of the easiest Power 5 schedules out there. They should be like 6-0, like easy, or whatever it is. It's super easy. But what they do have inherently that makes their schedule more difficult than a lot of other programs is that they have to beat Ohio State to win their division, and even think about winning the Big Ten, and then even think about going to the playoffs. So I mean, if you have Ohio State, if you have to play Ohio State every year, like I think it counts for something.
I just want to give you props, Tide Guy. You went head to head with Edward, a trash talker, and your stream lasted longer. So well done. Well done on edging him out.
Who is Edward?
I gotta go to bed.
Well, hopefully you'll be in here, Tony. I got to get a Georgia fan in here one of these days, and I'll show you my Alabama national championship rings.
Oh, sweet!
I've got 6 of the last 7 national championship rings.
Do you? Oh, that's awesome.
Did you buy these like from former players or what?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're not cheap. Let me tell you, they're not cheap.
Do they have the players' names on them, or are they generic for the team?
No, 3 of them have players' names.
That's cool. Oh, I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I don't have the 2020 yet.
Not yet.
I missed out because one of the players went to Pawn Stars and actually sold it.
So
I think it was the kid who went. Didn't you guys get a player from Alabama in the transfer portal?
Shane Lee.
Ismail Foster.
I thought didn't Shane Lee come from Alabama too?
Yeah, Shane Lee, linebacker.
Oh, okay. I bet it was him because it was a guy who went to USC, pawned his ring at Pawn Stars.
It might have been Sopster though.
Yeah, I think it sounds like something Sopser would do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Shane
he's
Lee
got
would
like
probably Shane Lee would have kept it.
$25,000 for it.
How much?
All
25,000.
52
Oh.
players.
Wow.
All 52 players on every coach
25,000. That's amazing because those guys buy it thinking they could sell it for 2 times as much. Basically, they like to lowball you, right?
Yep. Yeah, because what's a pawn store going to give you? Like 60%, maybe 65.
Yeah.
If that.
You know, they're not going to give you, you know, nowhere near what it's worth. But
I'll show you a pic, Jeff. I'll show you a picture sometime of. I have pictures with my dad's national championship ring and my uncle's World Series ring.
Oh, nice.
Jeff, do they give those rings to all 52 scholarship players and every coach?
And half the athletic
And
department
half
staff.
the athletic, all the analysts get them. The president, the AD, you know,
The
there's
marketing
a lot of
staff.
people.
They get a lot. There's a lot.
Number, I mean, there is because they have to make a certain amount. But is there any public knowledge? Like, does that mean there's like a couple hundred? That's what it sounds like to me.
Probably.
Oh yeah, easy.
Couple
Because
hundred,
Alabama
I mean.
had what? Just last year we had like 63 analysts. You know, so I mean,
Oh, yeah,
you
okay.
start adding all the players, you know, and you think there's about
medical-
100 players on a team.
The like the like equipment guys get them. Like
Yeah.
they.
I mean, these are just little like things that Oregon fans don't really know about, you know. So.
Well, they probably. I mean, but you guys, they've done it for the Rose Bowls and all that. They do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean the natty rings. I was just making a joke.
You know,
but-
think about it though. Like Michigan, think how lucky they are. They bought a national championship shirt in 1990. What? 7, and they haven't had to buy another one since. I mean, I'm going out every other year buying a new shirt, you know, and these guys, they get to keep wearing the same one.
Oh, that is
about
classic.
marketing, man.
That is
That's me. That's me. That hits hard.
Oh man.
That's. I mean, it's
Some of us whose 2005 stuff's getting ratty, Jeff. It hits
Sorry.
hard. It hits hard.
Think about Cal in the 1959 Rose Bowl shirt. My
Yeah, right.
it's all
But
tattered.
Iowa has
Oh,
the 58 Rose Bowl shirt.
That's why the Arizona guys are always shirtless at the games.
That's right.
Or TBM's 1986 Rose Bowl champion shirt.
See, we
Right.
got some Pac-12 smack going for your Pac-12 live stream. See, you got to bring up that stuff.
And I got on the Uncle Lou show, and he didn't think I was funny, but I told him, you better buy baby national championship gear. You better buy a whole bunch of shirts. You know, 40 years is a long time.
Better stock up. Except as Jeff, as you guys know, which is the same thing that I learned, which is when you buy all that shit in 2003 and you're so excited, and then like 2004 comes, and you're like, oh, now I got fuck, I got so much.
Uncle Lou's a little sarcastic. I should ask him my question I asked you, Ty Guy. You know, do you guys really count your 1980 national championship? You didn't play Alabama, and Alabama's your daddy,
Yep.
right? It doesn't count.
Now, we were talking about SEC shorts. Did you ever see the SEC shorts where the guy keeps taking the Georgia SEC championship back to the Goodwill, trying to get rid of all the shirts, you know?
I didn't see that one, no.
I've seen
That
them
was a
all.
good one. That was a couple years ago, but yeah, because you know they always make up Georgia shirts winning the SEC, and we always beat them, so they got to donate them to the Goodwill and the homeless.
Yeah, no, those are always. I've always wanted them. I used to have one growing up that we got, and it was a bootleg shirt. We got it in Miami once in spring break, and it was 5 golden rings, and it was actually did they lose to Alabama?
Which year?
92, 93, sometime. Who did you guys beat for the national championship?
We beat the U.
You beat my okay. So this was I used to growing up. I had a shirt from that national championship that had the ring that they didn't win. Because it said 5, it had the ibis and it said 5 golden rings, and it had like their 5, but at the time they only had 4. That's right, and it was the one that Gene Stallings beating Miami.
So
Now, what I miss is Alabama used to, and they don't do it anymore, is they would make a shirt the day after they'd make a new shirt every Sunday. And it would be us beating like Tennessee. It would have the score on it. It'd have some little funny thing, you know. And for some reason, Alabama don't do that anymore. And I wish they'd bring that back because I miss having some of them shirts.
Well, it's because you guys like win all the time. They can just make those. But I was gonna ask, is this StreamYard icon, is this a duck or is it an ibis, you think?
Looks like a duck.
Looks like a duck.
It could be either.
An ibis.
Aren't they the same? That when Uncle Lou starts ripping on them, I love that.
That was the fun. Like
it's an effing duck.
I have a conflicted relationship like with Uncle Lou. Like I like some, you know, whatever. But that video, I was like fucking crying, laughing. It was fucking hilarious. Like Uncle Lou, the comedian, I love. I don't know. Like as a football analyst, he's okay. But he fucking makes me laugh so much sometimes, man. I will definitely give credit where it's due there.
Yeah, he's so funny in those.
I had to send him a message today, but he didn't reply because he was pretty quick at putting out a new video about Kirby Smart, the highest paid coach ever and the greatest, blah, blah, blah. Well, Nick Saban passed him today. I didn't see the video, you know, showing Nick Saban got his raise.
I mean, we're all the same. All fans. We talk smack when it's appropriate, and we bring up the right facts that suit our agenda.
We sure do.
We do. I do feel like the Pac-12 like laughs at itself more than the others.
I agree. You've made this point a couple times, and I think you're totally right. Like I think it's because the conference is so stacked at the bottom, like we've talked about.
Yeah, we have.
Like
The Pac-12 is so stacked at the bottom, from Arizona up through Washington State. Like,
yeah, we're horrible.
Colorado in there.
We're all in the same shitty boat. Well, to a lesser extent now, some teams are leaving, but we're all in the same rickety fucking boat, and we're still like making fun of each other, which is all we got.
Alabama and Texas and USC and Oregon like all sit in a very similar place in the conferences. I think we're unfortunately we're in the Mike Shula era, or we're coming out of the Mike Shula era.
Yeah.
Why like all of our StreamYard shows are so elitist? We need to get like where are the G5 fans, bro? Where are they at?
Sleeping.
And speaking of that, I should probably do that soon.
Oh,
same here.
No, I need to get off here. I just realized it's 1:25 in the morning.
All right.
I've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. So
hey guys, this was a lot of fun. Jeff, thanks for putting this together. This is
I will definitely do this again, guys.
We'll see you, Chris.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye, everybody. Bye.